number 6 qualifier for our junior dragsters. Wow, they had a great day yesterday. For those of you who weren't here, qualifying is already pretty tough for the youngsters in their junior cars. So let's have a look and see who we've got down there to kick us off.
Tom Peters in the Kestrel lane, and in the Slick Tricks lane, Mackenzie Love. He's number 7. Tom is in there at 19. They had 5 runs yesterday. They qualify based on reaction time. So the numbers you see at the top of the scoreboard when they move are their reaction times. We'll explain that to you in just a second. There we go. Okay, we don't have to explain it to you because they both went red. What that means is they both went before the green light actually came on. They are trying to get as close to a perfect green light as possible, and their qualifying order is based on who gets the closest and so on. The other thing as well to mention is that when they go into eliminations, that's not today. This is qualifying. All of our classes will be qualifying today. It becomes tournament-style eliminations. If you think what a tennis tournament is like, similar to that. So you get quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals in each of the different classes, and that's how we whittle them down. And that's all going to be Monday, isn't it? It's all on almost all of it is on Monday, yeah. Yeah, okay. The eliminations. But anyway, onwards we go. From Chertsey in Surrey, in the Kestrel Beers lane, you've got Max Taylor, currently the number 24. I think we've got 30 juniors here, haven't we, today? They're all thereabouts. All of them were in school yesterday. They only popped over to run. Yeah, and then went back to school. Yeah, right. So, and that's Chevy Checkett from Staffordshire in the Slick Tricks lane. So Slick Tricks is nearer you on the banking, and Kestrel is near you on the grandstand. So there you go. Chev with that one. Red light in the Kestrel lane. 019 for Chevy. That takes her up to... where is that? My goodness me. I'm just waiting for the screen to update. Do apologise, but anyway, she's not even in the top 10 with that one. No. Wow, it's very, very close indeed. Could we have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes as well, please? Super Pro ET, could we have you down to join us? Okay, number 5 qualifier currently, Daniel Todd in the Kestrel Beers lane with the Dragon Slayer, he calls it. Oh, wow. And a 005 for him. That is really good. That's going to move him up to something like it's the 6th position. No, he stays 5th. Oh, he stays 5th. He already He already had a 007, John. Improved by 2 measly thousandths of a second, and didn't improve. But anyway, still great to see. Ellie, 0.12. No improvement for her, unfortunately. Okay, so next pair making their way through. These are the future of drag racing, folks. We were talking endlessly yesterday about the fact that these junior dragsters, at certain classes of them, can run as quick at the 8th mile as a stock American car, a V8. Yeah. Quite extraordinary. They're doing, the top class of the juniors are doing over 80 miles an hour at the 8th mile mark, which absolutely stuns me. Okay, so Teddy Howe from Rushden, local lad, sitting in the number 28 qualifying spot at the moment. He's in the Kestrel Beers lane. Harry Peters in the 22nd qualifying spot at the moment. He's sitting in the Slick Tricks lane. So 28 and 22 qualifiers at the moment out of 30. Can they do better on this run? They're looking for excellent start line reactions. Red light for Teddy Howe, so there'll be no change for him. But 08. Now that 08, let's see where that puts Harry Peters. I don't think he's going to improve, to be brutally honest. Yeah, stays in 22. They both stay exactly the same position. My goodness me. It was a tough old day yesterday, wasn't it? Excellent runs from everybody. Well, to give you an idea of how close it is, a 00 light, an 00 light is perfect. And by 00, what we mean is the first number is a tenth, the second number is a hundredth, the third number is a thousandth. They were all 00, which means number 1 qualifier, 002, which means 2 thousandths away from actually leaving the start line as the green light comes on. However, you go all the way down to the number 9 spot, and that's still a 00 light. Still, it's technically perfect. It's just absolutely incredible. From Ireland, we have Liam McDonald leading 3 championships in Europe this summer already in the Kestrel lane against Harry Redshaw. He is qualified number 4. They're going to be hard pushed to improve, I beg your pardon.
Well, 007, red lights in both. Just quickly seeing that. So no improvement. They stay in third and fourth qualifying spot. Okay, so next pair making their way up to the start line. And Emmy Crundwell from Horsham in the Kestrel lane, currently number 30. So she's right down the end of the qualifiers. And in the right-hand lane, in the Slick Tricks lane, that's Lola Bell Kent. Dad is running in something called Fuel Funny Cars, isn't he?
I'm sure we've seen those before.
So, and they're sitting, and Lola Bell is in the number 26 qualifying spot. So, let's see how we go here. They're looking to get at least on the front page of our computer sheet here, which would be the number 16 qualifying spot. Let's see if they can go quicker than an 0.43 reaction time. Nope, that ain't going to happen. They're going to stay exactly where they are, I think, with that. We'll wait and see. But Lola Bell, 26, and stays at 26. Emmy Crumwell stays at number 30. So all of that may change. They've got have they got another qualifier today?
They have,
yeah, they
yes,
have.
Yeah, around about lunchtime or thereabouts.
Okay, so next pair then. Kestrel Beer Lane is Kai Cooper, Fenny Racing. Another local lad, House from Wollaston. Currently the...
It's okay, sorry, he's just been pushed back. I beg your pardon, John.
Okay.
Sorry, you wouldn't have seen that looking forwards, but...
no, indeed. Daniel Weir then, on his own in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. Currently our number 12 qualifier, and he ran a 0.02 reaction time, a 0.07 this time. So no change for him, stays in the number 12 spot. And as you say, Kai Cooper being pushed, or has been pushed back there, so whether we're likely to see him back out again or not, I don't know.
But we have the other Cooper on the start line. That's Jake in the Slick Tricks lane. Going to be taking on Grace Smith with the Boost Monkey. Now, Jake was one of our 00 bunch yesterday, went 009 on the Christmas tree. Junior dragsters are, well, they are kids, obviously, in there. That's why they're called juniors. You can start racing at 8 years old, finishing up around about 16 or 17, there or thereabouts, depending on when you're born. And a lot of them move on into other classes, quicker and faster cars or bikes. We also have junior drag bikes as well, if that's your kind of thing. The attention to detail on these cars is amazing. If you check out Grace Smith's car in the Kestrel lane, twin parachutes as well. Look at that.
That's wonderful.
It's good, isn't it? And a single one on Jake's car.
Well, currently Grace is number 14. Jake, as you said, I think, Darryl, number 8. And a 0.3 and a 0.2. I don't think that's going to move anybody. We'll have a quick look. As they complete the run, they stay in their existing positions. It was a great qualifying day yesterday. They were doing so well, the youngsters. And I don't think we've seen anybody better themselves yet, have we?
Chevy did. I think Chev definitely. Chev did, but I think that's the only one so far.
Yeah.
It's, well, they were all that good yesterday. I think that's what we take from that.
Well, number 2 qualifier. Here we go. In the Kestrel Beers lane. That's Finley Fagg. And his number 2 reaction time was 0.04 of a second. Molly Openshaw is in qualifying position number 18. So let's see if... I can't imagine they're going to go back. Well, certainly Molly could get onto the front page of our computer screen here. But it's going to be difficult, I think, for Finley to go any quicker.
Yeah, Finley was number 1 for some time. Still 2 very good lights, though. 0.4 for Molly. That might help, actually.
Yeah, it may well do.
A little bit. That might take her to 17 instead of 18. There we go. Like magic.
Yeah.
Finley stays number 2, though, with no improvement. Okay, so that's Damien Redshaw. His brother's right up there at the top of the list in Junior Dragster over the last day or so. See if he can join him against Marie Camilleri. I think these two paired up a number of times yesterday as well, actually. So Marie is from Montpellier, just a bit south of Brighton, I think.
Yeah, I think we went through that yesterday.
We did.
Turn right at Bognor.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we did, yeah. I know what you mean.
So, 23 is where Damien sits in the qualifying. 15, Marie. So let's see how we get on, Marie, out there in the Slick Tricks racing lane. I don't think that's going to be any improvement. 0.13 reaction time in the... no, stay exactly the same. 23rd spot for Damien, 15th spot for Marie. So the next pair are ready to run. Even with the juniors, with the kids, they come through. They're all ready to run. It is really, really great that the way everything moves like clockwork. When one pair are out there on the track, the next pair are ready to run. So it's instilled in them from a very early age when they're in these junior dragsters. And a lot of the kids have already gone on. They've done their sort of schooling in the junior dragsters, and they're now racing in the big boys classes. So we'll sure mention some of those as the day goes on. Ted Sullivan is in the Kestrel Beers lane. He's currently 27th in the qualifying. Harley Coursell in the Slick Tricks Racing is currently number 9. And that's no betterment for him. I wonder if Ted with the... Oh, red light for Ted. So no betterment for either again. They stay in exactly the same position.
Well, Harley and the team will be very happy with that 8.000 on the board at the top end, because when it comes to racing, it's like a proper bracket race. Cutting lights and running the number. So Richard Wilcox is number 1 at the moment, and the young man in a very, very nicely turned out dragster in the Kestrel lane. Double classes. He also races in junior drag bike as well.
Busy boy.
Absolutely that. And so's his dad as well, running both of them. Up against young Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb. That's her dad, Steve, bringing her into stage. You'll see Steve round again very, very shortly, directing traffic and being crew chief for Mark Coursell with the ball breaker in Super Pro.
Well, Ada is number 11 in the qualifying, so
yeah,
a 0-2.
Not going to improve, but another great light for Ada. That's very good indeed. Richard Wilcox with a 0.11. Not quite where he was yesterday, but again, a couple more chances before they go into eliminations. So Lara and Jacqueline Bartlett, your next pair. Or Jacqueline Bartlett, Colleen. Suzanne was proud of me for remembering that yesterday. I think is the most polite way I can put it. But anyway, yeah. In the Slick Tricks lane, 2 Slick Tricks cars as well. Jacqueline is number 20. Lara is 13. Lara's best reaction time yesterday was an 0.24. Or 0.024 even. Which is still unbelievably good. And she's still only number 13.
Yeah. Must be cold out there. Keith's got a jacket on.
Well, it's a chilly start to the day, but it is forecast to rise to a very, very pleasant, very pleasant day at the drag today. And once again, a tailwind, which always helps people run quick. Do you know one thing I noticed yesterday, and a few posts people were making? As the track got rubbered in, as we call it, got a bit more rubber on it during the day, people that were racing were changing the way they did things simply to help with getting off the line quicker, because the track was getting better and better.
Yeah.
Jacqueline with an 0.36 up to number 16. No help for Lara that time.
Well, here's Luke Muggeridge coming through into the Kestrel lane. Currently, we don't have a qualifying spot. Luke was out yesterday, wasn't he? Running? Or not? Am I...
No, Luke wasn't.
No.
Maybe Luke was one of those that went to school.
Okay.
Luke, yeah, well, you never... I mean, it really depends. That car's called the Velocidragster, and if you're a kid and you ever want to design your own car, that's it. It's got a big dinosaur on the side of it. It looks very cool. Luke goes 0.56 off the trailer. Does put himself a little bit of a disadvantage not running on Friday, but school is always the most important thing, presuming that's where he was. Gets in at number 21 and bumps Ellie Fagg back one spot, from 29 to 30. Also, another name that wasn't here yesterday. I was sure there were 32 cars.
Yeah.
First of all, Jack Taylor in the Black Magic Dragster in the Kestrel lane. I had a real pleasure of talking to Jack's dad, Steve, who's down there last night at length. Steve, pleasure to meet you, mate. I'm really sorry I've never bumped into you before, but we had a really good chat about it, and he said that Thomas really helped Jack out a lot with his racing. You can see that's Thomas out front directing traffic, and also the debut for young Eva Davis. That's her dad, Nick.
Yeah.
The one and only Nick Davis.
A master driver himself in many types of drag racing car, Nick Davis. Plus, of course, he runs quite a nice engine business with one Rob Loring called Ice Automotive.
There's Rob standing down there too. Rob's looking on as well.
Well, a 0.7 for Eva, reaction time. And for Jack Taylor, a 0.11. So Eva goes in at position number 25. Jack stays at 22.
How cool is that? The thing I love about that as well is that obviously Dad's fuel altered is called Havoc. The junior dragster is called Mayhem. And they both have the same paint style on them as well.
Wonderful.
How cool is that? Neve Devey up next in the Kestrel lane against Freddie Taylor. Once again, I had the pleasure of bumping into the one and only Richard Devey last night and received only a minor clip round the ear yesterday for mentioning him yesterday, and in a good light, I thought, but he wasn't so... didn't seem to agree against Freddie Taylor with the Outlaw.
Well, Freddie's currently number 6. Neve currently number 17. And reaction time for Freddie was a 0.07 yesterday. It's a 0.3 this morning. And a red light for Neve. They're really trying to explore the envelope, aren't they? Just to see if they can get right on that 0.000.
Well, after 5 runs yesterday, yeah, a lot of them have kind of nailed it down yesterday, but they just want to see how close they can get it today. Right, I think this will be our last car. It is Kai Cooper, actually, who didn't get to run earlier, before we move into Pro ET.
Well, a 0.07 reaction time, that time for Kai Cooper. That may have the effect of moving him up. It does. 1 spot from 27th to 26th. So just having a quick look to see how many cars we've actually seen now. So we've got a full 32 car field in Junior Dragster. So that's obviously what we're going to be running, a 32 car field, when we get into eliminations. So up and coming, I think it's Pro ET we're going to be looking at. Certainly that's what's on the schedule. So slightly larger vehicles now this time, ladies and gentlemen. So here's our first pair. And of course these drivers also yesterday had 5 qualifying sessions. And let's just have
I think that might be John's. So with Jason Pickett and his Cherry Bomb and Thomas Bublitz.
So our next pair is Bob Malden with the White Noise Peugeot taking on John Dalrymple with the Full Tilt Willis.
Yeah, John Dalrymple had a good day yesterday. He's currently number 5. The qualifying here based on predicted times. You can see those times on the board at the top end. The little Peugeot looking to run 9.35. 9:38 that time for Bob Malden, not bad at all. Okay, up next, Kirsty Tramp with the Camaro today, dials 11.79 in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on against Laura Baton with the Capri. Laura had a real, what's the word? I'm not going to say a rough day, but a nail-biting day yesterday. Oh, so close to a perfect run.
Well, great start line reaction from Kirsty Tramp.
Very.
0.005. But Laura, 10.34 on a 10.24 dial-in, still keeps her in the number 31 spot. And I didn't know what happened with
11.89, no closer to her dial-in.
Well, she did what she did yesterday. First run yesterday, I think she dialed at 11.78 and ran 11.88. So she was a 10th off yesterday morning. She's a 10th off now.
Right. Next pair is going to be Dave Rudd in the Kestrel lane, currently number 2 from yesterday, against Matthew Dowdy, who is on the outside looking in by that, number 33. I've got a very important announcement to make in just a moment on these two run. Dave Rudd looks like he's backed on. Can Matthew Dowdy run at 11? $12.35 again. Okay, so announcement from John Turner with the Greenfish Racing Barracuda. Very long shot. Is there anyone at or near the pod that has a crank key and harmonic balancer for a big block Mopar? So anyone nearby that's got a crank key and a harmonic balancer for a big block Mopar. Big block Mopar, please. Thank you very much indeed.
Well done. Dave Fulton is the man. Currently in the number 3 spot, sitting in the Kestrel Beers lane in that Chevy Nova, alongside Mark Huxley in a Toyota Corolla, who's currently in the number 4 spot. So these two, really, this is a race between them. Let's see what happens. And they both got green lights. Neither of them broke out. And they stay where they are.
So once again, this is qualifying on dial-ins. So basically, you wake up in the morning, you go, I think I'm going to run A, and then you've got to run as close to that as you physically can without going any faster than it.
Slightly more scientific than that, but you are. That is pretty much it, isn't it? No?
Wasn't when I did it.
Okay, fair enough then.
I used to do this.
Okay. In case for any of those that can't see Thomas, he just licked his finger. That was all. Sean Law, number 34 at the moment. They were overjoyed to get back into the 8s yesterday. Dials an 8.75 today. That's either optimistic or they know something we don't. Against Warren Watts in the Kestrel lane with the door car, 8.94 for the Camaro.
I think that's the fastest he's dialed in.
Both of them, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody. Weather's perfect this morning. With the
Wow. 10.56 for Warren Watts. That's good. Well done. And moving up to the number 32 spot with that run of 8.87 was the car in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, Sean Law with, I think that's going to be one of, if not his quickest run ever. Excellent stuff. So Neil Watkins with the little Purple Express turned into an impromptu tow vehicle for John Turner yesterday on the way back to the pits, unfortunately. Not only is it a race truck, it's a tow truck. Kestrel Lane, he got back there quickly before you ask. Against Alfie Ratton.
Well, the little Toyota Corolla in the Slick Tricks lane in the number 7 spot at the moment. Starts in at 8.98 and runs a 9.0. So he gets bumped down because Neil Watkins in that little truck ran an 11.23. So Alfie Ratton gets pushed back one because the other driver moved up quite a few spaces.
And he was also only 5 thousandths off his dialing. Well done to the Watkins family. There's Malcolm with a little dragster, currently 27, a bit precarious, getting close to what we call the bump spot, i.e. the last place in the 32 car field, or the qualified 32 car field. On the outside though, i.e. number 33, is the man in the Mustang being guided into stage by Michelle, his wife. That's Roy Walker.
Can we have Super Gas to the pairing lanes now, please? Super Gas to the pairing lanes now. Well, the Mustang running a big block 540 cubic inch engine, and it's a 2-litre Pinto engine in that dragster. And I think it went off the screen so quick, I think they said exactly where they were.
There we go. You can tell Kieran's on the numbers, on the buttons next door, because it gives us no chance. Anyway, no improvement for either. Liz Malcolm went 10.89 and a 9.49 for Roy Walker. He still is number 33. They have one more chance today, 2 more chances tomorrow. End of story. The field will be set. Tom Watkins and Daniel Fulton with the Pontiac.
Yeah, the Firebird out there. I think it's, I don't know, 68, 69 Firebird. I can't see the front, but the shape reminiscent of that. And the Doris, the Dodge Charger, out in the left-hand lane with the hands of Thomas Watkins, leaping off the line, looking for an 8.95. And runs, just breaks out by a couple of thousandths of a second with an 8.94.
Daniel Fulton as well with a breakout, 10.08. No improvement for either of them. So the plum crazy Cuda of Simon is from just up the road in Rawns in the Slick Tricks lane. 10.56 is the number on the board for him against Chris Newsom with the car that, if we had pro stock in the UK, it would look like this, if you like.
Well, it's a Rover ZS or an MG. I'm never certain, or don't know which it is, a Rover or an MG.
Whatever it is, it's being pushed back, unfortunately. Not going to make this run. So Simon is on his own. He's number 24, but knowing this lot, he's probably only 200ths off his dialing.
Yeah, because it's all very, very close here, isn't it? So dials in a 10.56, runs a 10.67, stays in the number 24 qualifying spot.
You wonder what the track crew are doing as well. They just keep popping out from behind the wall. They're measuring the traction on the racetrack. They post that information for the racers to use. They post that information for the racers to use when setting up their vehicles as to basically how much stick to give it, I think is the technical. Is that technical enough?
I think so.
Yeah.
So we've got Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger in the Kestrel Beers lane. Old habits are terrible to
Old habits are terrible. I like that. That's the best thing you've said in the last 2 days, definitely.
And Stevie Gates is the man out there in the Plymouth Duster, currently number 16. Dave is currently with that sedan delivery is currently number 17, the Dark Revenger, in the qualifying. So let's see how we get on. Is that going to change with this run? They try to get as close to that dialed-in time on the finishing gantry. 9.72, 9.50 as they can. So 9.98 for Dave and 9.44 for the car in the slick tricks lane.
So Mason Griffiths from up there in Wrexham. Dave Rudd came up yesterday because he wanted to find out. Dave Rudd's number one, currently number 2 in qualifying. Mason Griffiths is number 1. He wanted to find out what the rest of the numbers were to see how close these two together were, because they pit together. They're good buddies at home and everything else as well. Come from the same area, and yeah, there's a little bit of friendly rivalry going on, I think. 8.98 for him and a 10.43 for Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Anglia. So we've got Annie the Anglia, Doris the Dodge.
Yeah.
We should have Dave the Dragster.
For a 9.0 on an 8.98. Mason Griffiths, no change
In the order at all. So, Will Clark. Will Clark, Kestrel Lane, 9.71 for the little junior comp dragster. Taking on Amy Watkins with the That a Bird Firebird.
More dialed in times, 9.71, 9.45 for the little dragster and the Firebird.
Nice for Amy.
Exactly the same. Exactly the same positions.
Yeah, both very close to their darlings. Amy was only just over 100th off. One thing I really enjoy watching, John, again from your days, you remember this. There's a whole bunch of people on VIP up here that have obviously never been before. So we are basically seeing the some of the slow. I don't want to say it like this because they're not slow, but some of the slower cars and quieter cars that we have here this weekend, and they're all jumping out of their skins. Give it about an hour or two, folks. We might redefine what's loud for you.
Yeah.
Lee Morris, Brett Featherstone. Brett, your champion in Pro ET from last year. 9.39 is what Brett's looking for. He goes 40 with a 0.
Oh, that might move. No, it doesn't. Keeps him crikey.
He was that good yesterday. Yeah, they both stay put. Lee Morris goes 10.15.
Well, car in the right-hand lane. It's one of these new cars which I found out about yesterday. I haven't been along here commentating for quite some time now. And these, what are they called?
They're called Junior Comp Dragsters.
Junior Comp Dragsters. They run with motorcycle engines in them. So you've got a 1000cc a Yamaha or Honda or whatever engine in there with a lightweight chassis, and they can give a V8, as you're watching out there, a good run for its money.
Very much so.
There you are. John Bean is the one who's going to get there first. He's in the number 23 qualifying spot. No change at all. They stay out.
Broke out by 5 thousandths, John Bean did that time.
Incredible.
I know. And Nick Mugridge, though, is going to be killer on race day. He was 0-1 on the tree, and he went 9.99 on a 9.97. Now that boy has got that sussed. Look out. So another one of these junior comp cars. Do you fancy having a go on one of these, Tom? They look great fun.
Oh, I'd love a go. Yeah.
Well, it's a 1300cc motorcycle engine in the which is, I don't know, Hayabusa or something like that.
Yeah,
maybe. And dials in a 997.
Go 007 on the tree. Deary me.
One thing that these cars have that's quite different to all the other ones is you actually have to change gear 6 times, but either the 1 or the 2, so getting them consistent.
No, on a button. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Thank you very much, D. Tom. We
Yep.
move on to Super Pro, and for the first time, We move on to Mr. Parker.
Good morning.
Hello.
Bonjour and Guten Tag and all the other ones too. So, Super Pro yesterday was good fun.
Incredible. Thomas Haas sitting number 1.
Yeah.
And I think 16 10,000ths off his dial-in.
Basically.
But the other amazing thing about that run, 005 light at the same time.
That was amazing.
A 2,000s package.
I think instead of saying a Nats What's-It's away, we're going to have to define it as a Super Pro Racers dial-in away.
Yeah.
Because it's just that close, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it is.
Tom Atkinson and Stuart Morris. Numbers 3 and 4. Pair of door cars going at it. 860 Slick Tricks Lane, 838 for Tom. 72 for Tom. Where did that go? Stuart Morris does not improve. 800ths of a second off. Could we have Street Eliminator into the lanes, please? So, John, Paul Marston in the Dragster over there. His wife Sam backing him up, dialing 835, taking on AC Bell with the Pontiac. Paul Marston's been around a long while.
I went and had a chat with him yesterday about the history of this car, which is a winning American racing car, which Paul managed to get hold of a few years ago. It's one of those cars with the 4-link suspension on the back.
That's right.
And he says that really has changed his whole perception of drag racing.
Wow.
AC Bell's been doing very well. It's a number 20 spot. Paul Marston in the Kestrel Beers lane with the Dragster is currently number 14. So let's see if there's any change on that. Dialed in 835, runs on 841, stays 14. But AC Bell just touches the number 19 spot.
That'll be JT. AC Bell moves up 1 spot and he's only 300ths of a second off. I had the pleasure of bumping into John Tebbenham last night, and he was very, very happy indeed that he'd managed to run 4 runs yesterday over 150 miles an hour with a little pop. Full pops going 100. Well, they go a lot faster than that. There's plenty more of them.
Yeah.
But it's amazing when you consider what they were and what they have been.
They just don't look like they're made for it, do they? It's not a,
That's the whole idea of drag racing,
Yeah.
is making something that really doesn't look like it's supposed to go obscenely quick and fast, obviously.
My first ever car in 1962 was a Ford Pop, and it would go 0 to 60 in a fortnight.
Nice. At least it got there. Was that off a big cliff or just down a hill?
Yeah, well, either one.
Dave Russell, Slick Tricks Lane. Looking for 8.70. Both these two are well qualified at the moment. 66 too quick. 92 for John Tebbenham. That takes him up to the number 7 spot.
Yeah,
and
very good.
Another 150 mile an hour terminal speed.
Dave Russell stays number 6, but looking for that perfect line. Went 004 red.
Where else? Where else can you go and see a Morris Marina van doing battle with a Ford Pop and running speeds of 160 and 150 miles an hour? Where else other than drag racing and at Santa Pod?
Of course.
So here we come. And a complete change of style here, because we've got 2 rear-engine dragsters. Nick Good in the Kestrel lane, currently our number 11 qualifier, and Alan Didwell, and he did do well yesterday, number 9 qualifier in our Super Pro.
I love that. We've resisted saying that for years.
But I always used to say.
Did you? Okay.
Oh,
All
God.
right, sorry.
Didn't he do well?
Didn't he? Yeah. Definitely that. Alan Didwell is doing well. He's currently leading the Super Pro Points Championship, which is hard to do, as Chris knows.
It's a very difficult thing to do.
But both these guys have been around the sport for a long time now. They're really seasoned campaigners. So, whoa! Oh, Nick launches the car really hard. Wheels come up.
Oh, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. 760 for Alan Didwell. What we in the uninformed business call dialed. 760 on a 58. That'll work. That's why he's around a long time on race. The thing is, even if you have a couple of events where someone just does that bit better than you do that all the time, you'll be doing well.
Oh, yeah.
I went and spoke to Brian Pateman last night as well, and he says he's going to be putting a bit of the gas on today, I think. So
hence the number.
Yeah, the numbers come down significantly.
Yeah, so...
but that's a bit of the gas, not all of the gas.
Yeah, all
That-
of the
that-
gas is...
yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
all of the gas is a 7.
Yeah.
A bit of the gas is a 830-ish.
So that's the red Firebird in the Kestrel lane we're talking about. And Jens Konecki with the Rocket 88, the Oldsmobile, in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Well, 8:37 Brian's looking for. And goes quicker. 8.30. It was just interesting talking to Brian last night. I started here in early 81 doing the commentary, and Brian started, I think, a couple of months after me.
Is that right?
So 40 plus years we've been coming up here, and I've been talking about that man, that red Firebird, all that time.
All your working career, effectively.
Basically,
yeah.
Hence, Brian's
Unbelievable.
been one of my heroes from being a kid.
Yeah.
And the other thing as well, I have to say, is that he made your job a little bit easier because his car is plain red. So you could say the red car and the blue car had a race.
I did.
Awesome. And you did.
And that's
yes,
how
I'm
I
sure.
used to. So I feel a bit in the same sphere now, in actual fact, red car, blue car. But anyway, let's have a look at these two.
As if by magic, red car and blue car. Up
Yeah.
next, Patrick Dubois from France in the Kestrel lane, 7.37 for that immaculately turned out Milwaukee Pontiac GXP. I was calling it a GTO yesterday, sorry, it's a GXP. Against Joe Kellett, still dialing 890, which is the Super Comp number that his sister runs. That's an interesting way of doing it. I've never seen them do that before, Chris.
I think they've decided that the throttle stop will eventually give them an advantage in racing. Because you get to take the light first, but you still have massive speed at the top end.
Well, Clement goes 7.35 with the 7. Once again, right numbers, wrong way round. Breaks out.
That was Patrick.
Sorry. I guess Dubois is like Smith in France, in the nicest possible way. Well, I'm only kidding. It's because the whole family's here racing this weekend. That's what it is. So an 893 as well for Joe there. I mean, bang on the money again. I think you're right, though. That may be, well, you never know, maybe the way forward. And if they win like it, why didn't they think of it before?
Well, the car's doing the same. Doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
The car's doing the same thing in Super Comp as it's
Every
doing.
time.
You know.
Every time. It gives them both, actually, a better chance, realistically, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably. And, the difference between driver weight and that sort of thing, Joe and Leah drive pretty much the same. They probably don't, Joe's quite a slight guy. He's not, so there's probably not a lot of difference there.
Not much
between the two
either.
of them. Yeah.
Well, the car of Andy Thetford coming out into the Kestrel lane. I got a message from Dave Gibbons, our friend Dave Gibbons, last night, saying he built the engine in that car. Useless information, he called it. And that's the car that we used to watch Craig and Terry Gibbs campaigning years ago.
Taking on Lee Huxley, who ran his quickest ever run yesterday with the Dark Horse Mustang. Andy Thetford, look at that, 810, 175. They're very happy with that indeed. Stays not a 7, but he stays at number 27. Lee Huxley breaks out again with an 870. Only by a few thousand.
Well, Ashley Bell is underneath the tower in the Kestrel lane. Mark Coulsell just completing his burnout in this slingshot dragster. And we were talking quite a bit about the original designs of drag racing cars in the early 50s and 60s and 70s. And does Mark still run with the Wild Bunch?
He does.
He does.
Yeah. I don't think he's doing so this year. I think they're concentrating on Super Pro this year with the car.
Okay.
He still may be at Dragstalgia and something like that, but I think that's what they're doing this year. The engine nailed back together by crew chief Steve in record time last weekend. They dial an 8.10 today, so that is a normally aspirated small block Chevy, 383 cubic inches. Still goes like a scalded cat though. Up against Ashley Bell with the Teenage Dream Chevelle. Now this was the car that his lad AC was driving at the start of the season. Dad's now driving, and it's all ready for sale. Read into that what you will. He's number 28. Mark Coulsell is 24. Mark Coulsell yesterday went 165 miles an hour a couple of times. We're just checking something. Ashley Bell's car, yep, all good. Thumbs up in both lanes.
Well, red light for Mark Coulsell. Qualifying doesn't matter, but he dialed in an 810 and runs an 820. And Ashley Bell stays exactly the same. Dialed in an 893, running 944.
Now, talking of Dave Gibbons, that's the car Dave Gibbons ran for a number of years. The repop, if you will, of the Rough Diamonds, now known as the Scud. That's Al Schofield. Very happy birthday to backup girl Sharon and Marshall as well. For a lot of her time, they spend an awful lot of time here. The car itself is actually sold. Alan wants to run a 7 before it's moved on to the new owner, before Alan moves on to something even quicker. Fair to say he's got the bug. So happy birthday to Sharon Waters, who's out the front there. I know she can't hear me, but just wanted to say it while the car was out there on track. She's going to bring him forward. Up against Matt Peters in a car that, even though it was a team car to your car when you were racing, Chris, still with your engine in, apparently, yeah?
It is, yeah. It's pretty much the engine that I run, with the setup that I run. And going quicker than ever.
Got the parachute pin. Going quicker than ever as well, yeah?
Yep.
I mean, the conditions really are good, aren't they, for running quick this weekend?
And the track's great.
Well, Matt Peters is currently number 12 qualifier in class. Alan Schofield, 23.
Well, Alan Schofield won't be improving with that one.
I get a funny feeling that's the second time in a row Alan Schofield's not run off the transfer. It just
tootled off the line.
Tootled off the line.
Well, in the qualified order, they both stay put. A really, really nice run at 7.60 for Mr. Peters. But you got some great mixer cars in Super Pro. That's one thing about it, John. There's a mix of cars. I mean, in Pro ET, you get a pretty good mix, but they're mostly door cars.
Yeah.
In Super Pro, supercharged dragsters, normally aspirated dragsters, turbo dragsters, door cars, occasionally blown door cars, altered. Just it's so
the
much.
The occasional funny car.
Yeah.
What class was similar to this? Do you remember when you started?
I don't.
Okay.
It's as easy
But
as that.
we had obviously comp or super comp back in those days, but I think it was run off of class indexes, wasn't it? I think back then.
Yeah.
Back when this
Not dial
was,
your own in.
That's right. That's right.
Well, here's our number 1 qualifier, ladies and gentlemen, out there in the Slick Tricks Racing, this 69 Signet. And Thomas Haas is the man in control. Daniel Giles with a car that has been around this particular class of racing since it first started. And that's got to be 25 years ago, something like that?
Late 80s, which unfortunately is 35 years
35 years ago.
Sorry, John.
Nice. Time flashes by so quick.
It's also how the heck is late 1988, 35 years ago, but there we go anyway. So Daniel looking for 732. 733, very nice. Moves up to number 10.
Well done, Daniel.
Thomas
Spot
Haas on the money again.
Yeah.
806 on an 804.
Thomas just having a great trip. Yeah, last weekend was heavenly for them. Great weekend they had, and doing the same again this weekend.
And the great thing that's happened as well, since we've been running this morning with these two classes, the sky is almost completely cleared and it's a lovely sunny day, which is what we need. Well, so tell us, Chris, if you know how this came about. So this car in the Supercharged Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane is owned and tuned by that man down there, Sid, and Crunch as well. I understand Crunch isn't here this weekend. How did Barry Giles end up in the seat?
From what I know, Sid's got a really bad back. He was having real trouble in getting in and out of the car.
Okay.
They had a chat, and that just became a thing.
Really?
Sid wanted to run the car, but didn't feel that he was in the best position to be getting in and out of it.
Well, there's not anyone with as much or more experience than Barry, I wouldn't have said.
He's been around since the beginning of Super Pro, as we were just saying, you know.
Precisely that. He's in the Supercharged Small Fortune Dragster in the Slick Tricks lane against another man, well, the man on the outside definitely, who's got as much, if not more, experience than anyone. Jeff Hauser with his son Scott in the car. Jeff was around when you started as well, John?
Yeah.
You've known him a long time, too.
I have known him a long time. And we're mates as well as commentator and race team owner. And it's good to see that Scotty put in a great run yesterday, got himself the number 2 qualifying position, previous champion in this class, and running alongside another man. I'm sure Barry's been Super Pro champion.
He has.
Chris, hasn't he, over the years?
Yeah, he has.
Past champions out there qualifying together, ladies and gentlemen.
Still a bit of fuel coming out of that cylinder. It clears up instantly. Is that the way to run a 6 flat on and off the throttle? And he goes 598.
Wow.
He was on that, off and on that like a fiddler's elbow all the way down. Breaks out, needless to say. So does Scott Hauser, actually, only just though.
Yeah.
A few thousandths of a second for Scotty. Good looking run, but we were all watching Barry Giles. Well, he's run his first 6 this weekend, and he's run his first
And his first 5 too.
and his first 200 mile an hour run as well. I bet that was fun.
And for those people of touch inclination, it's now 5 o'clock somewhere.
It is.
So this is not exactly a pair-up you would expect to see on a racing track anywhere in the world. A Thornton coming up against, I think, a Datsun. So
You just got to love it. It's like the most eclectic mix of mad cars you'll ever see,
yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely. So Simon Barlow is the man with the Fulton van out there in the right-hand lane, and not as Dagenham built it, I can assure you. And this particular car dials in 7.5 seconds. And Bob Doyle from Braintree and Essex, had a quick chat with him yesterday. He wasn't that happy with the way the car had performed, but dials in an 8.99 with the 260Z in the Kestrel lane. So Datsun plays Fordson.
So Carl Harrison, who builds the engine and does the tuning for, well, a few people, brings Simon Barlow up into stage. Just going out to do a quick check. No, we're just going for a jog. Okay, that's good. Jogging's good. Just maybe not there. I think they're looking for something. That's what it is. Yeah. Just going to take the decision shortly, to shut them off, because there is the whole team here at Santapod run like clockwork, as you probably noticed so far. What happens is all the marshals you can see on the racetrack. You can see the chief starter there in Marshall over by the orange pop. All of them are in radio contact, and there's a number of them, what we call spotters, down the racetrack. You can see them up the quarter mile at the moment, but there's also a whole team beyond the finish line, half mile of shutdown or braking area, if you will, and you will see them numerous times throughout the day. They work their absolute backsides off. Very good morning to everyone up the top end. Morning, Angie. Morning to all the guys and girls up the top end working their damnedest to keep everything running smoothly. And one of the reasons it does run smoothly, when a car or bike goes through the finish line, they come round the corner at the top end, the team look over that vehicle, and if there's anything leaking, missing, whatever, they radio back to the start line crew or the rest of the crew so they can check it out. And that's actually exactly what happened there. They will have got a radio message to say, look, such and such is missing this part, please can you go check on it. They think they lost it around about here also.
Well, it's going to be Bob Doyle on his own then, and while Simon Barlow's car gets ready to be fired up again. So let's see how we go. Dialing in an 899. And that looks to be okay. 9.8, well, second adrift. But
I would guess that was a no nitrous pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bedding everything in. So Simon, but gives us a quick chance to have a look at Simon Barlow's pot while they grab the jug out to refuel it. This car runs with a supercharged methanol V8 based on a big block Chevy. It's one of those cars as well where it looks like a small amount of car's been attached to a huge engine, if you know what I mean.
Their startup procedure is just a bit more complex than Bob's, was there? So they're just taking their time, making sure that everything's all right, refire the car.
Yeah, it's not a case of turn it off and just start it up again, because they do use a lot of fuel, and the fuel tank is up front, and that engine does tend to drain it very, very quickly. Okay, folks, just a very couple of quick things while we have a pause for the moment. First of all, your main event official program, available for £5 from many outlets throughout the site. Please do stop by and grab yours. It gives you a great insight into what is going on and what's coming up too. The time now is around about 10:30. We're in the middle of Super Pro qualifying. We've got Super Gas and Street Eliminator, and then we go into our first qualifying session for all of our pro races this weekend, both FIA cars and FIM bikes. We start off though with a Fire Force 5 Jet Dragster. So those lovely people sitting on the VIP balcony. You think the sun's going to roast you today. Give it about half an hour. Anyway, you'll enjoy it, don't worry, and you won't go home disappointed. Yes, we'll just wave, because we've been here a couple of times. And then we move into Nitro Funny Car, Top Fuel, Top Methanol, Pro Modified, and then all the fabulous FIM bikes as well. The Super Twins, Top Fuel bike, the Super Street bike, who can forget them? Then at 11:30, the live action arena kicks off. That's behind the main spectator grandstand over there. Grandstand, banking even, with a terrific show that they always put on as well. We have the circus ongoing. The Circus Whiz actually has just opened down here over there in the entertainment village, I beg your pardon. And if you haven't been over and checked that out, it's quite amazing. There's a stage, there's a whole catering area and everything over there in the field. It's great. It's just like going to a festival with a bit of drag racing on. It's terrific. It's really, really good. Obviously the drag racing is what we're here for. Like I said, then another circus show at 1:30, and then all being well, we have the Battle of Britain Memorial Spitfire fly past too, which is going to be cool. Have you been in one?
Yep.
Was it good?
Flying in a Spitfire is one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life, I think. It's,
So how does it, just for those of us that haven't done it, we're going to see it in a little while.
Yeah.
How does it work? What do you do? Obviously,
you don't do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, they offer you the chance to fly. You're sitting behind the pilot. I had a pretty girl pilot in mind, which was, I didn't expect that.
Was that extra?
I have no idea. It was a present for me, so I've no idea. But it's one of those things where I found, having been a kid, a boom kid, when I was a little un, Spitfires were still in service, of course, and I lived near Biggin Hill, and you would see Spits going over to land and things like that. Never ever imagining that when I was at the age I got this flight in a Spitfire, that I'd be in one. But you pinch yourself because you're sitting there and you're looking out on this very, very famous elliptical wing. And it really is something else. The thing that amazed me about it, this Anna Walker was the lady who flew me, and she said, do you want to do anything? Do you want to do aerobatics and stuff like that? And I said, not particularly for me, but what I would like to do is a victory roll, which the pilots used to do when they used to come back. Well, I always thought that was just a smooth roll over, and it really is. They put on speed, put the nose down, and then wrench the stick round. You know, so your stomach is going that way, and the plane is going the other way. But yeah, it was great.
You definitely recommend it then?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, back to the racing. Simon Barlow reheats the tyres in the orange pop. The engine's probably got enough heating it as it is. Looking for a 7.50 is the number on the board at the top end. That was good to hear, John. Thanks. That was good. It must have been fun.
It was unbelievable. I still can't believe it. It was a present from the boys, the lads that I work with, and I didn't realise I was going to get that. So it was really great. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Anyway, here we go. Simon Barlow, 7.5 seconds in a Fordson van. I mean, it takes a bit of believing, doesn't it?
They're in the 60s now.
The pops are in the 60s.
He's run 7 zeros with this as well.
So 7.5 seconds is what he's looking for. That is just floating around that. That would scare the daylights out of me, I think, to be in something like that. Runs through in at 8.38.
Yeah, 1.11 to 60 foot, hit it a little bit harder off the start line that week, that time. They don't normally run in Super Pro. They are here, I'm sure, primarily for testing, make sure everything works after the long winter rebuild.
Found themselves a good track. And
exactly that. So, Super Pro sponsors for 2023. All the good people that helped the Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro Championship. AJS Bodyworks, A-Leak Roofing, Orders Automotive, Another Small F Limited, the Bath Bloke, that's Bob Molden, you saw him earlier, BG Motors, Copyright Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, Good Vibration Motorsport, Harry's Coachworks and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Waters Dental, HR Racing, Hydra Hose, Joe Kellett Racing, MJC Property Solutions, JK Foreigners Technic, Pateman Racing, Pete Waters Race Design, Plane Racing, Premier Rosettes, RW Services and Custom Paint, S&B Racing, Solo Precision, Swinney & Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics, and the ever-wonderful Wizard Windscreens. So, our next pair are Elodie Dubois, who wants to wish a very, very big happy birthday to Clement, who will be out here, Clement Dubois, who will be out in Supercom probably very shortly. And
out there in the Slick Tricks lane, that's Ron Bartlett with the Sweet FA. Little Anglia, FA of course for Ford Anglia, and slightly different from the way it came out of Dagenham. This has got a 584 cubic inch big block engine in it, dials in an 8.22. And the Dragster dials in at 746.
Yeah, the factory versions had smaller wheelie bars, didn't they?
Yeah.
So Elodie coasting 850 for Ron. No idea where that went.
No, and he dialed quicker than yesterday, so he was expecting that he was around where he was yesterday again because he broke out a couple of times.
Yeah, speed scrubbed off a lot at the top end. Fuel Funny Car into the pairing lanes, please, for your first session of the weekend.
But Elodie making the sensible option there and getting out of it. I saw the front end actually washed out before it suddenly the front end went left.
That's got to be a weird feeling.
It's more of a four-link thing than it is a solid chassis thing. I've had it happen, and it is quite disconcerting.
So is it the car wobbling about effectively that makes
four-link cars for some reason tend to, even when the rear end's moving about, they tend to stay pointed in the same direction.
Okay.
Which seems weird, but they move around and the whole car seems to move together. But sometimes it just seems that it picks the front end up and moves it one way. And once it does, you're out of the throttle. And you want to be out of it really quick.
Saving the car is always the... which, unfortunately for Billy Gain, he did a couple of times last weekend at Door Slammers. Moving on from that, though, he's had a much better weekend this weekend. Where's the number one on the Vauxhall? By virtue of being Super Pro champion last year. 790, though. 801 at 172. That's a very big.
They obviously knew something. They'd obviously changed something, though.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Stays in position number 15, though. So there you are.
And interestingly, the car pushed right all the way down the track. It was pushing right, but it didn't do that thing of having the waggle at the track.
Yeah, it wasn't wiggling, which is a bad,
It seemed like it was lighter earlier.
So, Jack Brewster with the Just Mustard Firebird.
You may have noticed we haven't seen Pete Walters this morning.
I did see the post, though.
Yeah, they lost their oil pickup yesterday on the run.
Right.
Spun some bearings. Didn't do the crank a lot of good.
Oh dear.
So it's repairable, but it's not repairable here. So they're done for the weekend.
What a great shame.
Yeah, Pete's had a bit of a, well, the whole team have had a bit of a rough start to the year, haven't they? Obviously, with Rich, Rich is okay now, but Rich having not being well, not being able to make Easter or the spring speed as it was. So let's see how Jack Brewster does.
Yeah. We saw a few runs. The car is capable of so much, and it, like you said yesterday, it just looks like a pro mod car, doesn't it?
It is. For all intents and purposes. Still picked up to the left slightly, but he got out of it before it got worse.
Much better.
Much more like it. Coasts on through to a 10.47, 88 miles an hour. That car has low 7 seconds, probably even 6 seconds potential.
Yeah. I think it's very much a softly catchy monkey with that car at the moment, isn't it?
They've had a few repairs to do over the last couple of years, from the car being a little errant, I think is the best way I can put it. So he wants to make, they want to make every weekend from start to finish and take it easy. So thank you very much indeed, Chris.
Thank you very much for having me, and I'll see you later in the day.
Chris.
Enjoy
Thank
yourself
you
back
much.
on the bank with your lovely wife. So thank you very much. Now, I'm very sorry because I'm going to actually check, to see if I have a list of two-seater rides today. We don't yet, unfortunately. So, not sure who's in the two-seater. Yes, you can book to go in this car. Yes, you can scare yourself witless. And for anyone listening, I said witless. As a number of people have done over the years. I've had the privilege of being at the top end when some of the passengers, well, the car obviously, and the passengers come round the top end.
And what's the usual feeling when they've got round there?
I think euphoria is probably the best way of describing it. But it's like nothing else that you can do. Nothing else.
So, is it Paul driving? Paul Brown still?
I think it is
Yes.
Paul. Yes, because well, you can always tell there's one of two people that drives it. Steve Warner is outside.
Yeah.
Checking in, make sure everything is running well.
See, this car is the reason why I'm annoyed with my mum.
Go on.
Because she's got a faster timing ticket than I have.
Because she's been in
She's been in it.
it. I'm surprised you didn't get this for your birthday, John. Maybe next year.
I'm fine. So, what do we normally see here?
780, 790.
780, yep, about that. There we go, 787. 170 miles an hour with the shootout as well. So I'm very sorry I don't know the name of the young person, or not necessarily young person, that was in there, but I'm sure it was definitely worth the wait. The whole experience is one thing that you really will enjoy. So check out the santapod.com website if you fancy having a go. Normally it's combined with, I was going to say hospitalising people, hospitality, if you will. Yeah, it's a great way to show someone you love them by scaring the living daylights out of them.
Indeed.
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of track prep going on. Again, once if you haven't been before, then just to keep you up to speed with what's happening. So the racetrack itself, the quarter mile here at Santa Pod, is very, very meticulously prepared and looked after by the expert team. You're about to see what's affectionately known as the glue bird. There it is, out there on the racetrack. Now, that's not water being sprayed. That's glue. It is a very specialist mixture of what we call traction compound, and it makes it unbelievably sticky. It's sticky enough to take the soles off of your shoes. If anyone is daft enough to walk across it with flip-flops, they won't have them by the time they get to the other side. Yeah, it's very, very cool. And the track preparation is a key part of what you're going to see today, and one of the main reasons that all the vehicles out here that you're going to see can run as quick and as fast as they can. Track prep's another thing that's come a long way since.
It
it wasn't about, was it? I don't think really then so much, you know.
Well, in those days, if you remember, the crew man or person would have a jug of glue that when they do the burnout under the tower, they would then put a blob of glue underneath the rear wheels and spin the rear wheels up, and that was enough to give it more traction on the strip. Well, it's all done. You don't need to do that anymore now because the track is so well prepped here at the pod. And it is reported to be one of the best tracks in the world, so it's has a lot to live up to.
Well, it's also the one thing that, well, there's lots of things that make it very good. The track crew that look after it are pretty much the main ingredient, but the weather really helps because we have a lot cooler weather, which is much better for engines to produce horsepower than places specifically in the States, because a lot of the time when they race in the summer in the US, they race in some really hot, humid, quite frankly, uncomfortable, horrible conditions. So they get the weather like this maybe at the very start of the season, maybe at the very end, but a long way through the middle, it's nothing like this. Also, the other thing, we had a brand new racetrack here 5 years ago, all concrete. Now, the difference that makes doesn't sound like it makes a lot of difference, but the thing with concrete is that it's less, what's the word I'm looking for? With asphalt is stones, crushed stones. They're all crushed together with tarmac. So when you actually lay it, it does have tiny holes in it, lots and lots and lots of tiny holes. Whereas concrete is one solid mass, which means the contact patch for the tyres is much more. Come on, help! What's the word I'm looking for?
It's larger, isn't it?
There you go. That's the word. Thank you very much. Larger was the word I was looking for. See, I never get to use that word in normal life. only up here. So anyway, the contact patch is much larger. Also, the other thing as well is when it does heat up, which it does. I mean, a matte black surface in the sunshine will get very warm.
Yep.
Concrete doesn't move around as much. It's not as it doesn't shift around as much. So concrete is another thing that really makes a very, very big difference.
It also holds the heat a lot better as well.
Yeah.
With the old asphalt track, if the sun came out for 10 minutes, the track would be hot. If the sun went away again for 10 minutes, the track was cold again.
Whereas with concrete, it, like you said, it gets warmer and it retains heat. It also retains heat further into the evening as well, which does make it just means the track is a lot more consistent throughout the day, throughout the weekends, and so on. Provided it's sunny, which it is for most of this weekend.
Well, there you are. So a little lesson in how to look after your garden path.
If your garden path is quarter mile long and covered in glue.
Absolutely. So there you go. But it is, as I say, reputed to be one of the best tracks in the world. So, there you are. But we're moving on with Supergas now. Well, you've been watching people dial in the times that they want to predict their vehicles are going to run. Here they have to run to one dialed in time of 9.90 seconds. I was trying to think when Supergas. I was trying to think when Supergas first started. What was that? Early 90s?
About mid-80s, I think.
Mid-80s,
And
so
I'm
it's
pretty
early as
sure
that.
it was Jeff Hauser was one of the instigators, the original class back then.
Wow, okay. Okay.
So a very good morning as well to somebody else. Adam Gledo, thank you very much indeed for messaging in. Sending a picture of the Bentley 1930 6.5 litre Bentley engine that he's working on at the moment.
Wow.
Wow. Going back to Adam. Adam, you have a cool job, sir. And you are a bit of a dude yourself, young man. Well done. Anyway, back to the racing. 990s are on the board at the top end.
So Andy Dibley was the one who tried to turn right and then straighten it up in the slick zone. We're looking at 990. What do we get? A 980 breakout from Andy Dibley. A 10.08 for Ronald House, which gets him the number 5 spot.
Could we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, folks, into the pairing lanes, please. Yeah, that's Ronald House. It's funny, actually, because his name is spelled H-U-I-S, which is obviously the Dust version. As I said to you yesterday, if you go past their rig in the pits, it says House, H-O-U-S-E.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
very nice of them to translate it.
What? Who's this in the right-hand lane then?
Disco Bob.
Bobby the DJ. And I went and had a chat with him last night, the man driving the little Peugeot. I said, Bobby, are you still DJing? He went, no. Retired, yeah.
985s. 500ths of a second too quick. Basically, this is another form of drag racing that's quite maddening because it's very, very difficult to get right on that 990 and not go too quick.
Yep.
There's a lot of variables, but they do such a good job of it. I mean, look at that. Top 10, 992.
Yeah.
991 all the way down to number 8. Absolutely incredible.
Well, I stopped by and said hello to Bob and Stuart Doyney yesterday evening. They look quite pleased with themselves. Mark White is the man in the Kestrel's beer lane in the Vega. So, Krogi Roadster in the Slick Tricks lane. And a 9.91, that moves Mark White up to number 4.
Only number 4.
Wow.
Dearie me. Well done, sir. No help in the other lane with a 986, unfortunately. So Dan Page with John Morton's car. Sadly, we lost John actually during the event of the European finals last year, not in a racing accident, I have to say.
Yeah.
This is John's car. Dan racing in his honour. Throughout this season, got a lot of help from so many people to be out here, and I know Dan is very, very grateful. He was originally number 1 yesterday, got bumped back to number 2. What can he do about retaking that number 1 spot?
Andy Harrison in the Kestrel beer lane is currently in the number 5 spot. Both these drivers have done 991s. Just Dan's was a little bit better than Andy's.
Well, Dan Page stays at number 2. And breakout in the left-hand lane. A 9.87 as opposed to a 9.90. So there you go. These guys and girls know their cars so well in this class. Tim Moore is the man in the Chevrolet, the 55 Chevy in the Kestrel lane, and the Falcon in the right-hand lane with Simon Fulton. Now currently Tim is number 14 qualifier, Simon number 9. Good run. Tim Moore moves up to the number 9 spot with that 991. Well done to him.
The top 10 are all 991s.
Yeah. You're so right. My goodness me, how tight is that? That is absolutely fabulous, isn't it?
So if you're wondering why these cars are launching and then like almost stopping again, that's not a fault of the cars. They have something on them called a throttle stop. So it basically means they can dial the cars in to run a 9.90 without tuning the car to run a 9.90. Saying that, Mark Huxley on the line in the Slick Tricks lane, he doesn't run one. So you'll see him go off in the distance. Dave Fulton's throttle stop will kick in and then release. There you go. So Mark's going to do his best to stay in front or next to Dave going over the line.
Well, Dave Fulton breaks out, so stays in the number 11 spot. And Mark Huxley stays, I think it was in number 13. He was qualified in.
In fact, actually, I think this is probably a better race to show you what the throttle stops do. Pete Cresswell in the Kestrel B lane, currently your number 1 qualifier with a 9.90. He has quite a strong throttle stop. This car can run into the 8, taking on Wayne Hiscock in the Slitrix lane. Now, this car is not fitted with a throttle stop, and he goes over the line about 90 miles an hour because he gets to about 1,000 foot and then lifts. So you see the throttle stop of Pete Cresswell kick in. It's going to release right about now. There you go.
And he's then in chase mode. And gets to the top end first, 992 to a 9.90.
With a 1. Wayne Hiscock just went 99 miles an hour over the line.
Wow.
And goes 990 with a 1.
So he's the new number 1.
Yes, he's just knocked the guy in the other lane down a peg.
Yep. Extraordinary. Right, now then, next pair. Stuart Morris. I think we've seen both of these cars out here in an alternative class this morning. Stuart currently is the number 8 qualifier. Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger is currently number 17. So the sedan delivery built by Des Taylor all those years ago. Now then, let's see what happens with Dave Cherrett. And Dave runs through a 992. That moves him up to spot number 14. Stuart stays at number 8.
Can we just get the... There we go, look. So, Stefan Ratheltraff currently on the outside looking in. Dave Cherrett was on the outside, but he's currently moved back in to number 14th spot with a 992.
Yeah. Extraordinary. Now we're going on with Street Eliminator.
Oh, is it all-run field? Ah, okay. So, turns out Supergas is an all-run field, so there's...
oh, is it?
Yeah, so there's no bump spot.
Ah, okay. Alrighty. Explain a little bit about Street Eliminator then, Tomboy.
So, these cars are street legal, and as you see them now, they are street legal. They could run... finish this run, turn off the end of the track. Yeah, they could turn off the end of the track and go to the shops if they wanted to. Of course, that's Rob Carter with Percy the Passat in the Slitrix lane. Goes 8.22. That moves him up to the number 3 spot. I think that's probably one of the fastest passes he's ever made.
That is the biggest run ever.
Yeah. So, yeah, completely street legal. And both these cars here you see on the line are 200-mile-an-hour cars. Of course, Andy Bond with in the Slitrix lane with the Ugly Sister taking on Mark Sheridan with that lovely CUDA in the Kestrel beer lane. Now, Mark's been dialing his car in differently to everyone else. He's gone for the top end first and he's working his way to the line. But what that means is he's managed to do a 10-second run at 197 mile an hour.
That's incredible. So street legal cars. And Mark Sheridan pulls the red, but look at the Ugly Sister just picking up her skirt and running. And you were saying 200 miles an hour, 203 miles an hour. My goodness. So Andy Bond, number 1 qualifier in class, and Mark Sheridan, I think, was number 2.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, just for top fuel, I'll do the intro and then just point at him. That's all right.
Can we have FIA top methanol into the pairing lanes, please? That is FIA top methanol. So, James Murray with the Sleeper Cortina. I think that's got an LS in it. Nitrous assisted, I believe. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Against Al Williamson with the Howling Hauler. This thing is destined for 7s. I'm not sure if he's done it before.
defies your eye to see a pickup truck do that. I mean, look how quick that is. Runs through 8.32. Had run an 8.2 yesterday. So they are just so unbelievably fast. And to think you can drive these on the road. So next pair coming through. Robert Slater from Stoke-on-Trent with the Chevrolet Bel Air in the Kestrel lane. Now currently number 6 qualifier, having run a 9.18. And Alan McSweeney from Cheshunt with the Evolution. It's such a strange word to say. The Volvo 162. And I left the control tower yesterday when Julian was up here explaining all the different numbers of Volvos and things like that. I just got totally lost. But he reckons this was an import, family-run import, the Volvo.
And of course, the car of Rob Slater, he drives here. So if you wanted any proof of if it's street legal or not, yeah, he drove it here.
So, what was my goodness me. Number 2 then, 7.76 for Alan McSweeney.
And Rob Slater, 8.90. That is his first ever 8-second pass. That is an 8-second door car that he drove here. That is insane.
Extraordinary. So, we're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our pro classes. The excitement level starts to raise just a little bit. We're going to be starting us all off with a demonstration run from one of the Far Force jets. For those of you who haven't seen the jets ever run here, if it's your first time here with us in drag racing and at Santa Pod, jets are what I call the entertainers. They really put on a flame and thunder show. It rocks the tower a little bit. One doesn't have to be too frightened of it. But there was only one person who ever blew the windows out here, and that was Sammy Miller, the late, great, slamming Sammy Miller, who put a little charge of dynamite up his rocket pipe and took all the windows out here in Santa Pod, apart from mine. Which were you in here with me? And we had plexiglass or something in front of us, and the windows, our window didn't come out. All the other windows came out, and Sammy thought it was really funny. He thought it was a great laugh, but happily nobody got injured.
I would just like to say something really quickly. Anyone out there with small children or large children, please make sure you've got their ears covered, because it's about to get quite loud.
Yeah.
Or adults, full stop.
That's what I meant by large children.
Anyone, or the large children, yeah. Anyone, just stick your fingers in your ears, please. And if anybody wants a good giggle, I'm going to wait till the jet fires up before I say this, because otherwise it gives them a heads up. But, yeah, we'll come to that in just a minute. So, Richie and the gang, you can actually see, John, there we go, look. Because we can't normally see what's going on with the jets. But fortunately, due to the live stream, the way things work these days, we can actually have a look on the screen up here in race control, and we do get a good idea of what's happening. So they're just going through their, well, we could call them pre-flight checks, but they really are pre-flight checks, aren't they? The whole team, there we go. They're just spinning over the engine. I can say it out loud now, folks. Right, all you people out there on the grandstand on the banking, check out all the newbies on VIP, because they will be jumping out of their skins in about the next, well, 30 seconds or so. Always a good luck. Over to you, fellas. I'm Scarpering.
Okay. You're disappearing now, are you? Yeah. I think in the real world we call that being chicken. So, anyway, Martin Hill is the man underneath us here with Far Force 5. The Santa Pod Not Funny Car Dragster.
Yeah, it's our house jet here at Santa Pod Raceway. This thing was built by Martin himself. The engine is out of a crane helicopter that he's strapped an afterburner to.
crane helicopter's one of those strange things that's got 4 legs that dangle down. It really looks like a firefly. So Richie is the man that conducts this out the front there.
I can also tell you standing down here it's nice and warm as well. And that's not just the sunshine.
Here we go. Turning up the jet. It's about to get a lot louder.
Now in a minute, Richie's going to stand up and he's going to wave to you all. And you need to wave back to Richie. Give him a wave, everybody. Come on. The entertainers are on the track. Here we go. That is incredible. Look at that.
5:32.
Whoa.
236 mile an hour, lifting at 1,000 foot.
And the shootout before the finish line as well. I think he was probably going faster at half track or 1,000 foot, wasn't he, Tom?
8th mile numbers, 227 mile an hour at the 8th, and he ran a 3.57.
My goodness me. That's that was a low 5-second run, maybe even a 4 if I ever saw one. Put your hands together, please. The show has officially kicked off here on the Saturday of the main event at Santa Pod. Did you enjoy that? That's the first. You know, so that's the first time I've been down here and I've watched the tower.
Yep.
Wiggling a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. It did wiggle quite a bit, but you chaps are all right. Everybody up there on the VIP balcony, enjoy that? Was that good? All right. Okay. The next cars coming round are even louder. That's not a joke. The interesting thing as well is some people up there that aren't newbies were still jumping, which is always good to see. But there we are. So I think we've got Nitro Funny Cars coming round next. Is that the next thing on the schedule, gentlemen? I think it is.
It's Nitro Funny Car. So I think it's going to be Tom and I up here and you down there.
Indeed.
So they're just getting ready to bring them round.
Okay, folks. So if just very, very quickly, very good morning, everybody. Beautiful day. Morning on the banking. Anybody awake? Morning. Thank you very much. 3 of you. And the kids down the front as well. Morning, folks. And on the grandstand, anybody awake? That'll be a big yes, actually. Well done. Okay. So if you've never been drag racing before, this is how it works, obviously. Start line's right down here. We're going to give you, we've given you, and we'll lots of acceleration figures and everything else as well. So the start line runs across here. The beams which run across are very, very important indeed. When you see the staging lights up there, I don't know if you can see, I'll put my foot in them. Sorry, Ian. So that's pre-staged. Both cars in both lanes or bikes should be at the same point at the same time. Then when both drivers or riders are ready, they'll move forward a little bit further, just there, so both staging lights are on. And then when both staging lights are on in both lanes, the starter will flick the switch, the tree will run and the green light will come on. That's what we talk about reaction time, when they leave the start line compared to when the green light comes on. Now, the first number that we give you is to 60 foot. Now, just out there, past that VP sign out there, is the 60-foot beam, which runs across the track. So when the cars go from here to there, that's how quickly they got there. Now, most cars and bikes do it in around about 1 second, maybe just over 1 second. Top fuel dragsters, some of the quicker door cars and things like that, do it in 0.9 of a second, maybe 0.8. A top fuel car will be doing 100 miles an hour by the time they get to that point. as the cars move down the racetrack, you see the orange blocks in the middle. Those orange blocks in the middle are the next timing increments, if you like. The first orange block out there at 3:30, that's the next one. There's 2 at what we call half track, which is an 1/8 of a mile. And once again, they will be going at phenomenal speed by the time they get there. Now, everything we've watched so far today, you see the finish line gantry with the Santa Pods line, Kestrel Beer, Slick Tricks. Okay. Almost all of the classes run to a quarter mile. But the big show nitro cars, Top Fuel Funny Car, which you're about to see, Top Fuel Dragster, which you'll see a little bit later, run to 1,000 foot, which is where those big orange markers are. The reason for, there's a couple of reasons for that. The main one is safety, because they'll be going, all being well, about 300 miles an hour by the time they get there. If they kept going even further, they would be going way too fast for the tyre technology and everything else involved. So it is a safety thing. Still provides the most amazing racing. They still kick out around about 11,000 brake horsepower each, and they are one of the 8th wonders of the world.
That is very true. Can I just say, Daryl, you down there next to the tree, it's not doing much for your height.
Well, I can always stand on the thing in the middle if that helps. Would that help?
I think it would, actually.
I think it would, certainly. Anyway, Thomas, you have all day today to get your own back for yesterday, so it's absolutely fine. I completely get it. So, rolling round in the Kestrel lane underneath the tower, our first Nitro Funny Car of the weekend. Now, once again, folks, I do have to say before we start, a lot of the teams that you're going to be seeing today, these will be their first runs of the season. It's definitely the case for Kevin Chapman with the Thermareg Mustang down here in the Kestrel lane. If you were here 1 year ago, you will probably have seen Kevin's last run down this racetrack. I'm not going to go into what happened. Suffice to say, Kevin is rebuilt and here, ready to go this weekend. Yeah. So before we get to Kevin, we're just lining him up now. Okay, so Kevin, yeah, thank you very much, Keith. Kevin is going to be doing a 300-foot checkout pass. There we go. So I've just told you where all the markers are. That's the first orange block out there, down that way. But with these cars, because they're so expensive to run, ridiculously expensive to run, there's a man up there in the tower who knows how expensive they are to run. That's why he lives on baked beans and toast for the rest of his life. A very young and healthy looking Barry Sheevels. Morning, Barry.
Morning. Yeah, nice to be here. Nice crowd. Nice weather.
Do you know what? For a Saturday morning at the main event, we've got 3 days of this.
Absolutely.
This is pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is. So Kevin Chapman down here in the Thermareg car. In years gone by, this was the Showtime car, but rebuilt and looking very, very good indeed.
I think you've got to say who Barry Sheevels is
for
the uninitiated, because it's a great honour for me to be sitting up here commentating alongside one of my heroes and a national treasure. I think you used that terminology just now.
Very rough diamond, but yes, national treasure.
So
Thanks, John.
Barry was one of our top men, not only in Top Fuel, but also in Top Methanol, Top Alcohol, as it used to be called, and things like that.
Yeah.
When you say, has that man done it all? He has done it all. So he's sitting up here, not racing anymore, but commentating along with Tom and I up here in race control. Daryl down there. So you've got a full house, really.
Yeah, and pleasure to be here, John.
Well,
and
it's a
nice
pleasure.
to see you back again.
Thanks, mate. It's been a nice couple of days for me.
Yeah.
You know, 15 years since I left here.
Yeah, right.
So it's
You don't look a day older, John.
I feel it, I tell you. Right, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. And trust me, it is about to get a lot noisier. So stand by for funny car action. So these, have you ever driven a funny car?
No.
Have you ever had a desire to drive a funny car?
Years ago, in fact, I probably sat in this car. Thomas Natters, he bought one of the Showtime cars and brought it out as a Batman car.
Right.
And was down in the pits, and he said the same thing. Have you ever been in one of these? I said, no. Would you like to? I said, well, I'd like to at least have a sit in one. So he said, anyway, I sat in it, dropped the body, and it's very unusual.
Yeah.
To say
You're
the least.
isolated,
yeah,
aren't
yeah,
you?
completely.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. I
anyway, a bit later on, he said to me, "You can sit in it when I fire it up if you want." And I said, "No, you're all right. I'll pass on that one." But the funny thing was, for years and years in my early days of drag racing, I actually had, full-bodied cars. And, when I first got in a top methanol dragster, it was like having a convertible.
Well, yeah, no
amazing.
roof on it. But these really are something else. I was saying yesterday, when I first came to work here, funny cars were the order of the day.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
Roy Phelps, who was the promoter at the time, that was his... The false majeur were funny cars.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's a famous photograph of before I worked here, 1979. All the funny cars stretched out
I've actually still got that photograph in my office. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think my natural progression would have been to come out of a competition altered and get into a funny car.
Yeah.
But then life changed a little bit, and I was offered a rear-engined top methanol dragster, liked the idea, and went that way. So yeah.
And the rest is history, as they say.
Right, yeah.
But anyway, look, it's Kevin Chapman. He hails from Bury St Edmunds in this Mustang, and sponsored by the family company. And after his little collision with the wall last year, going to be trying the car out.
Yeah, just imagine what's going through his mind
Yeah.
right at this second. Same lane as last time as
Yeah.
well.
Let's hope everything is
Yeah.
A-OK and tickety-boo.
Yeah.
So here we go, folks. Just wait till he lights up that 11,000 horsepower engine. Okay.
Well, the throttle stop was off because they're holding it down here. So that was strange, to say the least. It all looked really good up until that point. Everything was going nice and smoothly. Lovely straight burnout as well. So Kevin will have another chance later on today and another 2 chances tomorrow. It was all good until then. But there's an awful lot of things on these cars, as you know, Barry, that can go wrong, happen, all kinds of things, really.
Well, as you said earlier, I mean, this is basically a new car, and you can fire it up in the pit and make sure everything's all right. But when you get out on track, things are slightly different, and I wouldn't like to say what was wrong there, but it's probably, as we used to say, it's probably a 10-pence part that stopped it running.
Yeah, unfortunately, and all that time, effort and money as well.
Exactly.
I mean, these things consume money like nothing else, let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it's great to see Kevin back on track, and if you haven't had enough Kevins today, there's another one down there in the Slick Tricks lane. That is Kevin Kent, the one and only for GSI Insurance, West 10 Motorsport, and Kevin wants to say a huge thanks as well to the team at the Graphical Tree for everything they do for both of his teams, actually, his daughter's team as well, making everything look absolutely fantastic. And of course, the most wonderful Marcus at GSI Insurance as well. His name's bannered on the side. This car really, really has everything to go well and win, doesn't it? I think.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you were with me last night when we were talking to him down in the pits. I hadn't realised that he'd had such a big engine explosion at the last meeting. He came out. So, again, they've had a lot of work to do in the last couple of weeks. So, when the guys come to the track and come out here, then this is the end of what the journey's been, if you like. Probably for the last 2 weeks, they've been probably doing 12, 14-hour shifts trying to get ready to come out. So when you see a car get to the line and then sort of peter out, it's very disappointing for everyone, the crowd, but more so for the crew and the driver.
But I mean, the whole thing with these cars is that it's the crew chief, really, that has to set everything up, has to take into account what the weather's like, what the track is like, and it's sort of a preordained setting in the car for the engine. I know you want to talk through a little bit about that, because there's a lot of people. I bet there are a lot of first-timers here with us at Santa Pod today who maybe have never ever heard of a funny car, other than when their car goes wrong at home. It's always funny, isn't it? But I mean,
there's not much funny about these things.
these us a little bit about the transmission on these.
Well, they don't have any gears.
No.
It's a direct drive through a clutch setup.
But you have to set that clutch up, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not an expert at setting clutches, but it is a technical job.
Yeah.
If you can think about a twist and go scooter,
Yep.
when you get on, fire it up, twist the throttle, and off you go. Very similar to a top fuel dragster or a funny car.
Really?
Although, we've got 11,000 horsepower.
That's got to be the best analogy I've ever heard, mate. That one.
I'm just thinking of going off down to Tesco's on my twist and go.
Yeah.
Well, it gets even worse, Darryl, because
Go on.
20 odd years ago, I was racing at this meeting and ran real quick. And yesterday, or not yesterday, day before, I was cutting my lawn on my twist and go lawnmower. So got from 10,000 horsepower to no horsepower.
Oh dear me. Well, the next pair underneath, moving swiftly on, the next pair underneath the tower and the Slick Tricks lane, like I said, is Kevin Kent. Also, the Gladiator, Mark and Jackie Hawkins with Jason Phelps at the wheel. Just want to say a big happy birthday to Stuart Lowe's granddaughter, Alexia, who's here today. Grandad and all the family want to wish you a very, very happy birthday, Alexia. I hope you have a great time. And let's see what these two can do. They were match racing back at the Festival of Power about 3 weeks ago. Both getting some good runs in before the start of the season.
Interesting to watch the crew push start the cars on the burnout now.
Well, that all goes back to the setting up of the clutch. They want the clutch to be... In the old days, your clutch would be set back here and do the burnout. Now, they push it into the burnout and it just resets itself from the burnout onwards.
Okay.
But it's interesting, you're now saying 11,000 horsepower. When you left, how long ago?
15 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. What were we saying the horsepower was?
I don't know.
Was it
8,000 or something like that.
It's absolutely amazing how quickly they've come on.
Yeah.
And of course, 15 years ago we were running quarter of a mile.
Yeah.
And now we're
it's 1,000
feet. And they're still getting up to the top end speeds that we were getting over the quarter of a mile.
Yeah. So when they do the burnout, they have a throttle stop on the engine to prevent really spinning the engine up too quickly and destroying it.
Yeah.
So
that's why the body, there's not a problem, that's why the body comes up, crew chief dives in, pulls off the throttle stop, does a few last minute adjustments, check out the computer, make sure it's switched on.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of things just happening there, so there's not a problem for first timers. This is normal to lift the body.
Well, here we go. Down goes the Kevin Kent body, and Jason Phelps, who I've known since he was in short trousers.
Me too.
Son of the previous promoter here, Roy Phelps.
And Kevin in the right-hand lane used to be a crewman as well, years and years ago before he got into driving.
So here we go. Fingers crossed for a pair of great qualifying runs up to the 1,000 feet. Look at this, Kevin Kent coming out of it now. That's wonderful.
Oh, that's a good-looking run in both lanes, actually. Very, very quickly. Mark Hawkins, owner-tuner for the Gladiator car. Mark, was that about what you were looking for? That was nice and strong.
That was reasonable, weren't it, eh?
Reasonable. Well, considering it's Saturday morning, we've got another run and 3 more days of this as well. That's the best start you could have, I guess.
Let's try and knock some more numbers off it, eh?
You won 2 events last year. If you can just do that again this year, I guess you'd be in with a shout at the championship.
Possibly our year, you never know. I hope so. We try very hard. And we come here for all these guys out here.
Give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Hawkins, Jackie Hawkins, and the whole Gladiator team. And Kevin Kent's team as well. That was a storming side-by-side run up to that point, actually.
Yeah, Kevin's short numbers were...
really good.
He was well ahead. 0.90 to 60 foot for Kevin. Only a 101 for Jason in the Kestrel beer lane. In fact, Kevin was ahead to the 8th mile. He was 378 to the 8th and a 381 for Jason, but Kevin seemed to have problems. Rolled to the line to do a 5:44.
That may have been planned as well. Again,
Yes.
because Kevin had a lot of engine damage the last time they were out. Probably just wanted to check everything and make sure. But that was really on one. He's got John Smith over here from the USA again, helping him out, tune the car. And yeah, that was a great start to the weekend for all of them, wasn't it?
It's a wonderful explosion of power on the start line.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm just
cracking.
looking down in Kevin's lane actually, and just about, well, I don't know, what was that, 60, 120 feet. You can just see the slick marks have gone like on it, off it, on it, off it, on it, off it down there. So I would guess that Kevin got tyre shake at that point and probably had to back out of it a little bit.
It's a thing that happens, isn't it, with these slicks that they use and the power they produce.
Absolutely.
Is that the slicks will miss a heartbeat on the track, and you get a sort of caterpillar thing, which will shake your brain to pieces.
I would imagine it shakes even more in a funny car than in a top fuel car, actually, as well.
And that's when a lot of sensible people will then come out of the run, because it blurs your vision and all this type of thing. So, and that is the power of these machines.
Talking about that, fellas. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I beg your pardon. Down here on the start line with the governor here, Keith. And Keith, those were some pretty good opening runs actually for the funny cars.
Yeah, I mean they've had a hard time, the funny cars. The shortage of parts, as I've said in the programme, they've struggled more than most. You know, their budgets are difficult. So to get the parts and be here is really good. And I'm delighted for Jason Phelps and Mark Hawkins and the crew, because they've slowly built up and they've been aiming to run low fours and they're getting close to it. And when you get side-by-side funny car runs, there's nothing can beat it.
Yeah, Kevin was on a really good run earlier as well. So, yeah, it looks good for the weekend. Looking forward to seeing Steve Ashdown out. That's the only one we've been missing, but that's a new car again.
Yeah, and also Steve Ashdown's actually waiting for some parts at this moment to put on the car. So that's how they've missed this session. Hopefully they'll have it all sorted for the second session today.
Fingers crossed, 4 funny cars, definitely the way to go this weekend. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, then the long pointy things are coming out in a minute.
Yeah, something like that. And some dragsters as well, apparently. Anyway, gentlemen. Sorry, Keith, just kidding. Right down the top end, you can see this better than us, folks. Just tell us what's going on right down the end of the racetrack up there, John. Can you see?
No.
Excellent.
I just thought I'd say, I don't want to lie to you, Darren.
That's all right. Can anyone got up there got working eyes?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that's only me. Yeah, unfortunately, Kevin Kent is stuck on track. There's a few crew guys around him. I can see. I think that's. Yeah, the body's been lifted, I think. I don't know if he's had any further issues than just a little bit of tire shake, but he is on the track at the minute.
Okay, just, Barry, we know what the reason for that is for, probably. Just explain what that's most likely to be, the reason he's stuck, not moving.
I would say that something's in the clutch has locked up. That's the most usual thing for not being able to come off the end of the track. So it should be somebody down there with a Allen key just to disengage the drive shaft so that they can tow it off. But sitting up here, Darren, looking down there, I'm not sure.
It's more than likely, yeah, because what happens is the clutch gets so hot, it literally welds itself together, doesn't it? Again, that's something you've had happen to you, I'm sure, a number of times. And it means that the engine is effectively in drive the whole time. It's stuck. So the rear end won't move, the tyres won't move because it's still mated to the engine, and the engine won't turn over unless you push the car, which is not a good idea.
No, so that would be a very bad idea. Right?
Exactly that. Yes. So that's why.
Yeah. So normally the crew at the end of the track will have a set of tools with them to be able to disengage the drive shaft and then tow it off the end of the track.
Yeah, I'm just seeing on the live stream, anyone who's watching from home, you're getting a really good view now of what's going on. You can see there that the body has been lifted. They've got the quad out and they're all currently working on the car. So I think you might be right, Barry. They're definitely trying to work on the
drive shaft.
Yeah, that is normally what it is anyway. But it's going to be fun. And like Keith said, we've got the Top Fuel Dragsters coming round in just a little while. I think up next is Comp Eliminator. We've got Pro Modified 2, not too far away.
So it's a good start to the day.
Well, it is. It's Comp Eliminator next, then Top Methanol, and then Pro Modified, and then Top Fuel, then Nostalgia Funny Car, and then the whole procession of bikes are going to be coming out here. So it's it got a lot of action coming. As soon as we can get a clear track, we'll be out there running once more. But just for me, Daryl, to see Mark and Jackie Hawkins starting to get that car really working well is fantastic.
It's been a while, yeah. They had, if you've ever seen, I'm sure most of you have, the YouTube channel, the Santapod Raceway YouTube channel. There are a number of highlights or lowlights depending on your point of view. One of those being Jason Phelps just destroying the body, their previous body, on that car. The engine exploded back in the year 2000. Yes, we did have some racing that year. And yeah, it was September time, and grenaded the top of the engine, lifted the whole car off the ground. The body just turned into confetti, basically. And Jason did a very expert job of bringing the car to a halt. They've been rebuilding slowly but surely since then. And the current car is absolutely gorgeous. And a lot of hard work's gone into it as well.
Yeah, but you know, it just on a friendship level, it's really great to see him after all these years of sticking with it. Is suddenly starting to get some good results now. So I'm really pleased with that. And of course, it's called Gladiator for those of you who are new to us here at Santapod, because back in the early days of funny car racing, we had a hero here who used to drive for the track, called Alan Herridge, Alan Bootsy Herridge, and his ride was called the Gladiator. And he used to have many battles here, didn't he,
Yeah,
Alan?
he did. Yeah,
unfortunately, we lost him in 1983 in a funny car accident, but he'll always be remembered. And of course, that's the dedication of Mark Hawkins' car, is the Bootsy Herridge. And all those fabulous memories
And
that us old geezers remember.
And obviously, Jason Powell is a descendant of the the original owners.
promoter. Yeah. Roy Phelps. So it's
I'm really pleased for him as well, because obviously I've been around quite a long time myself, and yeah.
you don't want to own up to be the same age as
Why is
me.
everybody laughing? Seriously.
So we're going to go on with competition eliminator.
Yes.
So Tom, this is where you come into your own, because you're going to tell us all about this.
Yeah, so Comp Eliminator, it's basically what engine have you got, what power head have you got, and then what have you put it in. So Brendan Clancy in the Kestrel beer lane, that is an A nitrous altered. It means he's got a big engine. He runs it with nitrous, and it's a door car. It's never seen a factory at all in its life. His index is 7.00. He's going to try and run as far under that as he can. And he's taken on Dan Williams with the Williams Brothers Camaro. That is one of these super stockers. His index is 10.25, and he's once again going to try and run as far under that as he can.
So the Corvette in there returning to the track, Brendan Clancy all the way from Ireland, and a 7.8 on his, I'm just looking on a 7 dial, and he's doing well.
Well, the numbers you see at the top of the boards, they're not technically dial-ins, they're indexes given to them by the scrutineers. It's not as much a try and run as close to this number as you can, it's basically saying smash it. Go as far under this as you can. So Brendan Clancy running the 7.8 is a brilliant run for him, but it's not good for the class. Unfortunately, I think he's only... Where is he with it? Yeah, he's only qualified number 9th with that.
Yeah. He's still in the show, though, most importantly.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's his first event back for a long while, and it's something to work on. Talking of working on, both of these two, yesterday, Dave Swift got... What did he run yesterday, Tom? You've got it there in front of you. 7.1, I think it was yesterday.
7.16 on the 7.00.
Yeah, he has the same index as Brendan Clancy that you just saw. Vet with this AM.
It's a lovely launch, 1.52 to 60 foot. 5.76 to the 8th mile, going over the line to an 8.56, 171 mile an hour. He is your new #1 qualifier.
Well done.
Fantastic. All the front-wheel drive fans out there watching in and maybe even here this weekend. That's your man doing it. #1 in Comp Eliminator.
So I just want to clarify as well, the way you qualify in this class is... Yeah, the way you qualify in this class is the person who goes the furthest under their index will be the #1 qualifier. So on a 9.2 second index, an 8.56 is well under. Almost a little over half a second under his index is stout.
Here's our next pair then. Simon Crowley with the Mark 1 Golf, front-wheel drive again, but then rear-wheel drive for the fraudster. Kev Jenkins. Kev I've known for years. Used to be in the Rover V8 class and all sorts of different things. But this Escort it is a Mexico, I think, isn't it? Mark 1 Escort, anyway. Called the fraudster. Look at that. Every which way, but straight from Kev Jenkins. And a 7.52 goes under his 780 index. And that moves him to the #5 spot, so well done. He wasn't with us yesterday, of course. So first run under his index.
And in the other lane, 9.48 for Simon Crowley in the Golf. That's one of the best runs I've ever seen that car make. That was stout from both of them.
So the Honda down here of Matty Davidson in the Kestrel lane. Matt hasn't been under the 920 index yet. But it's great to see the front-wheel drive cars come in and get involved in the big events, especially in Comp Eliminator 2. I think he went 9.31 yesterday. That was his quickest run ever, looking to nudge towards the 8-second zone. Taking on Mr. Spencer Tram. 11.68 is his index. He ran 11.08 twice yesterday.
So here we come. Spencer, of course, his sister races in one of the other divisions as well. The whole Tram family have been around drag racing certainly since before I came here. So how have we done? Let's have a look. 9.34 and Spencer with an index of 11.68 runs through 11.10.
Yeah, so Spencer Tram coming into the session was the #1 qualifier, but he's been bumped down to #2 now. And #3 qualifier is in the Kestrel beer lane with the Copo Camaro.
What a car. I mean, is this the first time you've seen one of these, John?
Yeah.
They're factory built.
Seen them on the telly, mate.
Amazing.
In Gas Monkey, they buy one at the Gas Monkey garage at one point in time. But phenomenal. We saw it out here yesterday evening, and this machine, you won't believe it can fly. Look at this. Factory produced, that is, that car.
Still got power windows as well. Goes
Wow.
through 8.26.
That's fantastic.
That will be your new #1 qualifier by some margin.
My God.
Nick Williams, amazing. I bet Luke really enjoyed that in the other lane, watching that disappear in the distance.
Well, that's nearly a second under his index.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, his index was a 9.10, and obviously, as we said before, you qualify by trying to beat that, and he nearly beat it by a second.
Well, that's what you call a tuned-up race car. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so that's the competition Eliminator, which has grown in size. It's been sort of at the back end of drag racing for years, but there are now more and more people coming along and joining in the Comp Eliminator. We've still got Barry with us. In actual fact, we have super glued him to the chair because coming up now, FIA.
That's my chair.
Sorry, mate.
No, the word is was your chair. So FIA Top Methanol are coming up now, and this is a class that always used to give me a great deal of pleasure. Top Methanol. Not certain how many cars that we've got here, but it is. I think there's six or eight cars.
I'm not sure.
No,
But
I'm just about
like
to
you say,
look.
I mean, this in my career, racing in Top Methanol Dragster was proper proper racing, and especially when they came over from Europe. You know, I mean, you had to be really on it to get to the top of that.
Yeah.
You know.
So it's
and Anita Michaela was one of the people I used to race against quite regularly. I obviously went on to Top Fuel when I did.
Yeah.
Anders Urbacher and Mickey Kagarat. Loads of names that moved into Top Fuel.
Lex June.
Lex June, yeah.
Who's
now
doing it in
the
America.
States, yeah.
So,
Pretty sure Rooney Fiel started there as well, didn't he?
I'm
he
not
did,
sure.
yeah, back in the 70s. With the Nitro Funny Car, yeah.
Hang on, you're not as old as us. What's going on?
He's got a thing called the internet.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
That's what it
right.
is.
Oh, yeah, Darryl. I know.
well, we've got 4 top methanol cars here.
It's sad, really,
And
because
coming up-
you know, it's a fabulous class and a stepping stone for Top Fuel, I would say.
Yeah.
And it's an unusual class. An unusual class in as much that you get the top alcohol dragster or top methanol dragster racing against the funny car.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
it's done on a staggered tree.
yes.
I'm glad you're going to tell them what that
think
is.
there's-
No, it's all right, it's okay.
I haven't got a clue, but
I think
yeah.
there's 0.2 of a second on the tree for the funny cars, isn't there?
Yeah, that's the way it works out, is that so instead of, when they recombine the class, if you like, dragsters have got a bit of a performance advantage. So the lowest cost way of doing it for everybody was the funny cars get a 0.22 advantage on the tree, and then it's heads up to the finish line. So basically it's like a supercharged version of Top Eliminator.
Yeah. So in the left-hand lane, Silvio Strauch taking on Lynn Floysvik all the way from Norway with the funny car. As you can see, they go on the board. You've got 0.22. That is the head start that Lynn will get. Both these cars running the screw-blown Hemi combinations. You are allowed injected nitro now, which you'll see coming up in a second. Both these cars run, I think they're 2 speeds or 3 speeds with a clutch. So you'll see them go into pre-stage. They'll bring the RPMs up on the pedal, roll themselves into stage, and then they will go.
Yeah, this is a difference between watching a Top Fuel dragster or a Top Methanol dragster. The dragster, a methanol one, will bring the revs up as it leaves the line.
Huge amounts of tyre shake for Silvio, but he just drives through it there side by side, going over the line.
Oh, fantastic runs. Absolutely fantastic runs.
That's a great opener for Lynn Floysvik, 571, 251. Very quickly, sir. Welcome back. Was that what you were looking for on the first run?
Yes, of course, 570 is okay for first run. And the track looks good and the air is amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
English air is amazing. I've never heard that before.
It's fantastic this morning because it was that cold tonight, yeah.
Do you reckon you can nudge it a bit quicker than that? Maybe 550s again?
For sure, we hope so.
Oh, okay. That is a surprise look. Good luck, sir. Thank you very, very much indeed. That's Lynn England Floysvik. Lynn is a proper young lady's hero. She has little kids. She drives that car. I think she's still only in her early 30s as well, and she drives the wheels off it at 251 miles an hour as well. Silvio, with his first run of the weekend, didn't bring the revs up on the line that time, actually. I think just concentrating on getting down the track and getting some data. 586 at 255. He's been a lot quicker than that before. Once again, we've got another pair coming, but ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for both teams as they go up to get their respective drivers. Also, I have to say again, first runs of the year for both of those, which makes it real nice too.
Tell you what, speeds have increased a little bit since I was here.
I was looking the same.
Yeah. my mouth was wide open looking at the gantry there with the times and speeds on it. Quite extraordinary. And just what I was going to tell you, Darryl, the 60-foot times for those two was a .98 in the Kestrel Beers lane and a .97 in the Slick Tricks lane. Yeah. So,
Pretty impressive.
Very impressive, yeah. Right, so now then, something a little bit different here. There's a man that you've raced a few times in your life, isn't it? The team owner here. Christina Race Bristol.
Yeah.
So
The
we've
team,
got another
yes.
funny car and another dragster, but the dragster
Yes.
in the Kestrel lane doesn't have a supercharger.
No, it's injected nitromethane.
Yeah.
which is allowed in top methanol class. Yeah.
And it's the car is crewed. The crew chief is
It's
Christy
Christy,
Johansson,
that's right, yeah.
who, when I first came here 40 odd years ago,
Yeah.
was racing in top methanol,
He was,
top
yeah.
alcohol,
Yeah, yeah.
pro comp, whatever we called it then.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's still in the sport, but Johnny Lag is the man in the
actually,
car.
that's his old car.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, it's Krista's car.
Krista's car. Yeah.
Yeah. So a whole different scenario from the funny car of Sandro Bellio from Belgium, who is out there in the Slickstreaks car,
Yeah.
in the Slickstreaks lane. Sorry.
Yeah.
But that's a reproduction of a Monte Carlo road car. A reproduction is as close as I can say that it is. But it's lovely to have the Bellio family back with us again, because his dad used to campaign in this class, and he's down here on the
In the middle there.
in the middle, yeah. So trying to think of his first name. Was it Danny? Danny Bellio, yeah.
Danny, yeah.
So now son Sandro is in the car. So here we go. Let's see what happens here. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, drag racing.
Yeah.
Then it goes straight line.
Yeah, it's nice and easy, isn't it, going from one end to the other. But Johnny Lag, that was proper tyre shake, which went into tyre spin. If you can see from up in the grandstand, if you look down on the racetrack, just going past the Christmas tree, you can see the tyre shake marks where the tyres hop between each other, if you like. It's where it's very difficult to explain. I'll do it when the top fuel cars come around. Also, Sandro Bellio with a big headache, I should think, after that one. Sent the car sideways and actually knocked something off the car as well. So, number one qualifier at the end of that session, I think, is going to be Lynn Floysvik from Norway, which is great to see.
Yeah, those two cars you just saw go down the track were number 1 and 2 in points last year, and they're currently 3 and 4 in qualifying.
There's lots more racing to go, though. We've got another qualifying session later on today. They have another 2 tomorrow as well. And it was very cool, like Lynn's crew guy said down here on the start line, that the conditions are absolutely perfect. I mean, if you're out there in internet land, it's around about 20, 21 degrees. The air is super good, and there's another lovely gentle tailwind as well, which does always help. So I think we're about to move on to Pro Mod. Is that right?
It is, yeah, you're quite
Excellent.
right, yeah, and it's what it says on our schedule here. So I think we'd like to prepare everybody for Pro Mod racing.
Indeed.
And tell them just a little bit about these. They just look like road cars, don't they? Nothing more exciting than that.
Where do you live? My road cars where I live don't look like these.
Yeah, exactly. You want to go and live where John does.
Yeah.
Well, basically, they are full-body cars with working doors. Thank you very much indeed, Barry, as well.
Yes, Barry, thanks for coming along. It's Barry's been replaced up here by known luminary in the world of Pro Mods. It's Dick LaCosta here. Dick, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
It's
so
nice
good to be back again. Well,
Yeah,
I was here last week also.
Oh, what were you?
Well, screwing for Dave Vector at the Door Slammers.
Okay.
We call it crewing in the UK. Just careful. It's a very subtle. So we're on with the first qualifying session of FIA and Motorsport UK. Pro Modified. Dick, last weekend, yes, you were helping David Vector make some phenomenal runs.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that was great. The weather was great. The track was awesome. And, well, everybody in the beginning, as always, underestimated the track, and so did we. And then, well, we changed some things in the setup of the whole car, transmission and ignition, fuel, and then it hooked and went. We're in the 575.
It seriously went. It seriously went.
But David is here with us this weekend,
Of
isn't
course.
he? So
Yeah,
how have you
stayed
been
here.
relieved from duty then? How are you up here with me when...
Well,
are you going to be sadly missed on the car?
No, normally I'm not crewing for David anymore. I was with him for years,
Yeah.
and then this became my job. I go through all the pits helping guys out with their magnetos, their MSD stuff, and their raceback data loggers and stuff.
Oh, all right. All righty. Well, this is...
Last weekend he had no crew, or less crew, and then he asked me to jump in.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Okay. Right. Well, this is Dave Smith from Great Britain out here with the Stranger Things Bel Air. I can't help but feel I've seen this car before.
You did, absolutely.
Before it was owned by David Smith.
Steve Hall.
It was some while back, but Dave Smith's doing a great job behind the wheel. Only recently licensed. He's got plenty of experience in quick door cars, but nothing with a supercharger on it until this car. He competed at Door Slammers last weekend, made a very good account of himself, and this is going to be his first ever full-on FIA Pro Mod race. He's run a best of 6.61. See what he can do on this first attempt here.
Cracking looking run, brings it over towards the centre line, but it reels it in perfectly. Goes through the finish line under power, 673, 208 mile an hour.
That was a little bit labouring on the way down the track, to be completely honest with you. You see cars go way quicker than that, but most important thing at the moment for Dave and the team is getting a number on the board, going from one end to the other, and getting Dave's driving. Well, Dave has always been confident driving, but just get a little more confident in this car. But there we go. That's what you're going to see a lot more of, and a lot of different combinations as well. So, Dick, what's everybody's feelings on this first run? We know the air's good, we know the track's good. Are they going to do what you did last weekend and stand on it, do you think?
Yes.
Is the right answer. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, they absolutely will. They need data, and they need, well, to get the feel on the track again. The weather is awesome, is really good. So this track can handle everything.
Just explain to us what difference the weather makes. Obviously, not raining really helps, but what difference the actual air density and everything else makes? How does that work?
Well, if you have a lot of barometric pressure outside, that gives you extra power in the engine. The guys use a supercharger or turbos to get extra air or under pressure in the engine. So if that's already in the air, it's free horsepower. And if the density is well, then the mixture with the methanol is even better. So that all gives you extra power. You have to adjust it though to get your standard settings to get all the power on the track. And then of course change the wheelie bars and the tire pressure. It's all depending on the weather.
I like that. That's the best explanation of anything I've ever heard. That is, good air is free horsepower. That's good.
It is.
Free horsepower is good because obviously you spend a lot of time and money making horsepower. Free horsepower. Wow.
That's a bonus.
We could all do with that, couldn't we? So I'm not sure what the delay is up the top end. Is
well, the car is still, as far as I can see, on the track, Darryl. I'm sure it's still on there. So maybe a problem similar to what we had earlier on. Something is locked up on the car, and they're trying to move it down there.
It was smoking a lot.
It was. As it finished the run, there was a huge pool of smoke came out the back of it. So maybe there's... it's just moving off now. Okay, so I think we're all tickety-boo now.
Well, he did. The Dave Smith's car was actually doing that breathing heavily last week. So our next pair going to be coming round right now.
Yeah, we've
the
got
two German.
Yeah,
Wally Strobel and Norbert Kuno.
Wow, side-by-side Germans, awesome stuff. So Walter Strobel with the Camaro was here testing the other day. Did actually put in his first 6-second run with this car. Norbert hasn't had the best of luck over the last few years. No. The car is a 6.0, maybe even a 5-second race car. Just a case of runs, data, everything that goes with it. That's Norbert with the Lucas Oil Avenger. And Wally Strobel. It's just his family on this team, I think, Dick. Is that right?
Excuse me? Say that again, Darryl?
Sorry, I said I think it's just his family on this team, isn't it? It was just him, his daughter, and his wife last weekend.
Yeah, Wally is the only car here in the field with a blown combination who runs a Chevy engine. All the other cars with blowers run Hemis.
So is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
To be honest, it's a disadvantage. The Hemis do deliver a lot more horsepower than the Chevys.
Well, Norbert Kuno has been around this sport for a long, long time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been saying all the way through. I left here 15 years ago, and Norbert was racing then.
Yeah, with a beautiful Camaro.
Yeah, but looks as though he's got problems. Great shame. So it's going to be Walter Strobel on his own in this Camaro. What a beautiful looking piece of kit that Camaro is, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a 69.
Lovely. Absolutely fabulous. So this is sort of like American classic cars, but nuts.
Yeah, then crazy. Yeah,
completely crazy. So
that's what we love about a Pro Modified. It's real hot rods.
So what are they? 2,000-3,000 horsepower? These things?
Oh yeah, they go over 3,000 horsepower.
Over 3,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
My goodness me. We're going to see how he goes. How did he go last week, Walter?
Not so good.
Not so good.
Oof, there goes the
bits
blower
and
belt
pieces.
and the burst panel. Oh.
So just let's tell the people in the audience here what the panel is and why it's just operated.
Well, like he had now, he had not full throttle probably, and then he gets all the air but less fuel. So that means he will be lean and a lot of horsepower, and then it starts burning inside the intake manifold, and then it will explode.
Okay.
But there's a safety.
That saves the engine.
Yeah, there's a burst panel.
Yeah.
So if the pressure in the intake manifold goes too high, it blows the burst panel. Otherwise, it would blow the supercharger off.
Okay. How does he overcome that?
Well, the burnout didn't go well.
Okay.
So well, then your tires are not clean.
Yeah.
And cold, and well, then you just don't have enough traction to get off the line.
Well, I can see down here on the start line.
I
You
see
can
the same
see
as
it.
you
Yeah,
do,
yeah. It's actually taken the rubber off. He almost the car, I don't think, didn't move at all.
No.
I think it just spun the tyres straight away. I'm sure the team will be. Yeah, Ian's just coming past to sort that little bit out there. But yeah, it didn't move at all. Just went straight up in smoke, and the engine over revved, I think, which is where the blower belt probably went to.
Yep.
Yeah, the supercharger belt is on the front of the engine. It actually drives the supercharger from the crankshaft. It takes a few hundred horsepower just to turn the supercharger. Is that right, Dick?
Up to 800 horsepower it takes.
Just to turn the supercharger on top.
Yeah.
Wow. How much horsepower does the supercharger add, though, roughly?
About 1,200.
So it's worth it. So it's definitely worth it. So, but the 3 horsepower in the air is obviously a good thing. We're going to get out of the way because Ian's coming with the tractor just to run over Camp Stanley down here. No, to actually go over the start line and make it all good again. Deary me.
So a little bit of track repair work to go on, folks, as the car gets taken away.
It won't be a moment. It won't be very long at all. This is going to be just a couple of sweeps up and down with the tractor just to drag some more rubber over there where the car took the rubber off of the racetrack, and we'll be on with the next pair. I'm just going to go and have a quick wander around and see who's gathered there as well while we're at it.
I see John Webster, Wayne Nicholson. Well, everybody actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big field of pro mods here
With
this
18
weekend.
cars.
Yeah.
18 cars.
Which is really, that's brilliant.
And 13 of them did run 5 seconds before.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, it was a few years ago now we had the first field where there was a first round matchup where both cars had run 5s.
Mm-hmm.
Was that 2019 that happened?
I don't know. I'm not so good in years.
Wow. But I mean, this has come on so far from when it first started Pro Modified.
Yeah.
The times and the speeds now. I mean, we always used to judge on how far behind we were in Europe from America.
From the US,
but
yeah.
I don't think we're that far behind now, are we?
No, especially not with the combinations we have now. We have the blower cars can have a high helix supercharger, so the rotors are twisted. But in the US, they run screw blowers like they have on the top methanol cars. In Europe, the drivers have to change gear by hand.
Yep.
And in the US, it's auto shifted. So, and we're running, some cars are running 570s, and they run 550s with screw blowers. sometimes, most of the times 560s, so we're not that far behind.
No, it's quite extraordinary. And to end up with a field of 18 cars here is something quite incredible. Will Walter be able to fix that, do you think, in the pits? Yeah,
he will. Yeah.
No problem at all.
No.
So he will be able to come back out for the next qualifying session today. Okay. All of the pro classes have 2 qualifiers today. The next one due to start at 2:15 for all of the classes, and we've got one heck of a lot more to see here at the moment. We're going through the Pro Mods, then it's Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car, Pro Stock Bike, Super Twins. I haven't seen Super Twins for years. Really looking forward to that. Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, Junior Bike Cup, Far Falls 3 and Fast Storm are going to be coming out. But meanwhile, it's back on with Pro Modified.
So 2 cars from the UK up next. John Webster from the UK in the Kestrel lane with the turbocharged Mustang. John very kindly popped up to see us a little bit earlier and said that there's been some big changes on the car, mainly changing the systems over to FuelTech system. He really is here for the next couple of days to test everything and trying to calibrate it all and get it down the racetrack. In the other lane, in the Slick Tricks lane though, we've got one of the real happy success stories so far in 2023. Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil finally slammed into the 5-second zone with a fabulous 588.
Yeah, he's the oldest, but he is the youngest member of the 5-second club.
Yeah, that came really after years of trying. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I actually saw that Wayne got down into the 5s, which was a beautiful thing. 63 split window Corvette and a Mustang. I don't know what vintage that is, 69, something like that, of John Webster. John Webster, of course, in the Kestrel lane, is a renowned race car builder and driver.
Yeah, he built both of these cars. Lovely launch from Wayne Nicholson.
Yeah, he's going for it. It's going to be a 5.
Yes!
Wow! Once again into the 5s to Wayne Nicholson. A fabulous 598. Right, don't go anywhere. Grab him. Don't let him get away. Come here. Oh, okay. Go on then, Randy. No. Come here. Very, very quickly. We didn't get the chance to do this when you ran a 5 back at the Festival of Power, but a 598 backs up the 588 from before.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've been working towards getting that 5-second back there again, and we've done it. And, you know, hats off to all the team, the sponsors. Couldn't do it without them.
Well, you've been so long trying to do it. It must be a huge relief.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, we've been trying pretty hard, so I'm pretty pleased.
So what's the secret?
Keep trying.
Keep trying. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lucky Devil team for Wayne Nicholson and Lucas Oil.
Very well done.
Big round of applause.
So the 88 wasn't a lucky shot. That proves it.
That was something else.
Wow.
And a great driving job.
Yeah, it wasn't even a straight run.
Sort of going sideways for a fair bit of the time.
Wayne's knocking on. He needs a line to drive down to see who's going. That's what it is.
Yeah,
okay.
Short numbers for Wayne. 102 to 60 foot, 394 to the 8th mile, only 190 mile an hour, but still goes across the line, 598, 239 mile an hour. And he was that close to the centre line. He actually blew one of the blocks over.
The 60 foot's way down on what he can do before, but anyway, what a fabulous start to the weekend. John Webster goes through with a 10.56. At least he got up on the boost and off the start line. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the greatest entertainer in the whole world of drag racing. And I mean, what just mean Europe, I mean on the entire planet. It's Fred!
Now that's how you do a burnout.
The only thing that's a little bit sad is that the track prep's so good these days we don't get quite the billow of smoke we used to.
No.
But Sir Fredrik Fagerström out there in the Slick Tricks lane with that pickup from Hudiger in Sweden, taking on, fabulous to see him back, Markus Hilt from Switzerland with the Trouble Racing Corvette. Give Fred a big wave, everybody, as he comes back in a chair. He does that all for you. And because it's fun.
And because it's fun, most definitely. And it comes backwards at speed, getting himself lined up by his crew. You have to be fit to be a crew man, don't you? Running his legs off out there. But it's so nice to see Fast Freddy. And of course, I have to tell you, folks, that the patina on the car is painted on.
Yeah.
They're not rusty panels, trust me.
No.
So, Marcus Hill. Now, this is the first time I've seen Marcus in this car.
Oh, really?
I remember he used to. Was it him who used to drive a coupe, a 37 coupe, so a Bel Air coupe, was it?
Yeah. With all the
I
flames
remember
on it.
now. Yeah, I do remember now. Yeah, and this is how long has he had this car?
Oh, I think for 7 years maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been gone for 15, so
way too long.
That's the reason. But Fast Freddy with the truck. I always say that the jet car drivers are the entertainers. This guy
Absolutely.
is a drag racer and an entertainer.
Absolutely.
So here we go. Let's wait and see what we got. I've got no idea what they're going to be doing, these two. And there's Fast Freddy.
No
Living up to his
time.
name. It's going to be a 5. Oh, just on the outside. What a great run.
And what a baseline run.
Yeah.
Wow.
Off the track. He normally waits till Sunday night to do that.
Yeah.
But well done, Fred, and the whole team.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
What do you think was going on for Marcus Hilt there, Dick?
I don't know.
Okay.
No.
Well, Danny with
it
Keith.
sounded strange, but I don't know.
Yeah, Danny with Keith. That was a great opener for Fred.
Yeah, all last night we're in the pits with him, just going, look, Freddie, just please take it steady to begin with. You know, just slow down. No wild burnouts. Let's build the weekend up. That's not Fast Freddy.
Yeah, fat chance with Fred, I think, is the phrase.
Fat chance, Fred.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. That was a fabulous thing to see. We do hope he can get into the 5-second zone this weekend. He's been entertaining us for something like 25 years.
Is that right?
With that
as
pickup.
long as it is. Wow.
Yeah.
25 years.
He now switched from a clutch to a converter back again.
Has he?
Yeah. He had tried that. He even tried turbos. But now
Yes, I
he
remember
went
that,
back. Overnight he went back from a from turbo setup to a blown setup.
Yeah.
And well, the turbo was with a converter, and then he switched to the blown engine again at an event with clutch, and now finally he runs it with a converter.
Yeah.
It's the easiest way.
Well, two more fabulous 5-second door cars for your viewing pleasure next.
And there's the third and last combination possible in Pro Modified, the nitrous.
Which is
Huge
nitrous.
Nitrous engines.
903 cubic inches, I think, which is about 13 litres. Is that right? 13
Yep.
litres? There or thereabouts. For Bobby Wallace from the UK in the Slick Tricks lane, he's had a fabulous time recently. He got to the finals at the European finals last year. He won the season closing national finals, and he won the Festival of Power here 3 weeks ago. He also dipped into the 580s.
588, yeah.
Yeah, which is a place that the man in the Kestrel lane has been many times before. Multiple time champion Mickey Goldquist, who all throughout qualifying seems not to be able to hit his backside with both hands, and then sets a European record on the last run of Q4. So here we go.
Well, I think we've got to be looking at a pair of side-by-side 5-second runs here.
It's absolutely possible.
Yeah, so hold on to your hats, folks. This is going to be a goodie. It's a long time since I've seen these Pro Mods run, and it never ceases to amaze me. There's so much excitement involved in these. And to see our man Mickey Goldquist, previous Pro Mod champion, I don't know how many times, couple of times, yeah. So he's the man, one of the first men that went down into the 5s in Pro Mod in Europe. And to see him back on the track again for me is fabulous. So, and alongside Bobby Wallace from the UK, who's doing so well.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a family team. They're doing so well with both cars, also with the Mustang.
Yep.
They're running really good.
So here we go then, folks. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for a couple of 5-second runs? Fingers crossed, here we go!
Oh, Mickey had to get off.
Well, wiggled the tail a bit, but it's Bobby Wallace.
Bang.
There, whoa!
A beautiful 595, 245 miles an hour. Just very quickly, Andy, come on. Was that the plan for the opening run?
The plane? That was the plane for the day, yeah.
It's playing for today, yeah. How much more could you step that car, or the team step that car up? Because it does seem to have a lot more in it.
Slowly, slowly.
Slowly, slowly. Well, I was going to say a 595 ain't slowly, slowly, by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, Mickey Goldquist hit tyre shake around about 60 foot. Was that right, chaps? I can't quite see the tyre track marks
Big move
there.
to the left, so he had to pedal.
Yeah, but we've got a bunch of 5-second runs already.
Yeah.
And we're only about 5 pairs in, aren't we? Something like that.
Yeah. Well, 2 5-second runs for now, but we will see a few more.
Oh, this is going to be so... You know, it's so good to welcome everybody back, and it's great to see this car back over here as well. The not-so-green goblin these days in the Kestrel Lane, Mats Eriksson, all the way from Borlänge in Sweden, master chassis builder. This car is a work of art if you get a chance to check it out. Taking on...
The other engine builder, chassis builder.
That's the one, the other master chassis builder from the UK this time. For NGK Spark Plugs and the Robinson Racing Gang, it is the one and only Andy Robinson.
Well, I went and had a chat with Matt Eriksson yesterday evening, and he was explaining how pleased he is that he can come back over here and race again, explaining all the problems that they have, you know, to get here.
Yeah, that's a nightmare.
You know, it's a nightmare. With carnets and all this sort of thing. Well, there's a real smile remover with Andy losing fire there just after the burnout.
Yeah,
so
and he had some issues yesterday with the supercharger. He felt some play on the snout, so where the upper pulley is.
Yeah.
And then he opened it up, and then he saw that all the bearings were gone. So he had some help from other guys who could find him some bearings.
Yeah.
And it's a really expensive supercharger. So if he would have wrecked it or not noticed it and made a run, then he would destroy it completely.
Yeah, which is a lot of money.
Yeah,
indeed. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just look at, as Daryl said, the Green Goblin, as it used to be known, for those of you who maybe used to come along here a long time ago, when Mats Eriksson. I'm just trying to think, did Mats win the championship one year?
He did, and he ran the first 5-second run.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
but look, it's a totally different car. He built it himself, but have a look just on the wheelie bar. The position of the wheelie bar.
Yeah, it's off to one side.
It's one wheel, and it's only on the side.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
This is like like a funny car, this car. He can take off the whole body in just a few clicks. So he can reach everything.
Well, that's how I saw it yesterday evening when I was around there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Took me a little while to establish whose car I was actually looking at. It looked like a box of bits. Oh, well, Mats, good luck.
Tyre shake again.
Yeah.
But it did go. What was that, 60? That was pretty good.
0.96.
Yeah, that's about where you want to be in a door car. Shook the tyres going past 60 foot and backed out of it, but it did actually hook and go like a bandit, or a goblin, if you prefer. Yeah, that was fantastic stuff. Commiserations to the Robinson team. Hopefully that is an easy fix. Very weird to stop mid-burnout or anything like that.
Yeah,
anyway.
and he probably noticed something or on the dash.
Yeah, probably clicked it off. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for the Robinson family from the UK. They'll be giving it another shot later on today. They appreciate all of your support because it's so hard to do and takes so much work. But when it all comes together, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. So I'm guessing this time we have Bruno Bader.
Yep, and Mark Harteveld.
Fantastic. From the Netherlands with the fabulous looking Voodoo Hemi.
It's just like going to a car show, this. Isn't it?
Like a museum.
It's just absolutely fabulous. If you're into classic Americans, and all of us up here in the tower are, then you love this racing. It's just like, wow. All the cars you see at the car shows, here they are doing 5-second runs on the track. Lovely.
So both these teams took a little while to find their feet last weekend.
Yeah.
Dick, how did Mark Hartveld's team do? Because it was kind of, they did run one of their quickest runs ever, but it was kind of hit and miss, kind of okay, but not so okay.
Yeah, well, actually the same as David had on the Friday. No, the Saturday, the qualifying day. it's hard to find the right setup for this track. You always think you have too much power, but for this track, you can almost not have too much power. It's unbelievably sticky, and so when they they figured it out, they kept running 590s.
Just quickly, can we please have Super Twin top fuel into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Super Twin top fuel into the pairing lanes, please.
Okay, well, we've seen one split window Corvette run in the 5s.
Yeah.
It's got to be for Bruno, isn't it?
He has run 5s many times.
Champion as well? Bruno?
No,
has he not been a champion?
He's
no?
always been there or thereabouts, but...
Okay. He's certainly one of the hardest competitors out there. I don't think anybody likes running alongside of him. But let's see how we go. So we've got Bruno Bader from Switzerland in the Kestrel lane, and then Mark Hartenveld from the Netherlands in the right-hand lane.
Yep.
So this really is an international meeting here this weekend, folks. You're here with the great weather.
Oh! Huge move, crosses the centre line, Bruno Bader, but 588 with an 8, 242 mile an hour.
New number 1 qualifier. That's what happens when you get after it, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly, Joey, come here for 2 seconds. So I'm guessing that was the run you were kind of building up to last weekend.
Yeah, for sure. We made a bunch of adjustments. We could make a lot of runs last week, so we're just working it to this point.
So did you think it was going to be a 580 run before you ran?
I'm pretty sure it would be in there, but still need to do it.
Still need to do it. It was great to see, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. That's Joey Vandenberg, crew chief Mark Hartveld, and a fabulous start to the weekend here at Santopol for them. They're running the full FIA tour, and they are going to be tough to get around. Bruno, meanwhile, checking out the traction in both lanes. I think. It's a good job Mark was running well.
Yeah.
It did look when that started to happen. Yeah, give them a big round of applause as they go up the old Far Up Road, everybody. It did look as though a collision was in course of making there, I think.
That was close.
Yeah.
Another fabulous car at your car. So 2 cars again from Europe, but couldn't be from more different parts of Europe. Michel Turenne with the Pro Dutch team in the Kestrel lane ran their quickest run ever last weekend at the Door Slammers. I can only presume they're going to stand on it even more this weekend. Taking on Andre Arnova all the way from Tallinn in Estonia. Yes, you heard that right. That's a hell of a drive, and this boy, he's been here all week. He's made more runs, I think, than anybody with a door car. He was testing last weekend. He was testing on Thursday. He went into the 580s testing on Thursday and ended up bursting one of the front tyres because he went in the field because the chutes didn't work again.
Yeah, you borrowed now parachutes, spare ones from Michel Toren. So Michel told him, if we're in the finals, I want them back.
Sounds fair. So, what has Michel's team been doing, Dick? Just tell me, have they still got the rather unique head combination and everything in the car, yeah?
The cylinder heads are designed in Holland at our company, Post and Roos, and even Mark Hartenveld runs that same cylinder heads.
Okay.
Only 2 cars running them. But a lot of tractor pullers uses them
well,
too now.
This is a classic race, isn't it? Where you've got Mopar against Ford. You know, so you've got the Mustang against the Cuda. And once again, it's just like a fast custom car show. Who knows what's going to... Oh, yeah, really, really fast. You may well see another pair of 5s. Let's wait and see what happens. Great starlight reaction. This
that'll be 5s.
Yeah, both of them, I think. There you are. Look at that.
Into the 580s for Michel Turenne. Oh man, are they happy? 587 at 248, 590 that time round. Come here, sir. Very, very quickly. Well, I guess Everybody is hitting their ass with both hands today.
Yeah, really, really.
That was fabulous, though. Did you think it was going to run 5.87?
No, we changed the setting at the last moment. Yeah. So I saw everybody leave, but not good. So we put another setting, and it paid its bill.
It flew. Fabulous stuff. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. It seems like we're saying lots of well dones today, and it's not even
Let's keep it like
lunchtime yet.
Well, the final pair, and not the least.
Well,
David Vector and Janne Eriksson.
Just very quickly, speed down for Andrean over there as well. 590, only 241.
Yep.
He's normally knocking on 250 out the back door as well. So just very quickly, some short numbers for both of those, because that looked fabulous.
Yeah, well, the 60 foot from Michel wasn't that good. There was a .99. Normally he runs 98 when stuff like that. And Anders ran one flat. 392 to the 8 for Anders and 388 for Michel.
They've both been quicker than that. Right, we've seen some fabulous stuff already. Anybody ready for some 570s, folks?
Oh, easy now. Easy.
Now, I just have to say, we currently have a Dutch 1 and 2 in Pro Modified in the qualified order. Are we going to get a 1, 2, 3? What do you think, Dick?
Why not?
You're completely unbiased, aren't you? So, this pair, David Vector and Jan Eriksson, they both had fabulous weekends at the Door Slammers last week.
Absolutely.
Yeah, both running deep into the 570s.
Yeah, the European record is 572. That's Jan's.
Yeah, yep. But Yanni ran a 573, didn't he, at some point, Door Slammers?
I don't know. Sorry.
I think it might have been on the test day he did it. He didn't do it in qualifying.
Okay. Yeah.
574 for David.
Yeah, the first 70 he run was a 75, and then he hit the rev limiter after 5.3 seconds. So he raised the rev limiter and didn't change anything after that, and then he ran the 75.
Is that like changing the depth ceiling?
Yeah.
Is that how that works? Yeah.
Yeah.
You raise the rev limiter.
Yeah. He never did that before at the top end, so he felt something and he let go. Because he was afraid something broke, but it wasn't.
If you've come here in a Camaro today, ladies and gentlemen, just your aspirations have got to be to run like these two. So side by side, General Motors Camaros. Let's see what happens. Both these guys are capable of running into 5 to all. And Jan Eriksson goes right out of shape on the start line.
And so did David.
Yeah. Explain that to me. What happened there? Too much grip?
Or too less power. Yeah, too much. Too much grip, or too less power. Well, that's almost the same. But David left very good. But then after the 60 foot, when normally the power comes back in, because you have to take away some power at the start. And well, I think that was too much. Took away too much. And Jan had a tire shake immediately.
Immediately. I mean, you can see it down there on the start line, can't you? The Caterpillar tracks just leaving the start line. That must be a real headache job for everybody.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But it's a .95 60 foot in the left-hand lane.
Almost too quick, that is.
Yeah. Well, that's,
if there is such a thing. Gentlemen, Dick, that was a pleasure. We get to do it all again later on today. It's going to be fabulous, absolutely fabulous to watch. Dick, thank you as always for your help.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, up there on the banking and on the grandstands. Anybody ready for fuel cars? I think that was a yes. I couldn't quite hear, but there we go. We have FIA Top Fuel Dragster first qualifying session of the year, and it's so fabulous to welcome back these two drivers. We haven't seen them here for way too long. 2019 was the last time we saw the man in the slick tricks lane. For Lucas Oil, the man in the eye of the storm, it is Mr. Stig Neergaard. Let's hear a cheer for Mr. Stig Neergaard, please. That's for you guys. And in the Kestrel lane from the beautiful island of Malta, once again, your champ from a few years ago. We're so happy to welcome him back. Give a cheer, please, for Duncan Micallef, everybody. So we're about ready to go with fuel dragsters. If you've never seen these cars before, what have you been doing with your life? Here we go.
Well, Barry Sheevels is back up here with us.
All right. Right, I'm back. Yeah. Like you say, Darryl, it's been too long. Problem with Duncan. Darryl, problem with Duncan. Pushed him back.
So, time to quench our blood with some nitromethane. As you just said, Barry, problem with Duncan's car when they went to fire it up. The car that Duncan's driving, or will be driving this weekend, I think I'm right in saying, that was the car that Antti won the championship last year. Was that right?
That's right, yeah. We're going to be sharing the drive in that car, apparently, as it travels around Europe this season. So Duncan doing a couple of meetings, and also...
So for a lot of these drivers here today, these are their first runs of the season.
Yeah, imagine what that must feel like, Darryl.
Fun, lots of fun.
Stig hasn't sat in that car under power for, what, 4 years probably.
You must have raced against Stig.
I did,
in the past?
I did, yeah.
Nice
You were
guy.
in Top
I
Fuel.
like
Stig.
Yeah.
Great guy. Yeah.
My one memory of him was sitting in the used to be a halfway VIP thing.
Yeah.
And Stig Niergaard's car went down, followed by his rear wheel.
I remember it well.
Do you remember that?
I actually remember that one as well.
Do you?
Yeah.
Wow, it was a good few years ago.
It was a few years ago.
But, ladies and gentlemen, no one ever really has been able to formally measure the horsepower these machines produce, because dynos don't go up that far. But they reckon these are sort of 11,000 horsepower, which is extraordinary. When you think back to the days of Dennis Biddle and that, when it was like 2,000 horsepower, this is what top fuel dragsters are. And they are flying. Look at that. Right the way across the start line there. It's huge tyre marks on the track.
Yeah.
And is that the same sort of thing? the shaking of the tyres?
Yeah, absolutely.
But with a lot more power.
A lot more power. And yeah, there's not a lot you can do really. I mean,
you can't do anything as a driver, can you?
Not really.
Apart from
if you were under race conditions and you had to win, then you would have backpedaled it and tried to get back on it and do the quarter mile. But at that particular point, as you can see, the tyre tracks, as you say, like a caterpillar, or a cat track. What you don't understand is that every little movement is probably 6 inches. That's a rattle. And it rattle, and that's what your head's going through at that particular time.
Yeah.
And it's not nice.
The only way, you must have had this too, but having tyre shake in a top fuel car is like being violently beaten by a boxer, isn't it? And that's the only way, the only polite way to put it, because it really hurts like hell. Hurt. And the only way you can stop the pain is take your foot off, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right there, Dan.
And you lose. The thing is as well, it shakes you around so much, you lose all vision. A couple of times I had it, and it was just like someone put a white piece of paper in front of my face. I couldn't see a damn thing at all. Yeah. And the only way to stop again the pain was to take your foot off. Yeah. Which I'm sure you've had that plenty of times, haven't you?
Well, yeah, but you have to teach yourself not to take your foot off if you're in race condition.
I mean, can you drive through it?
You've got to sometimes. Yeah.
Darryl, is it the same with you? Have you driven through it, or did you come off it when you were driving?
There's a level of shake you can get through. There's a level of shake you cannot get through, because the car will fall apart, and so will you when your crew chief gets hold of you when you get back to the pits.
Yeah, but as you well know, Darryl, I had tyre shake really badly in Mantorp Park one year, and did actually shake the body panels off, and that's determination to get to the other end first. Keep your foot in.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it does hurt, and I have got to the other end and been physically sick.
So just tell me how the crew chief now is going to be altering the car to prevent that happening again. What is he going to? What has he got to do? Take more power out?
Well, It's very difficult. I'm not a crew chief, and I was a driver, so I used to leave all those things to Runa. But you do pick a little things up along the way, and obviously, the air's so good at the moment, so the motor's producing more horsepower than what you would normally expect at this time. So he then has to work out whether to put more power in or take a little bit out and set the clutch slightly different. There's loads of things go on. That's what drag. I've been doing it. Been around drag racing 50 years, and it still amazes me when I start talking to crew chiefs and people who know a lot more than I do. That it's not as easy as people think. It's okay, like you say, these cars are producing up to 11,000 horsepower, but that's fair enough. All these cars got the same motor in, basically, so they're all producing 10 or 11,000 horsepower. The key is to get that horsepower on the track, and that's where you have a good crew chief who then he can work out, take the data away from this, and go and work out how much he's got to alter the fuel and the clutch and perhaps tyre pressure. You never know. It could be lots of things.
That's where a good crew chief is worth $1 million.
Yeah, well, that's why we have English teams and European teams bringing over American crew chiefs.
Yeah.
Because they obviously are doing it almost every weekend, whereas we're doing it every sort of month or every 6 weeks.
So he'll download all the information from the onboard computer and then analyse it and then make the adjustments after that.
Yeah.
But
I mean these days, not for when I was racing, but you will see crew chiefs making adjustments behind the start line.
Sure.
Before they go to run, which is, they have sort of lots more computer points on the car now than when I was racing. So they pick up lots of different things while they're sat out here. And, Runa, he is the master and king of crew chief. So no doubt he'll be sorting it out. Duncan, not sure what happened with Duncan's car. It's very unusual for one of Runa's cars not to fire up and run.
Yeah, that wasn't a crew chief issue or anything like that. That was just obviously something not quite working out. So your next pair, if anyone is driving a junior dragster, this is what you aspire to one day, I guess, driving top fuel cars. Slick Tricks Lane, Slick Tricks car. Suzanne Kallin from Sweden did actually start out driving junior dragsters, taking on Ida Zetterstrom from Edelbrock and Runefield Motorsport as well in the Kestrel Beer Lane, Europe's quickest top fuel car, down into the 3.7s, over 1,000 foot.
So all these machines have off-board starters.
Yep.
You don't carry your starter motor around with you because it's too heavy.
Yep.
So that battery is connected to the starter motors, clamps over the top of the blower belt, spins the motor over.
Yep.
And they put methanol in.
Methanol to fire
up. That sounds good.
It did sound strong.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, of the two, it's Suzanne's car that's been running consistently. The most recent event, which was the finals last year, she won with a personal best down in the 380s, well over 300 miles an hour. Her first ever 300 mile an hour trip over 1,000 foot. She's in the Slick Tricks car, but Ida's car, when it's on form, is absolutely unstoppable. But she was a bit inconsistent throughout last season, and that's what cost her in the championship race.
So back behind the start line they come, being guided by the crew chief onto the rubber that they put down during the burnout. Just trying to tell people who may not have been here before what they're doing, you know?
Yeah.
I always remember that.
I was listening, John. I was listening to you.
But it's just, you know, there are people here that maybe haven't been to Santa Pod before or don't understand.
Well, basically, the burnout is to clean the rear slicks, get any debris that they picked up on the way round, and also to get the slicks nice and hot or warm and get the track nice and hot and warm, and then you'll get your best traction with a warm, sticky slick and a warm, sticky track.
Here we go then, folks. Two ladies.
Yeah.
Suzanne Kellin and Ida Zetterstrom.
You hear the note change as they go to the high side. They'll put it into full stage.
So that both pumps now work. And whoa, Suzanne.
Yeah.
There's the belt's come off, isn't it?
Yeah, blower belt came off for Suzanne, unfortunately. Still goes through 504, 140 mile an hour. 0.83 to 60 foot.
That's where you want to be.
That's nice, very nice.
That's about it. 330?
330 is 2.16.
Not bad.
And
She was
then 3.48 at the 8th mile, which was, I think, the engine started to disassemble then.
Well, you can see from down here, the car started driving to the right.
Yeah.
And just after 330 foot, she broke traction. It's the rear tyres spun up, and that was where the belt went, I think, and everything else as well. Trying very, very hard indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please. I'll be back one more time to try again today for both teams. As I always say, it's a hell of a lot of hard work anyway, but when it takes just as much effort to go out there and smoke the tyres as it does to run a 3-second, 300 mile an hour run. But that was definitely set up to go, I think. Very much so. So we've got two drivers behind the tower now we haven't seen here for some time. I think, yeah, Ian's just headed for the tractor. We do need to do a little bit of sweeping out there in the slick tricks lane. So India Erbacher in the slick tricks lane. So good to see India back, and Urs and the whole team. I was having a long chat with Urs last night, and he said that they were really, really happy to be back. They don't know whether the budget will stretch to doing the full tour, but they're going to give it a go. And yeah, this is India's first run in the car. She was in Hockenheim last summer, and they ran really well down there too. Really well. Taking on from Sweden, his first time ever at Santa Pod Raceway in his own car. He licensed here in one of Runa's cars. For Auto Art, it's Dennis Nilsson, son of the very famous Johnny Nilsson, who's been around doing good stuff in drag racing for more years than I care to remember, actually. Part of the Trey, he now owns the Trey Krona car as well. If you love that nostalgia funny car, then that belongs to Johnny. But it's great to see them here at Santa Pod with their own operation. This car's got a lot of history in it as well, as we worked out last night, Barry.
Yeah. Well, I can't remember, Darryl.
Well, it was originally well, the middle bit anyway.
Yeah, the middle bit is one of the
one of the Anderson's
cars.
That's right.
And it ended up winning a championship with the Swedish guy. I can't remember his name.
Håkan Nilsson.
That's him. Yeah, and then yeah, like you say, a lot of history in the car. I'm not. Yeah.
There is a lot of history in it. Håkan Nilsson won with it first, then Andy Carter drove it, Thomas Natos drove it as well, and now in the very capable hands of young Dennis, who's really delighted to be back here at Santa Pod and ready to go. Urs has got some good help over from the USA as well. He's got both Tony Shortall and Aaron Brooks with him as well. Aaron's actually, well, last year was crew chief for a few people. This year is crew chief for Bob Tasker's funny car, I think.
Wow.
And running some really, really good numbers out there. So let's see what India could.
Well, the crew out there just checking, ladies and gentlemen, that the track is A-OK. We are, I think, clearing up at the top end of the track as we speak. And we'll be on with our next pair of top fuel cars. But goes quiet, doesn't it, after that?
Quiet, yeah.
Everything seems quiet.
I was just thinking that when Darryl was saying that the blower belt came off. I've experienced that. And you know, when you're driving, obviously you're expected to be going really quick, which you are, and then smack. The whole thing just slows down instantly when the blower belt snaps. It's quite amazing, and you move forward in the car. Amazingly, yeah.
Instant deceleration.
Yeah, instant deceleration.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah.
The best way to, because the thing is, the car's still in gear, if you like.
Yes.
when you pull the chutes and get off it at the top ends, you're expecting the jolt.
That's right.
But when you're under power and it's hauling, you are absolutely not expecting the blower belt to break and it to hit your head on the dash. The only way I can describe it is if you drive along in your car in first gear up to about 30 miles an hour and then just slip your foot sideways, when you've recovered from banging your head on the steering wheel, that's exactly what it's like, although a lot faster, obviously. It's a very similar kind of thing. So I think the track are almost done up there at the top end. Some last-minute checks of work on India's car, just actually inflating the front tyres of all things a little bit more.
Well, certainly the track is clearing at the top end, and we'll get the action moving as quickly as we can. You've been in top fuel cars, methanol cars, competition altered cars, whatever. Do you miss it?
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't miss the amount of money that you have to find.
Yeah.
And
to invest.
And you know, it can all go in less than a second. Boom. And you know, it takes a lot of finding money. And I had a long chat to Ida yesterday about getting sponsorship for cars and stuff. And you know, a lot of people think it's quite easy, but it's a very difficult thing, I think, to you know, some of the sponsorship deals I had, it took over a year to persuade people to even come and have a look at drag racing.
Yeah.
And yeah, so every time you see a decent sponsor on the side of a car, then you should go out and buy their products if you can, I think, anyway. Because without the sponsorship money, then a lot of these teams wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, it's always been the name of the game, isn't it? That,
yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't know for you. You're sitting up here with me, looking at things that you'd rather be doing yourself.
Well, yeah.
You know,
I mean, yeah, but John, you've been out of it for 15 years, and it's probably, I don't know, 10 years since I drove a car.
Yeah.
And what you tend to find is that you realise that without a lot of money, you're not going to be doing this again. You're not going to be driving again. And that's where I am at the moment. Lots of people say, when you're coming back, when you're coming back, when you're coming back. But I keep saying, I don't think I'm coming back. I've got to win the lottery, but to win the lottery, I've got to do it, and I don't anymore. So I'm not going to be winning the lottery personally. I've got thousands of people that have known for years and years at Santa Pod, best crowd in the world, and they come up to me, if I win the lottery, I'll buy your car, and you know. So one day, who knows, I might be back. What I'd like to do, John, is I would like to run 300 miles an hour in 1,000 feet, because it's the only thing I haven't done.
Right.
You know, because obviously when I was racing, 1,000 foot wasn't even heard of. So, and I checked out my my first 4-second pass and my first 300 mile an hour pass, and they were nowhere near 300 mile an hour at 1,000 feet. So it's something I'd like to do. Then I could tick off all the boxes, and that would be the end of it.
Just refresh my memory, because you ran, was it with Andy Carter, was it the first 300 miles an hour over the quarter?
Yes. We ran the first, I'll put it right. I ran the first 300 mile an hour in Europe, and together we ran the first side-by-side 300 mile an hour outside of America.
Right.
Yeah. So
So
that was 21 years ago this week.
Goodness gracious, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So dragging the start line back to 1,000 feet, so you're losing, what, 320 feet?
Yeah.
So that makes that difference. You
Yeah,
would
well,
like
the
to...
thing is, that's why it's so amazing these days to see the cars running over 300 miles an hour in 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
When we were the first to run it over a quarter of a mile. 1,320 feet. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, in the States now, their race is on to run the first 300 mile an hour in the 8th mile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I saw
absolutely.
That, yeah.
Has anybody done that yet?
No, Britain fourth has been close.
2 miles.
Well, that was a big throttle stop. Wow.
Yeah.
By big throttle stop, I mean there is a device on the side of the car. It's not very technical, but it stops the throttle opening more than you would like to make sure the engine doesn't over-rev on the burnout. And on India's car, that was a very, very high revving burnout, especially compared to the one Dennis Nielsen did in the Auto Art car. So, Sweden against Switzerland. Sweden in the Kestrel lane, so good again to see Dennis Nielsen here in his own car for the first time ever against India Aerobatics, Aerobatics' little girl in a Monster Energy top fuel car.
Going to be interesting. I haven't seen either of these race before, so don't know what to expect.
I've seen India race in Hockenheim.
Have you?
Yeah. She's quick.
And feel.
And away she goes over the centre line.
392, 286 miles an hour to open her account. I'm not sure whether that one is going to count, though, because she took out the block right at the finish line. Yeah, there was a little bit of staging hijinks going on there. Well, first run of the season, 392. You take that?
Yeah, we know it's a badass car we put together here for Hockenheim last time. And
not a bad driver either.
The driver is also badass. Yeah, it's my own.
And T-Motor too, but yeah, 392, and that looked, apart from drifting, that was really good.
Yeah, she drifts a little bit to the left side. She needs to correct it, but it's her first time this year. Only run one race, so she needs a little bit more seat experience to steer the car.
Most importantly, welcome back, everybody. Come on, put your hands together, please, for the whole Aerobatics team. The man that is us, thank you, sir. It's so good to see you back again, and the whole team as well. Well done.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but India went into full stage with her visor open. So Ian was telling her to shut her visor. That's why she took a couple of seconds to actually go anywhere.
You don't want to be going down there with your visor up.
No, definitely not. Once again, put your hands together, please. That's the monster team from Switzerland. What a run off the trailer as well. Don't go anywhere at all, folks. We've still got Nitro Funny Cars to come. We've got all the bikes too, so good day, quick and fast. Once we've cleared up all the orange stuff that's scattered at the top end.
Yeah, India was 0.83 to 60 foot, 2.17 to 330, 3.12 to the 8th. She was already doing 267 mile an hour at half track.
Very nice, yeah.
And even in the other lane, Dennis, 0.97 to 60 foot, 2.4 to 330. I think he was well off of it by then.
So 0.83 is that about right for?
That's very nice.
Yeah, that's on the faster end.
So
right,
it's 0.8 of a second.
Yes.
To get from standing
to 60 foot.
To 60 foot.
Well, if you look at
twice its own length, the car's about 30 foot long.
Yeah.
So from standstill to twice its own length, it's doing that's 0.83, and probably I would. Nobody's ever done it, checked it, I don't think, but you've got to be doing way over 100 miles an hour.
Well, that 330 foot block out there, that's pretty much 100 metres. I know it's probably not quite there, but if you think about like Usain Bolt, who can run it in 9.58 seconds?
Right.
Our top fuel dragsters do it in 2.1.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but you got 11,000 horsepower
Yes.
and only one manpower. Yeah, but no, the thing is that I mean, I still tell people and talk to people about drag racing and stuff. It is actually amazing that car, weighing 2,220 pounds with the driver in, can accelerate from 0 to over 100 miles an hour in 0.8 of a second.
Yeah.
Because people don't actually believe you. That's why I always like to bring people to the pod. And once they've seen it, then they can actually realise that you've not been bull all your life. Because obviously I talk a lot about drag racing. It's been my life, so yeah, it is amazing, and that's when things like that. That's when you need a proper crew chief.
Sure.
Because that car was set up perfectly.
Yeah, it was
from the line, and I think Gers was quite right in what his assessment of the run. You know, I know what it feels like when you haven't sat in one for a year, so nothing can. There's nothing in normal life
that prepares you for that. No,
So
absolutely.
I think she started to drift over to the left-hand side and probably thought to herself, I am not going to straighten this up because probably something nasty will happen.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I've had the same myself. I've got to the point where I'm thinking it's probably better keep your foot hard in here and just let it drift to that side
rather than try and
actually to correct it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a shame because that time probably won't go down as a time now. She's taken out the top end markers there. So.
But she was doing 267 miles an hour at the halfway mark.
Wow.
At the 8th mile, not the halfway mark, but at the 8th mile. 267 miles per hour. That is extraordinary.
It is extraordinary, yeah.
And crossed the finish line sideways at 286 miles an hour. So, my goodness me.
Yeah, they are amazing things, definitely.
Yep. Well, we've got Nostalgia Funny Cars up next. And then we've got all of our motorcycles, which I must confess I'm looking forward to seeing. I haven't seen any motorcycle racing at this level for years now. And other than when I come up, as a guest and sit and watch it.
You know what we were just talking about, just a run in general. From hitting the gas to shutting off at 1,000 feet, that's probably 15 gallon of fuel gone, nitromethane. Now, if you got yourself a drum and put 15 gallons in it, and cut the top off it, lifted it up on a crane and tipped it upside down, it would take longer than that 3.8 seconds to come out, and that car's used it. It's an amazing stat, that. Really.
Well, the twin fuel pumps, delivering gallons a minute, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's quite extraordinary.
And then of course. The other thing is the magneto.
Yeah.
The spark from the magneto you could weld with.
Yeah.
An amazing stat.
They've got 2 of those.
Yes.
Which we call distributors in the real world.
In the real world, yeah.
But
44 amps apiece.
Quite extraordinary machines.
Yeah.
So
the thing is, why I'm talking about things like that is, I know there's a lot of people on the bank there that probably don't even take the time, because they like it in the sunshine, and why not? But it is actually worth going around the pits and having a look at some of these vehicles, because they are quite amazing. And not like other forms of motor racing that I've been to, when you get around there, the crew are really friendly, and they want to talk to people, and they want to show people, around the cars and stuff like that, and the type of things that, when you see a piston, it is massive. People, I understand why people get on the bank and stay there all day, but I think it don't cost to go round the pits. You just walk round the back of the track and into the pits, and there you are. You can.
Well, you're allowed to do it, which is so radically different to other motorsport.
It is radically different.
So
Yeah. Me personally, I would suggest that everybody should do it. Wander around the pits at some time. If we have a lunchtime, then probably that would be a good time to do it. And the people are so friendly. I've got friends from all over Europe, just purely because of drag racing.
Well, we'll see what happens. We've still got, as I said, all the motorcycles to come yet, plus Nostalgia Funny Car. So we're... whereas yesterday we were running so far in advance of our time, we actually finished bang on time yesterday. Today, not so.
Yeah, you only need things like this.
That's always the thing, isn't it?
That's the problem with big cars. They can do things like this. Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to take a few more minutes. I think what we'll do is we'll hand across to Nitro FM, and we'll just give ourselves a little bit of a break.
Tyre shake for Sylvia, but he just drives through it there, side by side, going over the line.
Oh, fantastic runs. Absolutely fantastic runs.
That's a great opener for Ling Floydsville.
So here we go. Let's see what happens here. Whoa. My goodness.
Yeah, drag racing.
Yeah.
Then it goes straight line.
Yeah, it's nice and easy, isn't it, going from one end to the other. But Johnny Lag, that was proper tyre shake, which went into tyre spin. If you can see from...
Cracking looking run, brings it over towards the centre line, but it reels it in perfectly. He goes through the finish line under power, 673, 208 mile an hour.
That was a little bit labouring on the way down the track.
Yeah, he built both of these cars. Lovely launch from Wayne Nicholson.
Yeah, he's going for it. It's going to be a 5.
Yes! Wow! Once again into the 5s to Wayne Nicholson. A fabulous 598. Right, don't go anywhere. Grab him. Don't let him get away. Come here. Oh, okay. Go on then, Randy. No. Come here. Very, very quickly. We didn't get the chance to do this when you ran a 5 back at the Festival of Power, but a 598 backs up the 588 from before.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've been working towards getting that 5 second back there again, and we've done it. And, you know, hats off to all the team, the sponsors. Couldn't do it without them.
Well, you've been so long trying to do it. It must be a huge relief.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, we've been trying pretty hard, so I'm pretty pleased.
So what's the secret?
Keep trying.
Keep trying. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lucky Devil team for Wayne Nicholson and Lucas Oil.
Very well done.
Big round of applause.
And there's fast Freddie.
No time.
It's going to be a 5. Oh, just on the outside. What a great run.
And what a baseline run.
Yeah.
Wow.
Off the track. He normally waits till Sunday night to do that.
Yeah.
But well done, Fred, and the whole team.
Fabulous.
Gets crossed. Here we go.
Oh, Mickey had to get off.
Well, wiggled the tail a bit, but it's Bobby Wallace.
Bang.
There. Whoa.
A beautiful 595, 245 miles an hour. Just very quickly, Andy, come on. Was that the plan for the opening run?
The plan? That was the plan for the day, yeah.
That's the plan for today, yeah. How much more could you step that car, or the team step that car up? Because it does seem to have a lot more in it.
Slowly.
Slowly.
Tyre shake again.
Yeah.
But it did go. What was that 60? That was pretty good.
0.96.
Yeah, that's about where you want to be in a door car. Shook the tyres going past 60 foot and backed out of it, but it did actually hook and go like a bandit, or a goblin, if you prefer. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Oh! Huge move, crosses the centre line, Bruno Barner, but 588 with an 8, 242 mile an hour.
New number one qualifier. That's what happens when you get after it, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly. Joey, come here for 2 seconds. So I'm guessing that was the run you were kind of building up to last weekend.
Yeah, for sure. We made a bunch of adjustments. We could make a lot of runs last week, so we're just working it to this point.
So did you think it was going to be a 580 run before you ran?
I'm pretty sure it would be in there, but still need to do it.
Still need to do it. It was great to see, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. That's Joey Vandenberg.
Let's wait and see.
In the other lane. So Apache coming around the corner now. We'll be running in the Slick Tricks lane. You've seen Top Fuel Funny Car already. Well, this is what they used to look like back in the 70s and 80s. They're a little bit more like the road-going versions. Say little bit.
Well, Tim Garlick is the pilot of the Apache. That's been a regular retro funny car out here on the track. It's a Pontiac Firebird. We've watched the up-to-date Gladiator a little while ago in the hands of Jason Phelps. But this is what Gladiator looked like when Lucy Herring was driving it. Pontiac Firebird, Smokey and the Bandit Firebird, if you like. But Tim Garlick has been a really, really great driver. Tony Betts with the Venom car, doing so much work on this car to get it out there and be competitive with Tim Garlick. And these are, you know, two really capable cars with two very capable drivers. So they should really now be getting all the pressure down onto the track, and let's hope that we get side-by-side 6-second runs.
Well, Apache is the only one in Europe at the minute who's dipped his toes into the fives.
Has he? Okay.
I know a lot of work's gone into the Venom car, so it would be nice to see him go and do a strong 6-second pass, hopefully something around a 6.4, 6.3. But I'm sure Tim Garlick will just do another, I'd say A to B pass, however that usually goes through C, D and E. It never goes straight.
So, young John just making the final adjustments onto the Venom car. Crew chief's away. So here we go, folks. So side by side, this is how it used to be. When I first came to drag racing, this is what it looked like.
Lovely
pass. Go Tone, go man. Yeah. Oh, Fabo. Well done, both crews there. Great runs, excellent stuff. Apache and Venom, well done. A lot of joy in that Kestrel lane for Tony Betts' team. They've been working real hard on that car to get it to do that. And am I ever happy? And I'm getting the boss massage in my back at the moment. Oh dear, it's better than getting paid. So,
you're not getting that.
Oh, I'm not getting paid. Okay, fine. So there you are. Well done to those two. And it's the two-seater coming round now. And as Darryl was saying earlier on, we don't have any...
I do now.
Oh, you do now?
Yes.
Great, okay.
Right, give
Tom?
Apache's team a round of applause as they go up to collect their driver. A 6.02, 226 mile an hour, stout first pass for them. And do the same for the Venom team. That is one hell of a car.
Well done, Venom team. Well done.
A lot of work's gone into that car. From a few years ago now, he had quite a bit of a crash here just as we were coming out of COVID. I think it was 2021 or the end of 2020. And that was the first pass I've seen that really represents what that car can do. So, on to the two-seater dragster now. We've already seen this car on track once today. and that was Martin Lucas in the back from Nuneaton. That was a 60th birthday present for him.
Oh, okay.
And this, at the minute, is Bert Bergraf from Holland in the back of the two-seater. This is a 40th birthday present for him.
Okay.
And what a way to spend it.
Yeah. So we're going to roughly see the same sort of times and speeds here, aren't we? This is such I'm touching wood as I say this, such a reliable machine. It's always 7 seconds, 180 miles an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
So I've got the list from
Yeah,
Paul.
you just did that.
Oh, sorry. I apologise.
Yes, okay.
I was in the toilet.
Yes.
As you could probably tell.
Tom's just actually read that out. So.
The thing is, the message that I got sent was, morning, not sure if you are in today, but I've sent it to Darren.
Yeah.
So this is obviously Paul Brown driving the two-seater dragster with Bert Bergraf in the back, about to launch him to probably a 7.8. 04 light to boot.
Well, he's a very good drag racer, Paul Brown. There you go.
8 flat, 167 mile an hour.
On that subject, John, unbelievably, when he sent me the list. This is worth reading because this is actually hilarious. So Paul Brown sent me the list of who was driving the car. So I scrolled back and I got the first message he ever sent me, which was from 2010, saying, "Hi, I am new starting in drag racing this season. I have a few questions about licensing and the MSA logbook. Is there any number or person I could contact to get answered? Many thanks, Paul." From back in 2010. So his first contact was me asking how he got involved, and now look at him scaring the living daylights out of people.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, his whole family is steeped in hot rodding.
Yeah.
And that's where I first met him, was driving a tot rod.
Is that right?
Yeah, on a racetrack at Billing. There's a go-kart track there, and we used to open the show by getting all the tot rods out. So, and that was Paul Brown.
Well, I'd like to bring in a gentleman now, if I may, who's been very patiently waiting up here. You may know him, you may love him. Probably not love him. That's probably a bit of a strong word. Sorry about that. But anyway, huge welcome up into the tower for Mr. Dale Leakes, everybody. Dale, it's really good to have you up here. Shame you're not down there, obviously. But just give us a little bit of background as to why you're not racing this weekend.
So the reason I'm not out there at the moment is my bike is in the United States.
That's a pretty good excuse.
I never planned for myself to be out there racing on it. What happened was Dan Wagner, who works closely with Warp Speed Racing, myself, and a lot of the guys across the globe, really. He had a tragic fire which burnt his whole workshop down.
I did see that. Dreadful.
So the moment that happened, he lost a world record setting sister bike, really, to mine, Stewart, Smithy's new age GSX 1400. And, you know, it set records, everything like that. And this is Dan's life. So I got some big work commitments and everything this year. So I decided I'd ship my bike to him and say, look, if you want to put Terry on it or anyone, then there's a bike, have the bike, I'll come out, crew with you, do bits and pieces like that.
You're going to get loads of requests now. How do I become friends with Dale Leakes and borrow his bike? Yeah, I think so. So that's how it shook out. Basically, you said, borrow mine because yours has had it. Yeah?
So that was the plan. And then Terry was like, no, you know, this fits my retirement, I'm going to do this. So another guy called Rob Garcia lost his bike in the fire. So we said, well, we'll put him on it. That didn't come to fruition. And 2 days before the Maryland event a few weeks back, Dan rung me up and said, you're coming over, but you better put your levers in because you're riding, Dale. And so I flew over a day early, got there, and the rest is history. I'll go back out there next week for round 2.
So was it fun?
It was awesome. It's totally different.
Okay.
The whole scenario out there is completely different. The time difference was real difficult for me. My first qualifier was supposed to be at 9 o'clock at night, but unfortunately it was an accident and they had to bring the air ambulance
9 o'clock at night? They were still running it, planning to run at night?
That was number 1 qualifier at 9 o'clock because the temperatures dropped away, the conditions are good. That's when they want to run these bikes.
Fine, okay.
And
it's more the fact that the tracks are allowed to run that late, really, more than anything, yeah?
So my pass was actually at 12:30, which is 5:30 in the morning. That was a hard deal for me.
Wow. So, did you have a nap in the staging lanes?
I was dozing off, but the moment I fired the bike up, I was wide awake.
You were on it, definitely so. So, Dale's very kindly come up to join us for the bike classes.
Yeah.
And
Hi, Dale.
Top Fuel Bike as well.
Hiya.
John, Dale, John.
You all right?
Good to meet you, man.
And you.
What class of bike do you ride?
So
Dale?
it's over here it'd be called a funny bike. Over there it's called Pro Extreme. We're racing to the 8th out there, where they race to the quarter over here. But the main reason they're racing to the 8th over there is their prep is so crazy, so sticky for the Pro Street bikes. It's tearing the tyres apart in the quarter mile for the Pro Extreme bike. So it's getting dangerous.
That seems a rather serious reason for not running further, though.
Yeah,
I mean. We get to round one, first qualifying session of Pro Stock Bike. That was Martin Bishop losing fire underneath us. Asplin and Noble, who I think won this event 1 year ago, is going to be on a buy run. These are the two-wheel version of Pro Stock cars, if you will. All engineered horsepower, no paddle adders whatsoever, apart from the great weather.
And steered with your body.
Steered with the pegs almost that time, I think. That was a little off to the side for Aswin. He goes through with a 12.05. Yeah, getting back to that, Dale. So, obviously, your bike runs like a scalded cat, whether it's quarter mile or half track or whatever.
Yeah.
Any preference as to,
I love the quarter mile. I want to go out the back door. I want to go out the back door over 200 miles an hour.
Does it feel like that, shutting off too early, racing over the eighth?
Not really, because they're geared back. So the bikes start to haul really bad. I mean, we were doing 178 at the 8th, and Dan's not happy with that. He's pushing. We went 420 in the 8th, but Dan's pushing me to go 3.9. That's what we're gunning for next weekend. So if everything lines up and I can keep hold of it, it'll go.
If he can keep hold of it.
Okay. Well.
So we've got Martin Bishop has refired coming forward, the world's fastest gecko in the Kestrel lane.
So Martin's on a different setup. This is first time he's on EFI now.
Okay.
So he's just switched over to EFI. I think Stuart's made him a complete fuel injection system. And so this will be his first pass on EFI.
So Stuart's had a hand in his crane warp speed, yeah?
It's literally just come out of his workshop. So, there'll be a new learning curve for the guys.
Ian just plonks his visor shut. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was a good start. Really stretched his arms as he took off from the start line.
Glad you said
and that
arm.
looks good. Is that good for a first run?
It's not bad checkout pass. Obviously, with what they've just done and all the work they've completely... These bikes run completely on fuel and air. This is exactly what they've got to get right. And to change over to that other system from what... Martin's been doing it for years on the old carbureted system. Just to get down the other end is an achievement.
Is there advantage, you think, to running the EFI system?
Oh, I think with the modern world and the technology and everything that's going on, everything is switching over to EFI. The tiny little adjustments that you can make. The Pro Stock bikes in America now, if they're up the top, they're all on EFI.
Right, okay.
On carbs they can go fast, but EFI is that fine tuning. You're talking down in the hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second, fuel duty cycles, everything like that. So they can really push the boundaries.
Which is what it's all about, obviously. Well, so, could we have Super Comp into the lanes, please? We have our next pair from France, Bertrand Maurice in the Kestrel lane. The right size for a bike rider. He looks more like a jockey than a... But then, post-up bike riders have always been quite slight, haven't they?
That's why I have a turbo. I'm a heavy hitter.
Against, one way of putting it, Martin Newbury for Cycle Works in the Slick Tricks lane. Mark's been way down in the 7.0s before. Good looking launch, 1.11 to 60 foot.
That's going to be a good...
Yeah, well done.
14, 184. Again, no power adders, no nothing, just air, fuel and,
sheer engineering. Absolutely,
like
it's an engineering class. They're on a weight brake, absolutely... they're squeezing every last bit of power. They're on the edge of blowing up if they're running down in the low 7s, high 6s.
Well, Bertrand Maurice, I seem to remember back at the main event last year, he had exactly the same problem. The bike would just not get off the start line, no matter what they did with it over a number of runs over the weekend. Let's hope this weekend doesn't go the same with us.
I don't think I could do that. Just pick up the back of the bike and walk off with it.
You could have a go.
The back's the light bit.
Right, when we're now talking about stuffing as much power with power adders
Well, kind of. Nitro's a power adder, isn't it? Yeah, it's a big power adder. Is that in your future, do you think, one day?
I'd never say never. They do interest me. I mean, a lot. If it's wild, it interests me. But these guys, super twin top fuel bikes, crossed up, bent up, going down the track, they're nuts.
They're beyond bonkers. Some of the things, obviously, you do, we all do, are a bit nuts. I think this is possibly...
Oh, it's up there.
Getting on for the top of the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet. Now, Eric's retired anyway. So, our first pair in the electric lane, well, from the Netherlands. No, the Netherlands, sorry, from Belgium. My apologies. Saw the flag. Chris van Nimmen with the normally aspirated Super Twin. What we're looking at now is twin V-twins, or 2 cylinders with nitromethane. The bike in the slick tricks lane is a big inch, normally aspirated bike, believe it or not. The bike in the Kestrel lane is one of the world's quickest 2-cylinder bikes, one of 2 of the quickest in the world. The first ever in the 5s as well. That's Vesa Lipponen all the way from Finland. Dropped a cylinder off the start line for Vesa, so he backed out of it. You can still see it smoking, actually. Chris van Nimmen rolls through quite nicely with a 734 at 183.
Are they still based around Harley-Davidson V-twins, or is it now a whole
one
different
on the,
product now?
In the right-hand lane, yes, and the left-hand lane, that's Jaska's own configuration. So it runs a slightly different engine in there. And like we were going on about the EFI systems,
yeah,
he's one of the only people in the world to be running EFI on a top fuel bike.
Wow.
He's so technically advanced, and the stuff that Jaska does is absolutely out of this world. He's in tomorrow's world.
It's
that guy.
World class, world leading, outstanding. There are people around the planet that just do not believe what he does and how he does it.
Without
and he just never stops re-engineering stuff.
Well, his world record was with a parachute out the back.
Correct.
the whole way.
Yeah.
Out.
Yeah, with the shootout. Vesa Lipponen went 5.9 at Tieparina a few years ago now.
Yeah.
And I think Jaska off, because the next day Jaska went even quicker on his bike, but the chute, he was dragging the chute from half track on.
Good grief.
His half track numbers were quicker than Larry McBride had ever been on a full-on top fuel bike, which was just...
But the horsepower these things have got, Nitro likes to be loaded. I don't think it cared it had the parachute out the back.
Probably
I don't think it affected.
Well,
and look cool.
Well, Martin de Haas is coming out into... So Martin de Haas is coming out into the Kestrel lane. It's a name I remember from the past. He's been around this a long, long time, hasn't he?
He's one of those, what's the word I'm looking for? All over the bike. You couldn't get a more opposite riding style to the man in the slick tricks lane. From Denmark, all done by his dad and him, Marcus Christensen, with the bike that, if you squint, looks like a big pro stock bike. It's his riding position
on it
totally
like a pro stock bike.
yeah, it's totally unique, and it is so calm compared to all the other bikes. Look at that, one little body movement, and that's it. There we go. They both click it off just after half track. Still goes 7:01. 1.11 to 60. Marcus Christensen 4:24 at 179 to the 8th.
He is something else. I mean, I've been watching him for a lot of years when he first came into it and stepped on. And I used to watch it because you remember Low Starbull, we used to dive all over that bike. He was all over the track, and then you watch him and you think it was a completely different class.
Yeah, you're right.
But it works. He's smooth.
Well, I was having a good chat with a friend of mine about it the other day, and I don't get why no one else has done what they've done, because it just seems the way that Marcus rides it and the way it runs, it's so undramatic, which in drag racing means quick.
And it's smooth, it's quick, and it goes.
Yeah, and that's what I've always thought. If you get a smooth run, it defies your eye, and it's usually the quickest run. You know,
you're not fighting it, are you?
No. So
all the fighting slows you down, so to speak. Anyway, so we're on to top fuel bike. Your class,
that is.
Anyway, I have to say, Dale took one of the most incredible event wins. I'll get to the after we see Mickey Ollie out there on the funny bike racing in top fuel bike. It's a good mix, isn't it, Dale? It works really well. It's good fun.
Yeah, it's great. It's great that we've got a place to run with them, and the funny bikes are stepping up.
Oof.
Good looking run for Ricky
Yeah.
Ollie,
Yeah.
actually.
Is it?
Yeah. Not bad. Low 7. There we go.
Okay.
732, 188. Yeah, Dale took
It's a
one.
nice mix. It's with the top fuel bikes and the funny bikes. Otherwise, there's nowhere for them to run. But the thing is, you have to run a 6.9 to qualify in this class. Something that I tried for a long time to do, a long, painful slog. But I understand why it's done to keep the level of machinery in the class where it is. But you know, you get a fast funny bike and a top fuel bike make one single mistake.
Yeah.
They'll take them.
Oh, it's always been the way, yeah.
Many
Yeah, yeah.
times.
So
Here's the big boss.
That was turbocharged, that Kawasaki that just went up there, yeah? Okay.
Turbo methanol machines, pushing on the boundary of between 700 and 800 horsepower.
Oh, boy.
The pair of these, both capable of below 6.5s.
Two of Europe's quickest bikes. One of them is Europe's quickest funny bike. Stu Crane, your good buddy and Warp Speed boss in the Slitrix lane, doing some amazing stuff with cylinder heads and engines worldwide these days.
Yeah, without a doubt. It is. It's actually, in America, the engine platform that Stuart's built, the GSX 1400, is undefeated in a side-by-side race.
That's pretty impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, so I got a bit of pressure on myself because that's what I've got in. So
what's the phrase about sand to the Arabs? I think, isn't it? Selling sand
Yeah.
to the Arabs, something like that. Anyway, against Thomas Pettersson in the Kestrel lane. Thomas from Sweden, been around doing this a long while. Another really good 6-second funny bike. What's Stu Crane going for here? Do you think? I mean, he's run 6.3s.
I think he'll be around about 6.5 if he's on it. He's probably testing his new setup and everything. The pair of this could be a good race.
Well, he's chunked it in a bit in the start line, which knocks a bit off the ET. Yeah,
Nice and
1.18
straight.
to 60 foot, but straight, like you said, which is good.
What a great run.
6.6.
Yeah.
Yeah, 668, 191. He knocked a bit off it at the start line. There was a puff of smoke, which I think he's still going.
That puff of smoke it always worries everybody. But that puff of smoke is actually, when we go on the brakes, is the oil shooting back into the turbo. So all it does, as you change the positive G to negative G, it just rushes back into the turbo and gives it a little puff. It always looks like we're blown up.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness for that.
Every day's a school day.
Look, well, that's why we got him here, you see, because he knows what he's doing, we don't. 7.57 for Thomas Pettersson. It's 122. Junior Dragster please into the 8. Also, on that run, if you notice, Thomas Pettersson was ahead at the 8th mile. A couple of ticks quicker than Stu Crane.
Yeah.
So, another rider from France down there. Eric Richard, good 6-second machine, this one. I would honestly say, yeah, he's pointing to the right. Up against Al Smith with the Rocket, one of my favourite bikes ever to be built. It's just an amazing thing.
It's phenomenal.
It's Phil Bainbridge built, isn't it, this? And
it's all
Is
Phil.
it 3 cylinders?
Correct.
Because the BSA or the Triumph Rocket was a 3-cylinder road bike.
Oh, wow, what a shame. That was a good one. Eric just trying to keep the bike off the wall and still goes 6.95 at 190. I think his little toe might have been touching that blue paint.
They're
up there.
always an interesting pair to watch. Both of them will dance all over the top of these bikes and move them around.
Yeah, they did. It's incredible to watch that.
Al does that very much. He's very much in charge of it. shall we say.
Yeah, he fights that bike.
Yeah, and then if you ever shook his hand, he's in charge of everything he touches, I think.
He's
to
a big
be
old
honest
boy.
but he's a very, very good rider anyway. 806 opens the account for the Rocket this weekend. He got down into the 5s. I mean, I guess that's something you'd obviously like to do. Would you ever think it's possible with a funny bike day? That's the thing.
I do think it is possible. I do think we're further away from it than people think. But will it happen? Yes, 100%. Billy Vose in the States took all the weight off of his bike because they're on a weight break over there. He went 6.0. He went 6.0, exploded the tyre, the bodywork came off, it came off the ground. It was a hairy ride, but he was on the edge of the 5.9s.
So that was a track prep thing, the reason that you think?
That's what we're doing. We stretch the tyres on the rims to get rid of the tyre shake. So we're using a 10.5-inch tyre on a 14-inch rim or a 13-inch rim. So as we're pulling it out sideways, we don't give it enough room to create that knot in the tyre for tyre shake, and it has been a major influence in getting these bikes going faster down the track. So if you look at Stu Crane's bike, you'll see that the sidewalls are pulled right the way out, and it's got rid of the deflection in the tyre.
And it really does work, obviously.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time, I think was when we were on 11-inch slicks, was when we had tyre shake. You don't get it.
Does it? I mean, on the flip side though, wouldn't it not be better to run a bigger tyre for a bit more legs at the top end?
The problem is you need the horsepower to pull it, so it's just a fine way up on them. That the more tyre size that you put in them, obviously the more tyre you've got to drive, and it's a rotating mass. You've got to pull it down the track. So
yeah, with like you said, that's what you just said about power. You've got to have the power to move it. That's the thing. Without it shaking.
And if you get up and stand up, and that tyre's standing up, then you get to make the mile an hour out the back door.
Yeah.
Because you've got less friction or loss on that track. So, you know, as long as it's hooked, it'll drive.
It certainly
so he's a drag racer and part-time scientist by the sound. Listening
they all are,
listening
mate.
to what you're saying, I'm thinking, my God.
It's all made up, you know.
He sounds convincing.
Yeah.
Well, he's convinced me.
Well, there we go.
That's
what I've got it all written on my phone here. I'm just looking at it.
He's been learning all this. Is on the way up. No, but it's but with one of, I mean, the UK, Europe as well, real hotbed of fuel racing. Yeah, a real hotbed of fuel bike racing and development as well, especially with. I don't know, what is it about this place that makes people want to build like wild out of the way stuff?
Well, I mean, I started years and years ago with a road bike and going to race meetings on airfields, and worked out that I wasn't as quick as I thought I was. In the next moment, you know, I'm taking the wing mirrors off of it, I'm taping up any gaps, and I get another mile an hour. Yeah. And that progressed on. I raced in ultimate street bike and bought a bike then that had nitrous oxide on it. That wasn't enough. He just kept pushing it and pushing it. Then I was introduced to Stuart Crane. I was building an outlaw bike at the time, and Stuart done some work on that, and he took a season off when his first son Toby was born and said, "Dale, do you want to go on the Pro Mod?" I think he knew exactly what he was doing because he knew he weren't going to get it back. And I went on the Pro Mod and he built himself a new one, and yeah, the rest is history. You know, we just keep striving and striving to go faster and faster because the feeling is amazing to get quicker and quicker and quicker.
Well, I've spoken to you about this before because Dale does an awful lot. Just give John and the lovely folks out there a bit of background to the other stuff you do to relax away from racing.
I'm a very tame guy. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Right, in your own time.
I do a bit of skydiving and base jumping and things like that. So like instant adrenaline stuff, really. And but to be honest with you, there's nothing quite like dropping the button on the bike and leaving the gate. It's an awesome feeling you can't describe to somebody unless they've done it.
Yeah, I think I always used to say to people, like, do you like roller coasters? No, because you know you're going to get off the other end.
Yes,
that's
you say.
Kind of like.
Were you around then when I was commentating on Ultimate Street Bike, when we used to go all around the country with that?
I probably just missed that. I started racing back in 2008, something like that.
That's when I left.
Yeah, so I think we just missed.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. That's extraordinary.
But yeah, it's just over here. It seems to be there just seems to be like a whole eclectic magic mix of fabulous engineers that never stop trying to work out. You know,
without doubt. I mean, like Stuart's interaction with Dan Wagner, the two of them together, and what they've created and pushing the boundaries on things is that, you know, some people over there have been doing it their way for so many years, and people over here have been doing it their way for so many years. They get their heads together and off they go.
Yeah, exactly that. And very quickly, folks, we've got a little bit of clean up to do on the top end. Shouldn't be too long. However, that beautiful bearded chap down there on the start line.
No, it's not beautiful. It's Dan.
He's never been called that before. I thought I'd just make his day, John, before you ruined it. He's going to be seeing if he can drop a T-shirt in his beer. That's why in your beer. That's why I'm not allowed to do it anymore, because I always used to shoot it at the people that weren't looking. It was good. The funny thing is, as well, is you walk down the bank and you notice all the kids in a wave just follow you down the bank. And yeah, so please don't fall over yourselves to grab a T-shirt, folk. We don't want any injuries. It does happen. And the other one I was quite proficient at doing was firing it over the back of the grandstand and landing it in someone's coffee as well over the back. That was completely unexpected it because they couldn't see the racetrack. So anyway, if it's all right, we're just going to keep talking for a moment. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no. So Dan's going to be moving along. Come on, folks, put your hands up. There you go. Well, that one looked quite hard to get out of the cannon, Dan. You need a bit more effort, mate. I think it's the squat. Come on, raise your hands, please. There we go. Blimey, Dan. Did you turn it up? Dearie me. Okay, so once again, he's going to stand back a little bit further just to make sure he doesn't end up with it in the car park. Right, now, what you need to do, Dan, by the way, is you need to send it to the side that cheers the loudest, right? So, first of all, we're going to have a go with the grandstand. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad.
Dan, the other one that cheered you, you dickhead.
Well done. Okay, so, grandstand cheer, please. Thank you very much indeed. Hang on, Dan. Before you do it, let's give them a chance. On the banking, please. Give him a cheer. Oh, wow, that's too tough to call. We'll give the grandstand one more chance. I do think they're winning, though. We'll give the bank one more chance. Nah, grandstand it is. Go. There we go. Looks like the grandstand have won. That is in the trader area. Round of applause, please. Fabulous stuff. I've done that many times, Dan. There's no shame in that. He's going to keep going. The only problem is with firing it lower, it goes much faster, and you end up with it on someone nose. I think we're just about ready to go with the racetrack again. You can see all the vehicles have moved off the top end. Dan's going to just shoot one more T-shirt up there. Sorry, when I said up there, I nearly meant over there again. Well done, Dan. Congratulations. By the end of the weekend, he might have got the hang of it, folks. He is a work experience. We'll see how long he lasts. There we go. Well done, mate. Good effort. The tractor is just clearing the top end, and we're going to be back on with Top Fuel Bike. We've got Neil Midgley behind the tower. It's also great to see Rikard Gustafsson back. And Rene van der Berg as well. Dale, you've raced against these guys. What's it like running a funny bike against a fuel bike?
One of the most amazing things ever is if you get out in front of one.
Yeah. Which you probably do quite often.
We've done it before.
Yep.
You get out in front of them, and then the noise as they come past you. If they hunt you down, you know they're coming. Your bike just disappears. All the noise from your own bike just disappears, and this noise just hammers past. It's quite an experience. It's nice to run against them, and if you get lucky and they break traction or anything like that, you know, it can be on. It can be a good race.
It's, I'm sure it's really good fun, and funny enough you should say that, because years and years ago Mark Ashelford came over from Australia, and he was racing over here with a normally aspirated V-twin, which is pretty loud, but he always ended up paired up against Per Bengtson. Now, if you remember Per Bengtson,
I do very much.
Parallel
so, yeah.
twin with a supercharger.
Yeah.
The exhaust
The
used to
beast.
shoot out the side.
Yeah.
Right? And Mark almost always, not always, but a fair few times missed the shift because he couldn't hear his own bike because Per was alongside him, blasting him.
I quite believe it.
And he couldn't hear a thing.
Yeah, especially with that machine. It's probably one of the loudest, you know, two-cylinder motorcycles on the
It
planet.
sounds very angry,
Yes.
doesn't it? I think is probably the best way to put it. So your next pair will be Neil Midgley from the UK, your defending ACU Top Fuel Bike champion. Looks like he's going to be taking on Mark Smith, another one of the Warp Speed gang. Now, just to give you a bit of background as well, these machines are well capable of running the quarter mile in with the 5-second timing ticket at over 240, possibly even 250 if the name's Ricard, miles an hour. Just the way these bikes run is totally different from a funny bike, isn't it, Dale? What you said. Funny bike leaves much quicker, but then I'm not saying it runs out of steam, but it doesn't have anything on a fuel bike in the back half.
It's just horsepower, sheer horsepower. I mean, these top fuel bikes here are over 1,000 horsepower, but then they do weigh twice as much.
Yeah.
So power to weight ratio, They got that big tyre and they can drive it.
Yeah, so to get them moving, they don't 60 foot nearly as quick, but then from then on, once they're moving.
Oh, without a doubt. Once they're shifted and they've got, if they're hooked up, I mean, we could quite possibly see a 5-second pass here now. I mean, it's the second fastest bike in the world, and I think it's put 3 separate riders in the 5s. It's an amazing machine.
And of course, Midjo is built like a jockey, isn't he? Half a jockey.
Yeah.
Half a jockey. So, I mean, that's the big thing with him, is keeping control of it, having very little body weight.
He's been getting more and more comfortable on the bike. There were a couple of runs a few weeks ago. I thought he was going to click it off, but he didn't. Up against Mark Smith. There you go, perfect illustration of how it works, folks. Neil's keeping it nailed.
Fabulous.
6:11, 199. But look at that for Mark Smith. Terrific run. 6:78, 188 miles an hour. That was comparatively soft, actually, for Midjo. 103 to 63.99 at 199 from the 8th. That bike's been nearly 0.3 of a second quicker than that, would you believe?
Yeah.
But a great run for Mark Smith as well. That's one of his quickest runs ever, I think.
Yeah, that's down there with where he left off last year, and 6.7, you know, and the mile an hour's down. What is it on now?
188.
Yeah, so he would have been out of it. Without doubt, he was out of it by the end of the strike, because, you know, these, to be running 6.7s, you'd be pushing 200 miles an hour. So something tells me that he was not under full power at the finish line.
So talking of full power, the last 2 that are going to roll around here in Top Fuel Bike, what a pair this is as well. I mean, when you talk in engineering terms, the bike built by Puma Engineering for Euroil and the Netherlands, René van der Berg with the Shark Attack machine, been hunting the 5s for a while now. Looks like he's going to be on the solo. They're going to give Rickard a chance to run in just a second, actually.
Speaking to Midjo and Phil, both of them have told me how difficult it is to actually shut the bike off at the finish line.
Really?
Because the actual G-force that's pulling them on there, they physically have to get themselves up on the foot pegs to have enough hand left to shut that throttle. That's how much pull them bikes have got going across the finish line.
Wow. Okay.
What planet do these people come from? I'd like to know.
So is this a copy of Midjo's machine on a par with?
I think it rolled out at the same time.
Similar
I'm not sure
chassis,
it is now. Yeah.
Webster chassis, aren't they?
Oh, I think they're all Puma bikes. I think the whole thing is a Puma bike.
Is it
built out in Holland?
Yeah.
Obviously, René is from Holland. I think they have similar stuff on them. I think that's where it ends. I think the tuning and the general tune-up ideas and all that.
To the untrained ear, it sounds almost identical.
Well, they're both 4-cylinder supercharged machines.
Yeah.
They both do have Puma engines in them. Puma engines are world leading. They're what Larry McBride uses to go in the mid-5s with.
Yeah, the fastest engines in the world.
So here we come. First time I've seen a lot of these guys, so I mean, you know, it's so much interest to me. See the way it waggles about. That looks a fabulous run, though.
Oh, quickest run ever for René. 6.06, 216 miles an hour, 103 to 60 foot, 397 at 195 at the 8th. Sounded like it ran out of legs at the top end, though.
Also, René has always made it look interesting to ride. I mean, on the gear change, and usually what you'll find is when you used to watch Svensson, it's on the gear change where the bike will shuffle because it gets it unsettled. The tyre just slightly unloads and then off it goes again.
Yeah.
Whereas when you got...
Is that the wiggle?
Yeah, and that's where it's rolling over there. I mean, that was a relatively straight pass for René.
Yeah, well, we've had 5 6-second runs. Could we finish? Could we finish with a 5?
It's more than possible. This man here, you'll never know what he'll pull out of the bag, but whatever it'll be, it'll be top quality.
But this, for me, I just remember him on the turbocharged bike, a funny bike.
Fastest funny bike in the world.
Yeah. So this is a fuel bike now, though. So it's 4 cylinders.
4-cylinder Nitro Supercharged.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
With a lot of the same stuff all the other guys run as well. And
here we go.
Overhead. Without you on board for once.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I decided not to get in it this time.
Well, we're just going to focus on the racing for the moment. The Spitfire is going to be coming over a number of times. It's bikes, we're okay. We're okay. So, Rickard Gustafsson from Falkenberg on the west coast of Sweden. This bike regularly goes over 250. Whoa, not that one. Oh, maybe.
Oh, picked it up again, didn't
Oh,
they?
look at
Look
that!
at that. Blows the tyre away, shuts the throttle off, back on the throttle and goes 6-1 at 250. Is that 250 miles?
250, yeah, 250.45 out the back door on
How
two
do you
wheels.
make that mile an hour with that pause in the middle of the track? Is
Well, there's
unbelievable.
a couple of them, I think. The thing is, as well, he was only 4:18 to the 8th, so the back half was just over 2 seconds. That's outstanding.
Yeah.
That's amazing. The other thing I think is Rickard's bike, I think, is geared differently to the others, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, they're very similar but very different, all in the same, and it's all down to tuning as well. There's so much involved in what they do with clutch, timing, fuel timing, fuel percentage, absolutely everything to just, they all make too much horsepower and shave it away.
And they manage it in different ways in different places.
Yeah.
So, like, his bike doesn't leave as hard as the others, but it runs like a train out the back door.
Yeah.
And obviously that's what we just saw there.
But then on the other side of the flip coin, the bikes now coming around, the super street bikes, they are pinching power, adding power. They are so technically advanced on the ECU side of things that's where the technology is in them. And I wonder whether in a few years' time you'll see more technology in the actual fuel bikes themselves on ignition, timing curves and stuff like that. They are creeping into it, but nowhere near what these boys are.
The thing is, it's funny you should say that, because that's kind of what Jaska's bringing to nitro racing, isn't it? He's kind of bringing that electronics management, all that kind of stuff that has not been around in fuel bike racing.
But now the fuel bikes do it now, but it wasn't that long ago they'd have a static ignition across the whole track.
Yeah, that seems a little counterintuitive almost, I think is the way to put it. So, the terrific class that is Super Street Bike. Peter Osland. Ever fancy to go on one of these? I'm sure you would. You'd ride anything.
I mean, when they get wild, these get wild. They can go up in the air, left, right, all over the place, and they are fast. They're super fast, super technical. They look great fun.
Well, what you're looking at here, folks, is this is Super Street Bikes. The main denomination is they all run on a street tyre. So if you look at the palm of your hand, that's about the contact patch they're about to run 6 seconds at 200 miles an hour on, which if you explain it like that, sounds...
That's the phenomenal bit about it.
It is, yeah, you got it.
It's suspension against power management.
So, Peter Osland from Sweden. Well, opens his account with a 7:28. They look delighted with that. Only just
possibly a PB.
Possibly that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a class over the last 10 years that have stepped up quite like this class in drag racing as a whole. You'd have been number one qualifier 10 years ago with that pass.
You bet, and he won't be number one qualified by probably the end of this pair, let alone the end of the day.
Yeah.
So Ross Morrison down there in the Slick Tricks lane. Many Morrisons racing with us again this weekend. You can tell who the man in the boots is. I don't need to introduce him. That's Johnny Hines. I'm going to anyway. Up against Christian Zatz. I haven't seen Christian over from Hungary for some time. There's 3 bikes on that team this weekend. That's going to be dangerous if they're sharing data. My goodness. Bad enough for one of them. A real hotbed of Super Street bike racing. Oh my goodness me, something blew off the bike there for Christian. He's sitting up 7:24 at 1:82 for Ross Morrison. Opens his account. That looked like bodywork.
I should imagine it was.
Yeah, well, it was a comparatively lazy launch for Christian. This is a lot of people, again, it's their first runs of the weekend. Some of them made their first test runs the other day at the test day on Thursday. It's what it's called, the test day. But yeah, a couple of bits off the race. Go on, sorry.
We've got tailwind here, so these bikes do not like a crosswind. That's one thing that will really affect them. They're so covered in bodywork and so light that they are like a sail. So when you go out past the bank on these, they can get sketchy.
So when you mean past the bank, you mean the spectator bank?
Yeah,
at the
as
top
soon
end,
as you got there, you're exposed to what would be a cross. If you had a crosswind there, they can get very interesting in the shutdown area. All of these bikes, the spectators see them up to the quarter mile, but I've probably had some of my most interesting moments moments in that next part.
By interesting being Dale means blooming dangerous, I think.
Yeah,
don't you?
rubbing the wall, you know. Stuart's been on fire through there. It's,
been roasting his chestnuts, so to speak. Okay, so Margot Schmidt from the Netherlands, one of those Team Brothers bikes. Well, it wasn't before. She's now part of the team, if you will. Looking to nudge right into the sevens. Her personal best is there, but she wants to go a lot quicker than that. Up against Clemens Vallier from Germany. Great to see Clemens back. Seen him here for a few years now. Not a bad looking run for Margot, little bit on and off, but still goes 798, 185. That's something to tune from. That's a good start. Clements with problems off the start line. Yeah, when I always say, the thing is, like anybody used to say to me, is it fun driving a car? I said, not nearly as much as stopping, right? It's not the going, it's the stopping. Because everything about any of these cars and bikes is designed, A, to keep you in place and to plant the rear tyre as you're accelerating. As soon as you let go of that, as soon as you come off it, everything goes sort of all wobbly and floppy and whatever, and it pitches you all over the place, doesn't it?
Yeah, and from what you used to race with the top fuel cars, I can imagine the transition from negative G to positive G and positive G to negative G is something else. You know, you're just charging through.
Well, we're strapped in with crash helmets on, you're not, so I think it's probably still worse what you do, definitely that. You have to make that decision as well if you're riding down the wall, whether to hang with it just that little bit longer.
Yeah, it's quite a decision to have to make.
Well, because you don't get enough chances, let's face it, you don't get enough track time.
Yeah.
So you want to make the most of every run, don't you? Yeah, it's like, well, it's like Christmas every time you show up. Steve Mead, Mark Hope. Up next, Kestrel Lane, is Steve Mead. I don't think either of these two has quite cracked into the 60s yet, but they're really not far off. They've been over 200
both
many
knocking
times.
on the door. Both knocking on the door of 6-second runs, but.
So Mark gets there first. Nice opening run, 7:29 at 192. Looked far from smooth though. 8.96 for Steve Mead. They are going to get a lot quicker as the weekend drags on. Talking of quicker.
Yeah, here's the man that should put 6 up on that board.
Well, both actually.
Yes.
Al Morrison Jr. has been doing some spectacular things already this year. Down into the 6.7s with the Morrison Racing Hayabusa in the Kestrel Lane. And Steve Venables, the one and only Steve Venables, used to be unbeatable until those pesky Hungarians showed up. Well, it looks like Mr. Morrison's out in front. Steve's off it. 6.95, our first 6 of the weekend. 212 miles an hour on a street.
They are making serious mile an hour.
Well, Steve backed off at 7.23 at 151. Up to that point, he was actually ahead by a good few hundredths, actually, of Al Morrison Jr. So that probably would have been a good 6-8 second run for Steve Venables. 2 of our foreign competitors up next. Matthias Bolin from Tillinger in Sweden in the Kestrel Lane. Again, great to see Matthias all the way back over here against another guy we never tire of seeing. Mogenslund from Denmark. I love the way they get themselves set. You do a similar thing, don't you? It's just...
I've got a little bit of a ritual, yeah. I like to punch my fist before I go. A lot of people think it's good for aggression and stuff like that. It's not to get my glove out my levers.
Good looking side-by-side run here. They're both kind of drifting towards each other. 7.11 at 199 for Matthias. Mogenslund backs out to it 7.56 at 143. Mogens was a couple of ticks ahead at half track. One thing I love about Super Street Bike is it's good and bad. You hardly get any chance to announce anything because it's great to watch. It's just hit after hit after hit after hit. So 2 nailed on 6-second bikes once again. Jake Michel from the UK in the Kestrel Lane. Jake, once again, we're talking, and Daniel Lentz from Hungary. Fuel Funny Car, please, for Q2 into the lanes. Daniel Lentz from Hungary. But Jake's bike makes such a move early on. Like that. There we go.
he overestimated it a little bit for the first part of the day, but
7:08, rather tame actually.
Yeah.
For
we've had
Daniel
no
Lynch.
wheelies, no nothing yet. I mean,
yeah, have a word with him. Go on.
I'm gonna, I want to see him sky high.
So we're moving on with junior drag bike. A couple of runs here. If you wouldn't mind sticking around for the juniors as well, because it's a
definitely
great way in. Yeah.
I sponsor the juniors. I paid for all their licenses this year through my company because I do believe they are the future of the sport.
That's so incredibly kind thing to do.
We're almost going to be in the past, and all these coming through, and there's been so many great riders who've actually moved on, and from this class, it's one I do enjoy to support.
Well, I'm sure they'd love to extend a big thank you for, like you said, paying for their licenses for them. That's very, very kind thing to do. That's probably one of the reasons why there's been a bit of an influx of them this year as well, because at the national rounds, there's loads.
Yeah, which is good, and they enjoy it just as much as we do. They're out there, they're on the big stage here today, they're going to be loving it.
Something like that. Holly King, Kestrel Lane, qualifying based on dial-ins here against Richard Wilcox. Richard's double classing. Don't know if you're aware of that. He runs in both junior dragster and on the bike on weekends like this. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Running double duty, that takes some
seriously good. Okay, Holly makes a good move there with a 7:47 up to the number 3 spot. And once again, and miraculously, I can tell Kieran's on the buttons next door because everything's disappeared in an instant. So number 1, Leah Morrison, taking on Anouk Bergering from the Netherlands. Now, the Morrisons have really jumped in. I would say with both feet. If they had any more feet, they couldn't be in further, could they? Really?
No, it's
whole
it.
family.
And they're at the top of their game in this and in Super Street bikes.
So Leah's doing very well indeed. Leah is actually a current number 1 qualifier. Don't go anywhere, folks. So yes, we have junior dragsters too. We've got jet cars around the back of the tower, and we're going to be doing it all over again very, very shortly indeed. So 11:40 for Leah is what she's after. Very, very consistent. 11:46 at 55 mile an hour. And for Anouk, 13:45 breaks out by 5 pesky hundredths of a second.
So at different ages, they have different size engines and limits and speeds that they can go to, but it's all on a dial-in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all done on dial-in. They get used to the tree. The really important thing, I think, for kids as well, is they get used to, like you just said, being on that stage, actually being out in front of everybody.
Yeah.
I must admit, I always thought the same thing, though. The Queen, at the time, obviously, and millions of people could be watching me on the TV, and it wouldn't make a blind bit of difference.
One thing, I came down here, I think it was the Euro finals, and we got back, and my dad said, "Do you see how many people were on the bank?" I was like, "No, not at all."
No,
because you're concentrating on your job.
Yeah, you got it. Otherwise, fastest way to an ambulance if you don't.
Yeah.
Is normally the way to describe it. Alia Lester and Jackson King this time. Alia goes through, stays 6. Jackson stays 5. And guess what? They both break out. That tailwind does make a difference. I mean, these are really terrific conditions for, all sorts of bikes and cars, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just because, like, the air's good, the track's good, but the fact we've got a tailwind is something we very rarely get at this place, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt. And if it stays for the weekend, it could help them out big time, all the classes.
Yeah, so the next 2 down there on the start line, there we go. We have Harry Isaacs, who's currently number 4, and another one of those Morrisons. That's Brad down there this time in the Slick Tricks lane. So 8 bikes have entered for junior drag bike. We do get more than that at the national rounds as well. So as they make their way up, they're going to be followed. They're going to be at the top end just as the jet cars come through. How cool is that? So Harry Isaac's currently number 2. He stays at number 2. Brad stays at 4. No help for either of them. Dale, absolute pleasure, mate. Hope to see you back later if that's okay.
I'm getting out of here before they shake this tower. These things underneath me.
This is another experience you've got to have a go with, mate. Definitely that. Dale, it really has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your help.
Thanks.
And see you later, buddy.
Yeah, thanks Daryl. Thanks, John.
Yeah, nice to see you. Thank you very much. Well, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we gave you 1 jet car earlier on today. We're going to give you 2 this time. Running side by side, the 2 jet funny cars. And I must confess, I haven't been up here, I don't think, with two cars running for some time.
It's no different.
It's no different.
No.
It just still shakes the place to
it's no
pieces.
different. It still rocks everything. It still chucks everything all over the place, you know. But it's a good thing. I say that like it's a bad thing. It's a fun thing. We've got Super Comp round there. We've got Junior Dragster 2. So lining up underneath the tower, we have Martin Hill with Fire Force 3. They're going to be side by side to 1,000 foot. Oh. Oh, very nice of them. Mr. Ian Marshall brought up into the tower a very, very nice looking phone that somebody left on the start line. I can't get into it, obviously, but I'm going to try. Just kidding. From the look of it, it has a picture of the racetrack at Tiepp Arena at sunset or dusk, if you will. So if your phone you left down on the start line, you can come and describe what the phone looks like.
Looks like a phone to me.
Looks like a phone to you. Yes, so it's yours then. There you go.
Thank you very much
That's my
indeed.
pleasure. That's right, no problem.
Would anybody like to buy this phone?
Yes. If you can get into it, you can have it. So yeah, anyway, down on the start line, somebody left their phone. So if you would like to come and retrieve it up in race control, please come and see Bankside VIP or something and someone will come up.
Okay.
Welcome back, Tom.
Hello, you're right.
Well, you're just in time to be shake, rattled and rolled. So
Silly fool, he could have stayed away.
Yes. So jet cars once more, ladies and gentlemen, side by side on the track.
I was lucky enough to have a nice conversation with Roger Gorin, not yesterday, day before, and he was just telling me about a little bit about the work that went into actually getting this car on the track. Just the body alone, imported from the States as a top methanol funny car body, so the same as you see on Lynn Floysvik's funny car.
Yeah.
However, it's been stretched and massaged and worked on just to get it to fit over the chassis. Because there is rules and regulations, believe it or not, for doing jet cars.
Yeah, gotta be. Yeah, indeed. Okay. Just to demonstrate to you what these can do, these wonderful machines. So we've got Fire Force and Firestorm, is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
So Fire Force, I've seen quite a few times. Firestorm and dear friend Roger, not quite so frequently. So it'll be good to see them back out here. I do like remembering, you know, when they first started building the jet dragsters here at Sandapod years and years ago, back in the 80s. And Alan Herridge, sort of mentioned him once or twice, Bootsy was the man, along with Fiberglass Repairs, you know, who built the jets and things like that, and also tried them out. I have this picture. I was walking up the Fire Up Road, and they tethered one of the jets at this end of the track, Hellbender or Vampire, whichever one it was, and suddenly it just went sailing by me. And Alan's sitting in it with no crash helmet, no leathers or anything, looking backwards to see what had happened. And it was flying down the track. It was great times.
Sounds like even more dangerous times after this,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely. But now I know you out there can hear that noise. We're sitting on top of it, and it really does shake you.
Absolutely. One of the best places to have lunch in the world, really. But you know that keeps you dinner with.
So Richie and Helen out there in charge. So we got a wave now, folks. Everybody give them a wave.
Look at that, side by side, the whole way down the track. 5024 takes 5021.
Wow. Enjoy that?
That was terrific, that was.
Oh, well done, Helen. Well done, Richie. The entertainers, as always, the jet car pilots. And superb stuff. Thank you very much. Give them a nice big round of applause when they drive up the track, folks. Absolutely wonderful. So we're moving on next then with Supercomp, according to my...
Indeed we are, yes. We're not far away from our next pro session as well. So
2:15.
Yeah, we go back to... Well, that's on the schedule. We might shift it around slightly because everyone's got to have time to come back round. But we do hope you've all enjoyed the show so far. Certainly been fun. It's nice to be back doing this.
And the amazing thing is that you've got 2 more days of it. So that's the interesting thing.
You haven't, but we have.
I haven't, no.
Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please. Could we have Pro ET into the lanes, please? Thank you very much indeed.
No, I get sent back to my old folks' home tonight. So
is Deb listening? She's not listening. That's good.
So just having a quick look around. It's some of the other classes, the sportsman classes now, on their 6th and in some cases 7th qualifying session.
You got it. Yeah, we're going to run a few of our sportsman classes, and the race director very kindly came up to let me know. Oh, it opened it. What, with that face? Wow. Okay, no, thank you for coming to get it.
So somebody just collected their phone from us.
And that's one thing about face recognition. You know it's theirs because they look at it and go, so yeah, what we're going to do, back into some sportsman qualifying. And then we're going to be back with all the pros again around about 2:30 to 2:45, ladies and gentlemen. We've already called the funny cars back into the lanes.
Okay.
It's a bit non-stop. Yep. But this is why, John, we were talking about this yesterday. This is why all of the sportsman races, we just have a solid day of sportsman qualifying yesterday. Because otherwise, if we were trying to fit them all in around the pro stuff today, it would be tricky.
Yep, I agree entirely. So that's fantastic. So first pair out here, we're in
Supercomp.
Supercomp, yeah. So they're all firing. If you look at the finishing gantry, you can see 890 in both lanes. Both drivers want to get to the finish line in 8.9 seconds or as close to it as possible. That's the idea of this. So it's one size fits all. Steve Hudson in the Kestrel lane, Martin Kirbishley in the Slick Tricks lane, and Martin goes too quick, but on the right side of it, Steve Hudson, who is already our #1 qualifier. So there's quite a few of these, isn't there, I think?
Yeah, lots in Supercomp again this weekend. But good to see Martin Kirbishley back there. Just got to slow the car down a little bit to get on the number. Steve Hudson, though, really falls off of the 890 number. That car can go way quicker than that.
Yep.
And has done many times before.
Well, here's Stuart Doiney. I did go and compliment the team last night about the colour scheme on this Brogy Roadster here. Just absolutely fantastic. Is it a Brogy Roadster?
Or is it indeed?
Yeah.
The reason they're called, I don't even know this, but the reason they're called Brogy Roadsters is because in the States, the guy that basically came up with the whole shape
was Bill Brogy.
Warren. Pretty, no, that's all right. He might be called Bill. You got his nickname. You did his nickname.
No, just a wild guess. So
005 on the tree for Stu Doiney. My goodness me, that boy never ever gives up. Look at that.
Yeah.
9:04 for Steve Field and an 8:94 for Stuart. Actually, takes him to number 3 spot. I'm sure you've been seeing that on the live stream before. That finish line camera is terrific.
Yeah,
isn't
it is good. Yeah,
well,
yeah.
you can really see just how close the races are, and also how difficult it is to judge for the drivers and riders to take the finish line.
Well, Snake Eyes is the name of the slingshot in the Kestrel lane. Andy Clifford is the man in charge. He's number 10 qualifier at the moment, and in another beautiful colour, the Brogy Roadster
Very pretty.
in the slick tricks. Oh my goodness me! They lend themselves to paint schemes, don't they? These Roadsters. Richard Tunstall, our number 6 qualifier at the moment, and Richard has run an 8.95, and Andy Clifford a 9.05.
See whether Andy can dip into the 8s this time in the Kestrel lane. He won't be far off. 9:08 again. 144 and a 10:15 for Richard. Not even sure. Yeah, Richard has run 1:8.95.
So the Mustang of Lee Huxley comes through into the Kestrel lane. Currently our number 4 qualifier. He's run on the 8.9s, 8.94. And Lee Kellett from Bolton with the Dragster, currently in the number 2 position, having run an 8.91.
Yeah, Leah and her brother Joe share the driving of this car in different classes. Lee has been very successful in this car as well. That's Joe looking on in a pair of shorts. Then again, so's Dad, Pete. Bringing Leah into stage. So yeah, they've left the throttle stop exactly where it was, presumably from the run earlier. Going for that 890 again.
Oh,
Lee actually almost went into the blue. That area is no go. If you go into that, it's the same as going across the centre line.
Okay.
891 with a 2 for Leah. Stays put. Number 2. Sorry, Pete. Number 1 is 890 with an 8. There's a bit of wriggle room in there, though. You're okay. Lee went through the 9.19 at 143.
Okay. And Marcus Ochsner with the Dodge Ram into the Kestrel lane. Currently our number 5 qualifier, having run an 8.94. So close, this qualifying. And Clement Dubois, another one of our French contingent over here. Currently our number 8 qualifier, having run just outside the 8.9s, 9.02.
I think that was his only run that was the right side. And also a very happy birthday to Clement, spending his day with us racing at Sanspod, driving that beautifully turned out little front engine dragster too. So happy birthday from the whole gang.
What else would you want to do?
Well, there you go.
On your birthday.
Oh, 9 flat 901. So that's obviously Clement's chosen way of trying to run 890 is back off at the top end and lower the speed a bit. So Simon Fulton, I think, is going to be the last car before we move back into. We've got Junior Dragster and Pro ET.
And we've got the 2-seater coming round as well. So Simon with the Falcon, the Blitzkrieg Falcon, currently number 9 qualifier in class, a 9.04. So there's, I'm just looking at this, between the number 1 qualifier and the number 10 qualifier, there is just about a second and second and a half. 10th and a half.
Oh, he's backing out of it at the top. 999. Yeah, wrong throttle stop again. Never mind. Having a bit of practice for super gas coming up later.
Yeah. So, Darryl, who's in the 2-seater now?
I don't know, because Tom's gone. That's right, I'm only joking. Right, let me have a quick look. Thank you very much indeed. Where are we?
I think Darryl said earlier on, you can go onto the Santapod website and you can buy yourself a ride in this machine. They call it the thrill ride, don't they?
It's very much that.
Yeah.
Got it.
So if you want to surprise your granny with a 90th birthday present,
Well, funny you should say that. The chap in there at the moment, he's not a granny. Might be a granddad, I don't know. Mark Baines from Froome. This is his retirement present.
Is it?
Yes. Found out today about the ride and is probably... I've actually sent my dad in this.
Have you?
Yep. Mother-in-law. Why not? Seriously, why not? They all said it was really, really good fun. Right, when my dad did it as well, this was quite funny. When my dad did it, he said, "I thought the burnout was pretty good."
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, my dad's been around drag racing a long while, so the funny thing is that if you've watched it for a long time, you think you know what's coming.
Yeah.
You think you know what it's going to be like, and you don't have a clue. In a good way, though.
Not being in control is one of those things.
Definitely. Well, believe it or not, they do have a steering wheel to hold of in the back. Just doesn't steer anything, which is probably a good thing. 801 at 167.
So consistent.
Happy retirement, sir.
Yeah. So have you actually been in the back
Never.
of it? No.
I'd drive it. I'm not entirely sure I'd take a ride. But,
no?
No. Well,
Okay.
no, yeah, I probably would, actually. It's not that, it's not that bad.
Yeah. I always worry, back in the day, people, I'm sure I've said this to you before, Gordon Appleton with the Pro Mod used to offer rides and things like that.
Me.
And I always used to think, hey, hang on a minute, I'm a huge fat lump going to go and sit on the opposite side of the car to Gordon. What is that going to do to the way he's got the car set up, and things like that. So whenever he offered, I always said no.
Funnily enough. Well, it had a double cage in that car, didn't it? That's how they were able to do that. And regularly ran in the 6s at 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, very much
with
so.
a passenger.
Yep.
You could say you could have a 6-second 200 mile an hour Pro Mod ride without driving it.
Yeah.
Which I think is probably even more terrifying, but there we go. So we have Jack Taylor down there on the start line in the Kestrel Lane, the juniors for their second qualifying session today. Thomas brings him in.
And they get 2 more qualifying sessions tomorrow.
They do indeed, yes, before we go into eliminations.
But then everything steps up again with the pro classes tomorrow. Everybody's getting elimination fever then.
Up against Tom Peters. That's not going to help either of them. 0.19 for Jack and a 0.24 for Tom. So yeah, if you weren't here earlier on in the day, this was the first class we ran. So if you haven't seen these before, yes, folks, these are real kids in the car. Well, they're actually stunt kids. If my kids are watching, that's what I always tell them. Yeah, they're real kids. You can't do that.
I would have said you were a cruel father, but then I heard you talking to your kids, and they really like you, don't they? I was really shocked about that.
I'm not entirely sure. They do have a good way of putting it on for everybody. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
they know where they are to be. They know when they want to be fed. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Or go on holiday or whatever. Harry Peters in the Slick Tricks lane, and a big happy birthday to Mick Checkett down there on the start line with the Flame Game Dragster. That's his little girl Chevy behind the wheel.
Well, she's currently number 10 qualifier. And Harry Peters out there in the Slick Tricks lane is number 23.
Street Eliminator, please. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Could we have you down for the next session, please? Both go red. That was an 0-1 red by Chev. Pretty close.
Very close.
But a little bit on the wrong side.
So qualifying on their reaction times for the juniors. Not for junior bikes, I hasten to add, but just for the junior cars. And if you're interested, as we were saying yesterday, I think, there's always these items for sale on Euro Dragster. And so if you want to get your children into drag racing, if that's appealing to you, you can buy one of these machines from the for sales side of the Euro Dragster online magazine. And who knows, you could be having your kids out here on the racetrack at Santapod next season.
Maybe even sooner. You can also rent them as well. Santapod do rent them. So if you want to dip your toe in, or your kids do, Freddie Taylor goes red with an 0.2, Daniel Weir over there with a 0.10. Yeah, if you want to just dabble your feet in, I mean, a lot of kids have a go in the Santapod Junior as like a present, and well, that's the end of that, frankly, if they do. They think, yeah, this is brilliant fun, we'll keep it up. So, Marie Camilleri from France in the Kestrel lane against, two of our international competitors side by side here.
Yep.
Against Liam McDonald from Dublin. Liam is leading the UK National Championship, the French National Championship, and the German National Championship. He's also on the road up to Tierp in Sweden, Gardermoen in Norway, basically all over the place, and doing very, very well wherever he goes.
What a way to spend your young life, eh? It's fantastic.
He's on the road for like 2.5 months. It's like being a rock star, as a young teenager. 0-4 that time for Liam. Pushing the envelope again.
Yep.
Marie with a .16. You know what you just said about the kids? A lot of them.
Fast asleep.
Well, it's all right. The problem is that Mum's going to have to deal with them waking up and being awake for God knows how long now anyway.
Here's our next pair then, folks. Harry Redshaw out there in the Kestrel lane. Currently our number 4 qualifier on reaction times. And Teddy Howe, our number 30 qualifier in the Slictrix lane. So is there going to be any change here with these two? Red light for Teddy Howe, really trying to get himself up into the top end of the qualifying ladder. But a .13, Harry Redshaw stays at number 4, Teddy at number 30.
Okay, just a very quick request, please. Pin back your ear holes. If anybody possibly has, I'm sure you would, John, you've got loads of car spares, a Pro-Charger belt size, 1248 millimeters, I think that says, 75 millimeter wide and 8 millimeter pitch. I'm sure you understood all that, didn't you?
No.
From Alan Williamson with the truck, the pickup truck in Street Eliminator. So Al Williamson is on the lookout for a Pro-Charger belt, and the size is 1248, 75 and 88. So I hope everybody hears that. I hope someone knows what Al is after. I'm very sorry, Al. I don't have foggiest what it is. But someone will.
So a 0.9 reaction time for Molly Openshaw in the Kestrel lane, and a 0.7 for Kai Cooper, which moves him up 3 spots. Well done, Kai. 26 to 23. So next one into the Kestrel lane, Daniel Todd, currently our number 5 qualifier, and Jake Cooper in the Slictrix lane, currently our number 8. So both of these have reacted with a 00 reaction time. So 0056 for Daniel Todd and 0094 for Jake Cooper. Amazing reaction times, but they're young, aren't they? So that's the excuse I have.
Focused as well. Very, very focused.
And both pull red lights.
Only just, though. 01 to an
04, yeah. So here's our next pair then. Mackenzie Love from Bristol in the Kestrel lane. Currently our number 7 qualifier. Grace Smith in the Slictrix racing lane. Currently our number 14. And a .02 was the reaction time for Grace Smith. And .0084 for Mackenzie Love. Just so fast reaction to that green coming on. You really got to be able to anticipate when it comes on and press the go button when you think it's going to go green. They always used to say, if you see the greens on, you've lost. But we got a .01 and a red light in the Slictrix racing for Grace Smith, but Mackenzie Love stays at number 7. Grace Smith stays at number 14. Eva Davies with the whole team from her dad and her uncle Rob's company out there on the start line. And that's in the Kestrel lane. Currently our number 26 qualifier. Ted Sullivan is in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. Number 29, his qualifying position at the moment. So lights burn down, both pull reds. So positions remain unchanged. 26 for Eva, 29 for Ted. Lola Bell Kent coming through into the Kestrel lane, currently our number 20 qualifier, and Neve Deavy into the Slick Tricks Racing lane, currently our number 17 qualifier. So they neither of these two appear on the front page of our computer here. "32 of these junior dragsters competing here this weekend, so it's going to be a 32 car field. No one's going to be left out. They're all going to be running in the first round of eliminations. But it's who you run against and where you start is the most important thing now. Lights burning down, and both get a green. A 0.3 for Lola Bell Kent and a 0.19 for Neve Deavy. Now let's see whether that changes anything at all. Indeed it does. Lola Bell moves up to position number 15. So hooray, well done, Tone. It's absolutely super stuff. And Neve Deavy, courtesy of that, is shafted back down to a number 18 spot from 17. Our next pair are ready to run. And Ellie Fagg with the double trouble car from Margate in Kent in the Kestrel lane, currently our number 31 qualifier. And Damien Redshaw, currently at number 26, is in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. So just heading up towards the 8th mile. And reaction time, 0.48 for Ellie Fagg, and Damien Redshaw was a 0.17. So I don't think anybody changed position there. Our next pair, Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb Junior in the Kestrel lane from Hinckley. Currently our number 11 qualifier. Max Taylor in the Slick Tricks Racing lane is our number 28 qualifier. Well, Ada Cassisi has already qualified with a 0.01 reaction time. And you think that would be quick enough to be the number 1 spot. Red light, unfortunately, for Max Taylor in the Slick Tricks Racing lane, but a 0.08 for Ada Cassisi. No change at all for either of them. Ellie Mae Brown from Rushden, so just down the road from the track here. Currently our number 20 qualifier, and Lara Bartlett in the Slick Tricks Racing lane in the Slick Tricks Junior Dragster. Currently our number 13 qualifier with a 0.02. Well, a 0.4 that time for Lara, and a 0.1 for Ellie Mae Brown. Now that should change her position. It does indeed. Moves her up from 20 to 10. So well done to Ellie Mae. Congratulations. And Lara, courtesy of that, moves down to position number 14. And now we have Jacqueline Bartlett coming through into the Kestrel lane. Currently our number 18 qualifier. And number 9 qualifier in the Slick Tricks Racing lane, Harley Coursell. And Harley has already produced a 009 reaction time. Tricky to try and beat something like that.
Virtually impossible.
Impossible.
Yeah. Well, someone has, but it's still virtually impossible. But if anyone can, this lot can. Just a very quick shout out as well to the Deep Roads family. I'm sure you're up there on the banking somewhere. Daryl, Pam and the kids as well. Possibly this weekend. Also, Daryl said there's a lot of beetrooty people around, which I presume is in reference to the fact it's nice and warm and there's people getting burnt. So please look after yourselves, please drink plenty of water, and please don't get too sunburnt, obviously. It will keep you warm in your tent tonight, but not the way you want to. Harley with an 03 green, and that was an 01 red for Jacqueline that time. Very, very close indeed. So, Emmy Cromwell and Finley Fag up this time. Emmy's currently number 32. Well, right on the bump. We do have 32 qualified cars here for Junior Dragster this weekend. And I'm sure Emmy would like to get off at the bump.
It's nice and cool in here.
It's lovely, isn't it? That's because we're here. That's what does it. Well, Emmy was 0.1 red. That will not help. She's got 2 more goes tomorrow. Looking off the bump spot.
Okay, so Luke Mugridge in the Kestrel lane, currently our number 22 qualifier. But in the right-hand lane, the young man there, Richard Wilcox, is currently our number 1, who reacted with a .002.
Pretty much perfect.
I mean, that's incredible. Well, Luke pulls a red. A .01 red, so he was really trying, and a .05 reaction time for Richard Wilcox. No change. Richard stays at 1, Luke stays at 22.
Doris, Steve, there's a gear there somewhere. There we go.
I love the fact you're giving riding tips to a crew chief. That's very good. It's a good look, Thomas. So we're on with Pro ET now. Qualifying session number 7. If you were here earlier on this morning, you will have seen these cars. If you weren't, you missed a bit of a treat. They race based on dial-ins. You can see their predicted times on the boards at the top end of the track. We have Mr. Roy Walker, Sleeping Beauty himself in the Kestrel lane. 9:35 is his predicted time with the Mustang against the other Mustang, the more modern Mustang of John Bean. 9:57 for him. We have 32 spots available, and currently Sean Law is on the bump. Roy Walker isn't in though.
Yep, Matthew Dowd is not in, John Turner's not in.
Well, to get into the top 24, yeah, unfortunately no improvement for either of these drivers. Yeah, to get into the top 24, you have to be 200ths off your dial-in.
Which is virtually impossible to do. But once again, people have done it, so it obviously is. Well, Laura Baton's probably not going to be feeling too comfortable in the number 31 spot at the moment.
Yeah.
This time out goes for 10.25. And John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis.
He's comfortably in at number 5. He's one of these drivers who has run bang on his number. In fact, he dialed a 982 before, ran a 982 with a 3. That's only good enough for 5th.
Just realised as well, we haven't seen Pete Dodd since yesterday morning.
No,
actually.
I went for a walk around the pits and his car is sort of everywhere at the minute.
We haven't seen John Turner today either. 008 light for Laura. 93 and a 32. Laura moves up. Well, a huge spot.
Yeah.
We also
one spot is a spot.
Yeah. We also haven't seen Lee Bashford with the Triumph Herald. I know he's here this weekend.
Oh, at all? No, we haven't seen once yet.
I think he tried to make it down yesterday, but there was issues with getting the car started or something like that. So hopefully we can see him in this session, or at least tomorrow. Kirsty Tram, Disco Bob, or Bob the DJ, is
Bobby the DJ.
Bobby the DJ. That's it.
Come on, get it right.
Oh, sorry.
Retired. Bobby the DJ retired.
That's
in the Peugeot.
That's like you.
Huh?
You were retired as a DJ.
Many years ago.
Many years
ago. Bobby only retired a few years ago. But dials in a 937. And runs through the 942.
Look at Kirsty.
But yeah, it's Kirsty has done the move. She's got in from 22 to 6, which has put Bobby back one. So be careful, Bob.
Mark Huxley and didn't lift Dave.
Don't lift Dave.
Don't lift Dave.
Don't lift Dave.
Dave looking to run 9.48. He's currently in at the number 3 spot. And Mark Huxley is in at the number 4 spot. So these two drivers are comfortably in. Both have ran spot on their number.
So don't let Dave looking at 948. 43. 500. I didn't realise John Tebenham was in 2 cars. 981. No help from Mr. Huxley. It's not John Tebenham, even. It's Thomas Bublitz with that very ratty looking full Nova against a spotlessly immaculate Jason Pickett. Not Jason, no, he doesn't look immaculate. With Cherry Bomb. 55 Chevy. That's another car out of the Williams Brothers shop. And Jason saw it and said, I've got to have that. That's gorgeous. He races here and he also races in the Gasser Circus, another great class.
Well, we'll be seeing that at Dragstalgia, which is somewhere around about the 9th of July, I think, if my memory serves me correct. And I'll be back here for that. Are you're here for Dragstalgia, right?
Or not? Flag.
Yeah, good.
Still allowed.
So 1012 and a 1075. And we get a 1016 and a 1079. But they stay exactly where they are. 13 qualifier for Thomas, and I think it was 26 for the driver in the slick tricks lane.
So another one of the Fultons. This time it's Daniel. Daniel's the only one of the family that doesn't double class, actually, with the 1014 for the Pontiac in the slick tricks lane. 8.80 for Sean Law. So good to see the dragster running well and consistently again, which will only means one thing: it will about to go pop.
Yeah.
Now I've said it. That's
Commentator's curse, as they call it. Yeah. Well, Daniel's number 8 qualified at the moment. Sean is 32 in the Kestrel lane, so he's right on the bump spot. And he runs through on an 880, an 896. And it's gone so quick.
And he didn't move. No, he didn't move. He stayed. He's still 32.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the funny things, you haven't seen this yet, John. We're going to see Marie Mills first of all with the altered in the slick tricks lane, 10.47. against Ronnie Mercer. Now, Ronnie Mercer so far has been dialing about 1050 there or thereabouts. The difference that Nitrous makes, look at the dialing.
Yeah, 896.
That's right.
Wow.
That little Anglia is an 8-second car when Ronnie stands on it. He's obviously decided to see what it'll do with a sniffer giggle gas. Well, I think the answer is not a lot. It left very, very slowly. 941, yeah, that was all in the short time. 10:58 in the other lane.
As we move on now to Alfie Ratton with Mijuli, the Corolla in the Kestrel beer lane. He's dialed in 8.99. And Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. This is a turbocharged LS, I believe, in this Roadster.
It is, yeah.
He's looking to run a 9.59.
Just to give everybody a heads up, around about 15 minutes time, we have the next pro session starting. I think with Fuel Funny Car are going to be first down. They've already been called down, actually. So not long to go. So Alfie Ratton looking for 894.
Dave Rudd just went 008 on the tree.
My goodness me, good man.
Yeah, yeah.
902 for Alfie, Dave Rudd.
And he goes 959 on a 959.
Right, if you can hear us down there, Cat, you need to frame that timing ticket. That's one of those that you'll spend the rest of your life trying to beat and never do it, mate. 0008 on the tree. 959 with a 4 and a 959. Well, huge well done to Dave Rudd. And guess what?
Amazing.
He's still only number 2.
Yeah. Okay, next pair then. Warren Watts with the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. And Matthew Dowdy with the Nova in the Slick Tricks lane. Dialing in an 11.99. And Matthew's on the outside. He's in the number 34 qualifying spot. He desperately needs to run on his dialing.
The problem is the car hasn't run an 11 yet, so they've entered and trying in the hope that he's going to get there.
Well, Warren on an 890 runs a 901.
Matthew Dowdy 12.30, a little bit further off. He is going to be lucky to be around to race in eliminations, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unless he picks it up, obviously. So, Mason Griffiths, another one of those LS cars. That's a Chevy LS, for all of you Mopar fans out there. Up against Dave Cherritt with the...
Oh, the Dark Revenger. Sorry.
It was really the at the beginning of that made it, I tell you.
Missed my cue. I'll never make it to the Old Vic, you know.
Oh, dear. To be Old Vic, either. So Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, 9.80.
That pulls a red.
And Mason Griffiths currently your number 1 qualifier. Here on an 8.99, on an 8.99.
Very consistent. And a 9.79 breakout for Dave Cherritt. Only just broke out.
Yeah, well, yeah, indeed. So our next pair coming through, Simon Innes from Raunds, which makes him a local lad, with the Barracuda in the Kestrel lane. Dials in 10.62. He's our number 24 qualifier. I would think 24 he's fairly safe, guys, wouldn't you?
He should be safe. Yeah. People, anyone, you know, it's all about position now for a lot of them that are well qualified, because they, if you remember yesterday, John, I explained that they get a lot of points if they're higher up.
Yeah.
In the qualified table. It's very valuable.
It's basically, it's 10 points per place.
That's right, yeah.
Plus then an extra 40 for being number 1.
So the difference between number 1 and number 20 is 200 points, which is 2 rounds of racing. GV8 goes 9.48, no help. 10.64 on a 62, no help for Simon in. 10.64 on a 62, and he stays put.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Amazing.
What a rough bunch. Or tough crowd, whichever you prefer. So, 2, I was going to say door cars, sort of.
Does Lee's car have doors?
It doesn't. Well, it does. They're on there, but I don't think they function.
No.
I don't think they function at all.
I have no idea. I've known that car for...
Long time, yeah.
So, I don't know, 30 years? 25 years? I don't know whether the doors operate or not.
So, Brett looking to run a 9.42, Lee looking to run a 10.10. Going across the line to a 9.44 and a 10.08.
No change though, mate.
Nope.
Exactly the same. 10th spot for Brett and 11th spot for the driver in the slick tricks lane.
So, surprisingly, only one of these cars on the line is a junior comp dragster. Even though they're both 4 cylinders, obviously you've got Liz Malcolm with Just for Fun, the Ford Pinto powered dragster. That's not a junior comp dragster. Tom Case, however, with the bike powered drag, that is a junior comp.
So Tom K is a 1300cc motorcycle engine in the slick tricks racing lane. So we were saying earlier on maybe a Hayabusa, something like that. FJ Yamaha, don't know. But a 2-litre Pinto engine is the starting point of Liz Malcolm's car in the Kestrel lane. Looking for a 1089, breaks out 1084, and they both stay in exactly the same positions. 994 was the dial-in, and runs a 10.07.
Yeah, he's still at 008 red on the tree. I think his lights have been insane this weekend. If he hasn't gone 00, he's gone 00 red.
Yeah.
He's also gone 4-0 perfect. But we've got Amy Watkins in That a Bird in the Kestrel B lane, taking on another one of these junior comp dragsters of William Clark. I don't know why I just called him William. Will Clark. He's looking for a 9.79.
Sort of a David S against Goliath. I'm still mesmerised by the way those shock absorbers work. Absolutely incredible. Well, the 950 dial-in breaks out, and a 979 dial-in for Will Clark breaks out. So they stay exactly where they are. The number 14 for Amy, number 16 for Will Clark.
I could only imagine it must be like landing in soft sand or something like that, because there's no spring back whatsoever.
I know, they're quite extraordinary. I'd really love to have a go at something like that. You know, because that will give you so much confidence.
Yeah.
You know, to do it more often. It's fantastic.
Sure, your neighbours would love it.
Yeah, right.
So Nick Mugridge with that very quick little junior comp dragster. This time he dials a 10:01, so we know something we don't. I'm guessing it's heating up a little bit. So
the tracks get very sticky. He's actually dragging some of the cars down, slowing them down.
That'll be why. Yeah. Nick was one of those that was posting with regard to that, wasn't he? Up against Tom Watkins with Doris the Dodge. 9 flat and a 10.10. Actually, it slowed up Nick a little bit more. Yeah, Nick was posting about that yesterday, whereas the track was getting rubbered in, it was getting more traction on it as well. It was dragging the car down, if you will, off the start line, slowing it down. Thank you very much indeed, fellas. There we go.
So Neil Watkins in the Slick Tricks Racing lane, all on his own, as we will be going on to Street Eliminator in a few mo's, and then back to our pro classes.
So 11.28 for Neil Watkins that time. No improvement, just a couple of hundredths of a second off. Right, a very, very small amount of track prep, I think. Yep, they're just getting the Bluebird ready to go. We're up, about to be up and running with Top Speed Street Eliminator. Nitro FM, if you could just play a couple of ads, and we're back to the racing in no time at all.
see what happens here. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, drag racing.
Yeah.
Then it goes straight line.
Yeah, it's nice and easy, isn't it, going from one end to the other. But Johnny Lag, that was proper tyre shake, which went into tyre spin. If you can see from
Cracking looking run, brings it over towards the centre line, but it reels it in perfectly. Goes through the finish line under power, 673, 208 mile an hour.
that was a little bit labouring on the way down the track.
Yeah, he built both of these cars. Lovely launch from Wayne Nicholson.
Yeah, he's going for it. It's going to be a 5.
Yes!
Wow!
Once again into the 5 to Wayne Nicholson. A fabulous 598. Right, don't go anywhere. Grab him. Don't let him get away. Come here. Oh, okay, go on then, or Andy. No, come here. Very, very quickly. We didn't get the chance to do this when you ran a 5 back at the Festival of Power, but a 598 backs up the 588 from before.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've been working towards getting that 5 second back there again, and we've done it. And, you know, hats off to all the team, the sponsors. Couldn't do it without them.
Well, you've been so long trying to do it. It must be a huge relief.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, we've been trying pretty hard, so I'm pretty pleased.
So what's the secret?
Keep trying.
Keep trying. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lucky Devil team for Wayne Nicholson and Lucas Oil.
Very well done.
Big round of applause.
And there's fast Freddy. It's going to be a 5. Oh, just on the outside. What a great run.
And what a baseline run.
Yeah.
Wow.
Off the track. He normally waits till Sunday night to do that.
Yeah.
But well done, Fred, and the whole team.
Fabulous.
Gets crossed. Here we go.
Oh, Mickey had to get off.
Well, wiggled the tail a bit, but it's Bobby Wallace.
Bang.
There. Whoa.
Hey, beautiful. 595, 245 miles an hour. Just very quickly, Andy, come on. Was that the plan for the opening run?
The plane? That was the plan for the day, yeah.
That's the plan for today, yeah. How much more could you step that car, or the team step that car up? Because it does seem to have a lot more in it.
Slowly.
Slowly.
Tyre shake again.
Yeah.
But it did go. What was that, 60? That was pretty good.
0.96.
Yeah, that's about where you want to be in a door car. Shook the tyres going past 60 foot and backed out of it, but it did actually hook and go like a bandit, or a goblin, if you prefer. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Oh! Huge move. Crosses the centre line, Bruno Barner, but 588 with an 8. 242 mile an hour.
New number 1 qualifier. That's what happens when you get after it, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly. Jerry, come here for 2 seconds. So I'm guessing that was the run you were kind of building up to last weekend.
Yeah, for sure. We made a bunch of adjustments. We could make a lot of runs last week, so we're just working it to this point.
So did you think it was going to be a 580 run before you ran?
I'm pretty sure it would be in there, but still need to do it.
It was great to see, sir, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all. That's Jory Vandenberg.
Let's wait and see what happens. Great starlight reaction. This
that'll be 5s.
Yeah, both of them, I think. There you are. Look at that.
Into the 580s for Michel Turenne. Oh man, are they happy? 587 at 248, 590 that time round. Come here, sir. Very, very quickly. Well, I guess everybody is hitting their ass with both hands today.
Yeah, really.
That was fabulous, though. Did you think it was going to run 587?
No, we changed the setting at the last moment. Yeah. So I saw everybody leave, but not good. So we put another setting, and it paid its bill.
It flew. Fabulous stuff. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
Those Camaros. Let's see what happens. Both these guys are capable of running into 5. And Jan Eriksson goes right out of shape on the start line.
And so did David.
Yeah. Explain that to me. What happened there? Too much grip?
Or too late.
Dragsters are. And they are flying. Look at that. right the way across the start line there. It's huge tyre marks on the track.
Yeah.
And is that the same sort of thing? the shaking of the tyres?
Yeah, absolutely.
But with a lot more power.
A lot more power. And yeah, there's not a lot you can do really. I mean,
you can't do anything as a driver.
Full stage.
So that both pumps now will. And whoa, Suzanne.
Yeah.
There's the belt's come off, isn't it?
Yeah, blower belt came off for Suzanne, unfortunately. Still goes through 504, 140 mile an hour. 0.83 to 60 foot.
That's where you want to be.
That's nice, very nice.
That's about it. 330.
And away she goes over the centre line.
392, 286 miles an hour to open her account. I'm not sure whether that one is going to count though, because she took out the block right at the finish line. Yeah, there was a little bit of staging hijinks going on there. Well, first run of the season, 392. You take that?
Yeah, we know it's a badass car we put together here for Hockenheim last time. And
not a bad driver either.
The driver is also badass. Yeah, it's my own.
And team owner too, but yeah, 392, and that looked, apart from drifting, that was really good.
Yeah, she drifts a little bit to the left side. She needs to correct it, but it's her first time this year. Only run one race, so she needs a little bit more seat experience to steer the car.
Most importantly, welcome back everybody. Come on, put your hands together please for the whole Aerobatics team. The man that is us, thank you sir, it's so good to see you back again.
This game of drag racing, this is what it looked like.
Lovely
pass. Go Tone, go man. Yeah. Oh, Fabo, well done both crews there. Great runs, excellent stuff. Apache and Venom, well done. A lot of joy in that Kestrel lane for Tony Betts' team. They've been working real hard on that car to get it to do that. And am I ever happy? And I'm getting the boss massage in my back at the moment.
04 light to boot.
Well, he's a very good drag racer, Paul Brown.
There you go. 8 flat, 167 mile an hour.
Apart from the great weather.
And steered with your body.
But steered with the pegs almost that time, I think. That was a little off to the side for Aswin. He goes through with a 12.05. Yeah, getting back to that, Dale. So, obviously, your bike runs like a scalded cat.
Well, it was a good start. Really stretched his arms as he took off from the start line.
Glad you said
and that looks good. Is that good for a first run?
It's not bad checkout pass, obviously.
Yeah, for Cycle Works in the Slick Tricks lane. Mark's been way down in the 7.0s before. Good looking launch, 1.11 to 60 foot.
That's going to be a good.
Yeah,
7,
well done.
14, 184. Dropped a cylinder off the start line for Vessa, so he backed out of it. You can still see it smoking, actually. Chris Van Nimmen rolls through quite nicely with a 734 at 183.
Are they still based around Harley-Davidson V Twins, or is it?
Compared to all the other bikes. Look at that. One little body movement, and that's it. There we go. They both click it off just after half track. Still goes 701. 1.11 to 60. Marcus really well. It's good fun.
Yeah, it's great. It's great that they've, we've got a place to run with them, and the funny bikes are stepping up.
Oof. Good looking run for Ricky Ollie, actually.
Is it?
Yeah. Not bad. Low 7. There we go. 732, 188. Yeah, Dale took
It's a nice mix. It's with the top fuel.
Well, he's chunked it in a bit in the start line, which knocks a bit off the ET. Yeah,
nice and straight
to 60 foot, but straight, like you said, which is good.
What a great run.
6.6.
Yeah.
Yeah, 668, 191. He knocked it
in the road bike.
Oh, wow, what a shame. That was a good one. Eric just trying to keep the bike off the wall and still goes 695 at what speed? There you go, perfect illustration of how it works, folks. Neil's keeping it nailed.
Fabulous.
611, 199. But look at that for Mark. So it's a terrific run.
State.
It is.
Taking on Percy the Passat. Now, I'm going to get a little bit technical here, but
go on.
If you look at the way Rob Carter's Passat launches in the Kestrel beer lane, you can see the way that these suspension works in the back of these cars. They've got something called a 4-link, and you can adjust the way the angles of the 4 links are to make the rear end react in certain ways. Now, the way this car is, the incident center, which is basically where all the bars are pointing to, is quite high and quite close to the axle itself. What that means is the whole car stands up on launch.
Well, we're going to check you out now, see if you know what you're talking about. Here we go, let's watch it.
There you go, look at that.
Wow.
In fact, they did a wheelie as well.
Yeah. Just to add it into the mix.
Yeah, so you saw the rear end of the car separate as it goes up the line.
Wow.
874, 162 mile an hour, and a 10.15 for James. That's a brilliant pair.
This never ceases to amaze me, this car. Andy Bond's ugly sister in the Kestrel lane. It does look as though it's just come out of a Cars movie, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the way this car performs on the track is amazing. But plus, of course, Nick Hale with his car has been doing pretty well as well. So let's see with the machine in the right-hand lane. This is the 280 CE Mercedes.
Look at that though, Andy Bond is just gone. He went 203 mile an hour in the last pass. Goes 202, 735. Yeah. Nick Hale goes 1069, 127. No improvement for either of them.
And these are street legal cars. That's the thing you have to remember. They can drive them out of here, go down the pub and get arrested for drinking, not driving that sort of car on the road. So there you go. Now, Almut Sweeney coming through with his Volvo. And this is our number 2 qualifier. Andy Bond, of course, is our number 1 qualifier with the ugly sister at 7.29. But Almut Sweeney has run a 7.76 with a Volvo. Yeah, right. Here we go. Let's wait and see if we get a repeat of that on this run.
Lovely launch, hits the limiter before it goes to second gear.
Super smooth, isn't it? And here you go, well done. Another 7.83, 180 miles per hour.
See, there's lots of cars out there that can do 180 mile an hour street legal. However, none of them can do it in 7 seconds.
Too true.
So we've got Fire Force rolling on underneath us now. Who's ready to kick off another pro session? I think we definitely are. Right, so just as they get the jet sorted, I'm going to speak to everyone out there on the Grandstands of Bank. Who's enjoying themselves today then? Give us a wave. That's rookie numbers. Half of them aren't enjoying themselves. Come on, let's have everyone waving. How many of you guys are enjoying yourselves today? That's better. Even Ian's enjoying himself down there on the start line.
Oh, no, he's not. Oh, dear. Our hard-working crew out there. They never stop, do they? They're out there on the go the whole time.
Well, most of them have cleared the start line now because we've got the jet car rolling around.
Yeah. Yeah, so the order of the day is the Fire Force car, Nitro Funny Car. Then we go into, are we still doing a track prep after that, Ian? No, okay. So we go straight into Comp Eliminator then, and then we're on to Top Methanol, Pro Mod, and Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car, Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin Bike, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, the Junior Bike Cup, Fire Force and Firestorm will be back out again to finish that off. So that's where we are. That's the program. Here comes the jet. So Martin Hill is the pilot.
And of course, you got Richie out front. He is the conductor. Here we go. He touches his nose. That means he's going to get a bit of smoke, and then he's going to go bang. Tell him to do some flames.
Oh dear, Richie is so good at this, you know. And spins the turbine up more. WE got a wave to Richie. Come on, everybody, wait, give him a wave. Come on. Here we go. Absolutely fantastic. Well done. Great stuff, as always, from Farforce and the team. And 5.32, 273 miles an hour. Well done, gang. Absolutely superb. And I know the crowd are going to show their appreciation for the entertainers as you drive your blue Transit up the track. Give them a big round of applause, everybody. Come on. I do remember when the jets first were running up here and the tower was in its original state. Every time they did that, bits fell off. You know, it was dust and dead animals. Not dead animals, dead flies and things like that would all come flying out. But happily, that doesn't happen like that anymore. So here we go then.
So we're moving into Comp Eliminator. And we've got a Williams Brothers matchup. Of course, got Dan Williams in the 69 Camaro, I believe that is, taking on the Camaro of Spencer Tram. So as I said before, the way this class works is it's called Comp Eliminator. Depending on your combination and power to weight ratio, the scrutineers will give you a time, and you've got to try and beat that time by as much as you physically can. And both of these drivers are actually very good at it. And just quickly, as you can see the VP stickers on Dan Williams' car, I'm going to give a shout out to Freddie Terza from VP Racing Fuels. Him and his daughter, they want to give it, or Jordan Payne wants to give you a shout out. because he's sat there. Usually races in Comp Eliminator.
I like that. He's not even here, but he's getting his shout out and his plug-in.
Yeah. So Freddie Terza and your daughter, a shout out from the Sticky Situation Racing team. As the two cars bring themselves into stage. You see the numbers on top of the boards, that's what they want to beat. And a red light from Dan Williams. Doesn't make any difference. So Dan goes 9.69. No improvement for him as he's... Oh no, it was better than his last run, but he didn't bump him up any spots, and an 11.14. No improvement for Spencer.
This is the car that astounds me. This factory race car, Chevrolet car here.
The good news is, the guys in Oklahoma at Elite Motorsport are doing the tuning, so it's got a little bit more spice in for this run. Same as Simon Crowley. He's gone back to the 160 mile an hour setting that he had on the last one, so he's hoping a little bit quicker as well.
So that's the Golf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
look at that.
Huge wheel stand from the
wow.
Copo Camaro. That's a proper factory stock launch. He's going to get to the line, going to go low 8s, 8.23, 166 mile an hour, and a 9.70, 162 for Simon Crowley. That is, he extends his lead.
Before he'd even put the wheels down, you had everyone on the start line just mass applauding. They were just like, keep it going, keep it going.
So, of course, the way you qualify in Comp Eliminator is you've got to go as far under the time at the top end as you can. So he just went, again, nearly a second faster than what he should be going.
It's going to be so tough for everybody in
Comp,
yes, especially having that car back.
Well, Kev Jenkins is the man out there from Langport in the Fraudster in the Kestrel lane. And his target is 7.8. And Matt Davison with the Civic at 9.2.
Oof. Well, unfortunately, Matt rolled the beams there, so he's not actually going to get air. Oh, no,
he's going to get time.
A bit of time in data.
So a 10-0 for him.
Yeah, I don't think that was actually a 10-0 because he had a 2.3 second 60 foot, and that wasn't a 2.3 second 60
that's
foot.
just basically where he broke the beams, sat there for a short while. Now, hopefully, John, you're enjoying the runs that Ahmed's been putting in this week.
Oh, yeah, of course.
His cage, obviously, I've heard it many times, his cage is limited to 8.5. So the guys are basically tuning the short track on this car and trying to get it as close to 850 as possible without breaking out. He's kind of limited.
Okay.
But earlier, he was rubbing his hands together and he was like, you know that Dan Williams with the Copo? He's like, I want him first round. He's like, I am going to make him push his index. He's like, I don't care if I lose, I'm going to make him push his index.
That's very smart.
So he's already run an 8.56 with this.
Yes. Yeah. It's been down into the 8.4s.
He went 8.4s last weekend at Dorslammers, yeah.
Obviously, he can't do that this weekend in fear of breaking the chassis tag, but that is a lovely launch. 162 to 60 foot. Slightly slower than what we've seen before.
8.7. Ooh, 869. Yeah, no, he's been in the 1.4s before with a 60 foot, and you can tell straight off the line there's quite a bit of wheel spin.
Yeah.
But again, that's another one in the bank. They're really happy with the motor.
It's a rock steady car, though, that, isn't it? It's really does.
And the problem is for the rear wheel drive boys is it's really hard to judge his back car speed.
Yes. Yeah, because a 162 60 foot, I used to be able to do that in a junior dragster.
Yeah.
The rest of the run, not quite. I'm definitely not doing 170 mile an hour. But it is nice to see doubling up, driven by Brendan Clancy back on track. He hasn't been out for a good few years. He's just been fettling away at his numbers. He's gone 782. I think this car's gone a lot faster than that previously.
Well, it looks as though it should. That's the thing.
Yeah, I can also point out now a bit more about the class. So this is an A nitrous altered. It's not an altered by like what John would know as an altered. Basically, what
this is sort of dating me a little bit here. It's all right, don't worry.
It basically just means it's never been on a factory line. This is a complete race vehicle.
Yeah.
And then the first A means it's got a big old engine in it, and then the N means it's running nitrous. That's all that means. And that because of that, it means you've got an index of 7.00.
Did this used to have like an American flag style wrap on?
I don't know if I'm completely honest, but another 780. No, it didn't.
Go on.
No, Simon Groves is saying it didn't.
Yeah, that was in Hanson's car, mate. I know the one you're thinking of. That was in Supercharged Outlaws. Yeah, very quickly. I've just managed to grab a very warm Ahmed Jamshed. How much fun is it racing in comp, sir?
It's beautiful. I love it. It's so much different to the other events. I have to say that one. But yeah.
Well, we're going really well into the 8s, over 170. It must be fun to drive too.
Yes, of course it is. It's getting a bit boring a little bit, but yeah, we want to win the comp this time. We want to win.
Good man. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you, fellas.
Thank you very much. I tell you what, he sounds buzzing after that.
He does. He's absolutely loving his weekend. But
Ahmed getting bored going mid-8s at 170. That was what I took from that.
Yeah, it's a true tell. I mean, he knows he's limited. And last weekend was all about going quick. He was here testing on Thursday and was disappointed himself that he didn't get to go quicker. So he's just going to have to wait. But obviously, to get that amount of power down, he needs the good track.
Yes.
So now he's at a hard point. He needs to go and get that 7.5 second cage.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's got to go find another $7,000 to go.
Yeah.
So it's one of those. But, you know.
What? I'm sort of disappointed because I'm not going to try and butcher his name. I'll let you pronounce it. But the man with the Seat who ran a 7.
Yeah, Petros.
Yeah. That would be insane in Eliminator.
Well, it will be soon.
Oh,
Basically,
really?
the car, he thought he'd built it legal to come and race in competition. Unfortunately, when he brought it here, the guys put the sonic tester on it and went, this tube's wrong, this tube's wrong, this tube's wrong, this tube's wrong. So, RTMG Performance just went, okay, that's fine, we'll build another one. They've been in contact with the scrutineers here, and they're building a new car. Petros is actually on his way back now from Mercedes after having his van fixed. Then he's heading off back to Greece. As soon as he gets home to Greece, he says, give me a month, that engine will be in the new chassis, and then you'll see us back again. He's not afraid to travel. The plan is, hopefully, for many times we've had people to make a front-wheel drive class, and I've said there's a lot of organisation, there's a lot of waiting around for people to race. Why don't we just enter a class that we can do, and we can make our class, if we want to, if we bring enough front-wheel drive cars in, and that's what we're going to do. And the idea is that Eliminator can race at many different tracks around Europe. So we can get it started here, and hopefully we'll get the ball rolling to other countries. I know Terry and Petros are planning on doing Hockenheim, and then maybe we'll move on to like Tierp and stuff like that. But hopefully by entering those classes, we'll encourage some of the German racers to enter comping as well. And then maybe we'll sling them in, and they'll come door slammers and end up staying. And before you know it, comp is going to be an absolute huge. Imagine if we had 69 in the front-wheel drive class last year. If we can get a quarter of that to enter comp, it's going to be real exciting.
Well, it's not only that; it's the variety you're going to have in comp. You're going to have pro stock altereds, pro stock baby pro stock cars, 4-cylinder Ford Escorts, all racing front-wheel drive beasts.
Yeah. That's it. And one day my dragster will be back again as well. But unfortunately, I need to step up my performance to get anywhere near my index.
Yes.
You'll get there, Luke. You'll get there. Got a very happy Brendan Clancy up at... What was that? He ran, fellas. The last number Brendan Clancy ran. Tom.
It was a 786 at 173 mile an hour.
786, 183. Brendan, first of all, welcome back, sir. Great to have you back.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here, and welcome back. Yes.
Yeah, you've obviously brought the weather with you as well. So I was going to say, what's the reason for the delay? Rebuilding or just life?
Life gets in the way. Family, other commitments. You know, just my son was a very good swimmer, so we had to dedicate a lot of time to that. So you know, life got in the way, but it was good. It was good. I don't regret anything.
Well, we're very glad you're back now, sir, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. What's the ultimate plan? Where are you trying to aim to be with the car?
Well, of technical problems, yeah, bits and pieces out, and we would like to be running a 6 by the end.
Terrific. Thank you very much indeed, Brendan Clancy. There we go. Crew are down to pick him up.
Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties there. You were cutting out a little bit, Daryl. But basically what Brendan just said there is that at the end of the weekend, he wants a 6. That's what he's here for.
Perfect. Right, gentlemen, I'm leaving it to this weekend's professionals. Thank you very much. I'm going to go back and sit in the truck and listen to you on the live stream, because even though I'm at Santa Pod, it's a lot shadier sitting in the truck.
And we do have Nitro Funny Cars rolling round the back of the tower. It will be Kevin Chapman out first. I believe he will be on a solo pass with the Thermo-Reg Mustang. We actually had issues in the first run. It didn't seem to go anywhere. He hit the throttle, and that was pretty much it. Didn't even make it to the Christmas tree, unfortunately. But they are back out for this one, so they obviously think they found it.
So it's going to start to get very noisy again, ladies and gentlemen. And Nitro Funny Car's just about ready to roll. Barry Sheevels joins me back up here, along with Tom, in the commentary box, and I shall switch you on like that.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Yeah, normally I would have actually gone into the pits and tried to find out what happened to Kevin, but unfortunately I didn't get that far, so I came back. Yeah, but like you say, it's very unusual, and you would almost think the throttle linkage dropped off or something like that.
Yeah.
But brand new car after his accident, and you know, it's a lot of bits on a brand new car.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, we're just about to find out whether everything has been corrected.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, I'm right up the end of the shutdown area. Let's hope Kevin gets this far for a few words as well, actually. That would be good.
That's the magical voice of Darryl Bradford. It just, you think, appeared from the ether. He really is.
Standing in a field a mile away from you guys, thanks to the wonders of technology. I have been sent here. I'm not supposed to be commentating. They just told me to go and stand in the field on my own and apparently grow myself, I think, was something that was said.
It wasn't us that sent you, Darryl, trust me.
Very kind of you for saying that.
Yeah, it was the crowd. They all we sent a person out around the crowd, and they said that was the best place for you.
They were begging for a break for their ear holes, I think is what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully we're going to be sending you down some fuel funny cars for your entertainment, and we're just waiting for the fire up and just get going. There we go. So as I speak, they've just fired it up, Darryl. I expect you can hear it right the way down the end of the track. So, Kevin Chapman, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah. A lot of hard work gone into getting a car back together again after such a big accident.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fingers crossed. Hope it's not another 10 pence apart.
That seems perfectly okay to me.
Sounded nice.
Well, but the burnout was actually all right last run. It was literally just as he hit the throttle, as you say, Barry. It was almost like the throttle linkage came off.
Yeah, could have been.
Because the car was still running.
Yes. Yeah, well, which it would do if the throttle linkage dropped off. Yeah, but who knows? I'm glad it wasn't my job to fix the throttle.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually.
For all those people that have not been before, you know, I'm here because I used to drive a top fuel dragster, which obviously is, at the time, 10 or 11,000 brake horsepower rear engine. The same engine is in the funny car, but up the front.
Yeah.
So these guys are sitting in a full-bodied car with the engine right just in front of them. So I always think that it's probably the ultimate in adrenaline buzz driving a funny car, I would guess. Yeah. A nitro funny car as well.
Well, here we go. Just final adjustments.
Yeah, there's not
when they remove the throttle stop and everything like that.
There's not a problem under there. This is a normal thing. So he's taking off the throttle stop, just having a check around, probably switching the computer on and things. Obviously, he did that before and didn't notice that there was something adrift with the throttle or
They're
whatever.
obviously carrying out super checks down there now to make sure that it is A-OK.
So that's Wayne Doobie from America, the crew chief. He's obviously happy at the moment with everything. So Kevin will go into the stage now.
So Kevin will bringing the car to the line. He'll switch the fuel to the high side, turn on both fuel pumps.
Yeah.
You'll hear the engine note drop, and that's when you know it's on kill.
Oh.
Well, tire shake again, I think.
But seem to be. I would guess. I don't know. I've not got an insight into it, but I would guess that was planned.
Yeah, that did seem like a plan.
It did, yeah.
0.95, 60 foot.
Yeah, quite nice, yeah.
Darryl, if you can hear us at the top end, by the 8th mile, he was off of it at 93 miles an hour. So 7.53 on the run.
Yeah, backed out of it just past the tree, about 100 feet out. It wasn't out of control at any point, so that was definitely probably planned. The tyre tracks seem okay. It was on the edge of what is probably capable, but...
That's how I would describe that, yeah.
I think the plan was, fellas, it was to be up to 330. That was what he was supposed to do earlier. Because he couldn't do that earlier, I think that was...
Yeah, okay, thanks, Darryl. Yeah, indeed. Well, one can only hope that that's now on the path to full recovery.
Exactly.
So,
you know, this is what we were saying earlier. We don't get hundreds of test runs in this country or in Europe, like in the States. They're sort of out every weekend doing tests and stuff. So, unfortunately, I have to use a race meeting as the test bed. But today, luckily, Saturday, and tomorrow qualifying for racing on Monday. So
the good news is that he's made it down here to the top end, and he's just climbing out the car, so I could grab a word with him in a moment.
Okay, thank you, mate. Right, so just a little bit of sledding to see if we can get the track back in 100% condition. It's been a wonderful track this weekend, isn't it?
Fabulous.
My goodness me. The crew works so hard on here as well. We always chat about it, but I don't know whether I've had the stamina to do what these guys do.
No, I wouldn't.
You know, 12 hours a day. Well, longer than that.
Sometimes,
yeah, longer than that.
Well, they're always first here.
And last down.
And last away.
Yeah. So
they do a fantastic job. And I think as an ex-racer, I think we do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Probably don't say it enough, but we do appreciate it. Yeah. And obviously, the crowd appreciates it as well. The fact they know that this track is probably the best any driver is going to run on in Europe. Well, the best prepared track anyway.
Well, while we do this clean up, I think what we'll do is we'll go back to Nitro FM for a moment. Over to you guys. Well, Dan's out there with the cannon again, or are you just retreating, Dan, now? I think we're going to get the... Dan, can you hear me?
I think Darryl scared him off. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
No, are you wimping out?
Okay.
He's scared of getting hit by a tractor, is what it is.
We'll go back. We'll go back to Nitro FM. We were playing the music behind me anyway. So back to you guys.
How about that for timing then?
Yeah.
Just as we take the airwaves back, the Hawkins Motorsport car, driven by Jason Phelps, fires up. That is the Gladiator. And there it goes, Kevin Kent's car firing up. A few tweaks going on under the bodywork before they roll the cars forwards. Drifting burnouts of hair then.
I was just thinking that. That was something, wasn't it? Kind of special. I've got to, I don't want to incur the wrath of the gods here. They both sound really good to me.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping, because they didn't do bad the first time around, did they?
No.
Jason a 4.92 and Kevin a 5.44. So
yeah, but Kevin's run, he was on one. He was 0.92 or something like that to 60 foot.
Yeah.
He had issues further on down the track.
So, body's going up or not? Yep, here we go.
Here we go.
Kevin as well. So, the Gladiator of the Hawkins family. Mark Hawkins out the front. Trying to knock some numbers off, he says.
Just watching everyone on VIP start covering their eyes as the nitro fills the air.
Okay, all systems go.
So two cars in pre-stage, rolling forwards into stage. Two Nitro Funny Cars coming in. Issues for Kevin Kent. Oh, yeah, issues for Kevin Kent right off the hit. Gladiator goes through a powered pass to 330 foot, still goes 568, 122 mile an hour.
Yeah, a one flat on the 60 foot for Jason, and a 1.48 for Kevin. So. That's the curse of the commentator. I think they're me telling you that they sounded so strong when they came through.
Well, you weren't wrong. They were both strong. Kevin obviously blew the tyres away off the hit. He went 1.48 foot. One flat from Jason Phelps is really soft. That's not where you'd expect that car to be at all.
It's
Standing down here at the top end, I'm just watching Jason come off the second exit. Just watching Jason come off the second exit, and hopefully he'll be out the car shortly to have a word with.
Well, we've just got top methanol round behind us. Johnny Lag with the nitro injected A-Fuel style car, taking on the screw-blown funny car of Sandro Bellio, will be coming at you quite quickly, Daryl.
It sounds ideal. It's quite lonely up here, apart from all the people camping. I don't think I've ever seen the camping field up this end so full. There's plenty of people up here watching as well. You can, it's a great vantage point to have a barbecue and watch the race cars come off the racetrack. So yeah, it's fun. It's something different anyway. So yeah, methanol. Just to give everybody a little bit of a background of what we're doing up here. Yes, we are set up at 2 different exits on the track. So if the cars come off earlier, I'll still be able to talk to people. The only thing is I have to pedal between the 2 of them, which sometimes may may explain my out of breathness, if that's a phrase. But also, it does mean that we can get a word with the ladies and the men that drive these fabulous machines, especially as they are just about as breathless as I am after running up and down between the 2. But there we go. So we've got Sandro Bellio and Johnny Lag. Both of those 2 were side by side earlier, but they didn't put in representative runs at all. I think Johnny spun the tyres and shook, and so did Sandro. Sandro shook really, really hard earlier on. So Barry, do you happen to know what changes you can make on a methanol car to stop it shaking? Because obviously you had a fair bunch of tyre shake in your methanol days too.
Well, we did,
what do the crew do to try and get through that? Gear ratios or clutch? Or
not
what?
normally gear ratio, clutch, and could even be the pressure in the slicks. And just an experienced crew chief would be on it. You know, they take the data from the last run and they'll be working out what they think is going to be the best adjustments.
Just to let you know, folks, it's going to be Sandro Bellio only. Problems, unfortunately, with Johnny Lag. Just being pushed back. They've taken the starter off it. So 1 car on its own.
Yeah.
So just coming through now. Nice burnout. Almost a Maltese burnout, that one. Almost a Freddie Fagerstrom burnout.
Yeah, I remember even when Freddie drove Top Methanol for a couple of years, he still did them style burnouts in one of these cars.
Well, I think he won the championship that
yes,
year.
yeah, I think he did as well, yeah.
I think he did, yeah.
So back we come.
Obviously his main love is in the Pro Mod truck.
Yeah.
Obviously. But, yeah, I don't know whether I'm right, Darryl, you know this. Is it a car that was I right in reading it somewhere that got a new car together?
It's actually a new body, fellas.
Ah, new body, okay.
Yeah, what they've done is the old body was getting a bit heavy.
Right.
What they wanted to do, they've run well into the 540s before. Can you believe that? With an alcohol funny car
I can't.
in the 540s. And they're trying to push the envelope even further. I think Sandro's quickest ever run around about a 544, which is outstanding anywhere in the world.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So Sandro Bellio coming up to the line. There's a lot of experience on that team. His father, Danny's been driving Top Methanol funny cars for many, many years. He's handed the keys over to Sandro, though. You're going to go to pre-stage, bring the RPMs up. No issues at all. All the way through to the finish line. Shoots out early, still goes 5:53, 248 mile an hour.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
as I
well
said,
done.
Yeah,
Well
shoots came out early.
Now, you see, there's a good crew chief. you need to ask him, Darryl, what he did.
I'm slightly far away from that. I don't think he can hear me, but I might ask Sandro. But anyway, that is effectively their first full run of the season since last September.
Yeah.
So, outstanding stuff.
It was a cracking run. I don't know if you're in a position where you can actually see down the track.
Nothing at all.
But it was absolutely rock steady all the way down. It was beautiful.
Good stuff. Well, I'm sure Sandro will be coming around the top end, around the corner in just a moment.
Yep.
And the next pair, fellas. who is going to be in that? I think that's probably Silvio and Lynn.
It is indeed. Yeah, Silvio's going to be coming through in the Slick Tricks lane. He himself had quite a lot of tyre shake in the last run, drove through it with expertise, I think would be the term I'd use for that one. Lynn was your number 1 qualifier. She's just been bumped down to number 2. She went 5.71 in the last round.
And I'm sure looking to go back into the 550s. Johnny Lindberg, you may remember that name.
I do.
I also do.
I do as well.
Has a lot to do with a lot of teams over here as well. And I think they've got a JLM, Johnny Lindberg Motorsport engine in Lynn's car.
They do indeed.
With the next pair.
Yeah, that is a JLM Motorsport engine in the Mustang in the Kestrel beer lane. You can see the stickers on the side of the injector. So Lynn's going to come forward, do her burnout first.
That was a slight problem here trying to get one of the dragster out. With the little tow car broke down. They couldn't move the tow car out the way. But all is good now. So both the funny car and the dragster out there together now.
Yeah. So both of these cars are running similar combinations when it comes to engine and transmission. Both screw-blown Hemis, backed onto a clutch and a Lenco. They will shift 2 times going down the track. However, one is a funny car, one is a dragster, so Lynn will be getting a 0.22 second head start.
In racing.
In racing, of course.
Yeah, not qualifying. No.
Well,
I don't think they've been putting the.
Add the time to the dragster, I believe.
Yes. Okay. Right, got it. Okay.
Yeah, so for Silvio to catch up with Lynn, she's run a 5.71, so he'll have to run a 5.49, I believe, to be the same as the 5.70 of Lynn. Both these cars will come forward, they'll do the same again, bring the RPMs up on the clutch, roll the cars forward, and away they go. Whoa! Up in smoke for Silvio. 5.58, 255 mile an hour for Lynn Floysvik. She moves up. Oh no, she doesn't. Stays.
I'm up the top end with Sandro Bellio. You've got some company in the 550s with a funny car. Lynn just went 5.58. You went 5.53, and you said you clicked that off early too.
Yes, I clicked it off early. We are still seeing how the fuel system is standing with the new pistons and stuff like that.
Did it feel really good all the way down?
It feels a little soft.
5.53 in a funny car feels soft.
Yeah, if you are used to more, it's soft.
So what do you think you can do this weekend? Can you get it in the 540s, I'm sure?
Tomorrow, yeah, definitely. And then we will see what the car wants, then we'll see from there.
Good stuff, good luck. And your dad, as always, on it with the tune-up.
Yes. Of course.
Of course. There we go. Thank you very much indeed, Sandro. And the calmest man in the world after running a 550, an alcohol funny car you'll ever come across, I think.
He almost sounds bored of it.
Well, do you know what he genuinely did? He said, I said, was that good? He went, it was really soft. You know, just like that. It was unbelievable. Just waiting for Lynn to come around the corner, though. But a great run for Lynn, though. What was that, 5.58?
Yeah, 255 mile an hour as well.
Terrific stuff. Well, I'm sure she'll be coming around the corner in a couple of moments. I'll try and grab some words with Lynn. So I'm guessing that's done for Methanol. So it's going to be Pro Mod next.
It is.
Yeah?
It is. You're quite right. Yeah, so Pro Mods are lined up, ready to come round. And it looks like Bruno and Norbert are going to be the two that come round first.
Yeah, just quickly, John, you didn't see this, Darryl, but the reason why Silvio isn't up near you is because he had a huge amount of wheel spin. he actually was pretty much did a second burnout up to about 330 foot, and the car turned sideways on him really hard. Crossed the centre line, took out a couple of blocks. That's why we've got a little bit of a quiet moment on track. It wouldn't be too long though.
All I heard was three voices in my ear go, "Whoa!" in perfect synchronisation
and harmony.
Yeah, something like that. Well, but would you believe Lynn went 2:55 through the finish line, and she didn't actually make it down to the last turnoff?
What?
Yeah, she's just coming round the corner with the quad towing her out the way. Would you believe? So yeah, it's obviously going to take more than 2:55 to get it all the way to the end of the racetrack. But how cool is that? Both of the funny cars here this weekend are in the 550s.
Well, we're just about to get going with... Are you off now, Barry? You're going to stick around, aren't you? Yeah, of course you will. But Dick's here with us again. So,
hello.
Mate, how you doing?
Very good.
Have you been out sneaking around the pits to find out lots of info that we can divulge to the crowd here? Great stuff.
Yeah,
Fabo. Lovely. All right.
Work time.
What, you've been fixing... Oh.
Yeah, some
it's a man of many talents.
Ignition issues, race pack questions. Most of them are ready again.
Yeah,
ready to race.
Great. Okay, well, it is Norbert Kuno coming round here. First off,
Norbert, after the first try, the burnout didn't go well, and then when he stopped on track, the engine RPM was over 3,000 RPM. His throttle cable was stuck, so then he couldn't get reverse, and then well, he just shut it off.
Right. Okay. So hoping for better things then for Norbert Kuno.
He will be joined by Bruno Barda, who's also coming round the back of.
That looks a lot better.
Yeah,
that's a much better burnout.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite nice from Bruno too. So,
but he's still stuck on the track, Norbert.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Hopefully not. No.
There we go.
There we are.
Yeah. So neither of these people, neither of these guys, put in representative runs. Obviously, Bruno didn't make a pass. Bruno crossed the centre line.
Yeah.
Trying to run into the back of Mark Hartfeld.
Yeah, that was close. Yeah, if you cross the center line, then you don't. Your time is
of course,
disqualified. But for now, we have the first 5 cars in the 5-second zone.
Yeah.
With the 2 Dutch up front, Michel Tore and Mark Harteveld.
Yeah.
Not that you're biased, old boy.
No, not at all. Not at all. It should be 1, 2, and 3.
Oh dear. Right, so then, Norbert Kuno, Bruno Barda. Germany against Switzerland.
Norbert flying the flags of Lucas Oil on his car. Bruno flying the flags of Gotham City on his car.
Yes, for many years already.
Yes, I've never known that car be any other colour.
No, he bought it like this, and it will stay like this.
I was looking at it in the pits, and on one side of the car, he's actually got Batman and the Joker on it, which was never there before.
Oh, okay. Oh, he had some damage a few years ago. He hit the wall very hard, took away his eyesight. The eyeballs were everywhere, but he got it fixed with a new paint job.
So here we go then. Norbert will bring the car into pre-stage. Both cars will go on stage, and we will kick off qualifying round 2 for Pro Modified. Issues for Norbert Kuno. No such problems for Bruno.
This is the sort of run we expect from Bruno. There you go.
That's a lot better.
Absolutely wonderful.
Almost as straight as you like.
What did he run, fellas?
Well,
92.
it was 5.92 and a 0.97 60 foot.
That is a lot more like it from Bruno. I'm up here with a real life Viking princess, Lynn Floysvik, who is looking spectacular in the sunshine. Almost your quickest ever run, 5:58, 255 miles an hour. You've been a little quicker and a little faster, but I guess you're still very happy with that.
Yes, we are very happy. Yeah, now the car works perfectly now, I think. So now we only get to tune ourselves a little more in, and then we'll be Even quicker.
Be even quicker. Do you have a goal of what you'd like to run this weekend? Have you got, would you like to dip into the 540s, maybe?
Of course. We all do, don't we?
It's a question, obviously.
Strange question, Daryl.
Yeah. But reasonable goal is a new personal best. So, yeah.
That's only a couple of hundredths away now, isn't it, as well?
Yes, that's true. It's 5:56.
And to all those wonderful people out there watching on the banking or listening in, just tell everybody how long it takes your team to get here, because it's a long way from where you live in Norway, isn't it?
Yes, it is. For my dad, who drives the trailer, he first has to drive down to Gothenburg in Sweden and then take the ferry, which takes like 28 hours to Immingham and then
down. So, well, we really appreciate the effort, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Go give those Belgians something to lose sleep about. Well, that's Linz Floyd's everybody. Back to the racing.
Did you find out anything about what happened to
Andy? Yeah.
Andy, yeah.
Like I said yesterday, he had big issues with his supercharger
and the bearings in it.
Yeah, and so they took it off, took it apart, and put it back on tonight. It was 1:30. They finished.
Yeah.
And warmed it up this morning. Everything good. And he made a burnout, and then he saw fuel coming out of different fuel lines. So they were not tight enough or came loose. So it's all good.
It's good it's something that was that simple.
Yeah. But if you make a run like that, you will definitely destroy your engine.
Oh yeah.
Or the supercharger. It has fuel lines in the back of the supercharger to cool the rotors and the housing.
Yes.
So otherwise it will eat itself.
So here's our next pair then. Andy Robinson from Great Britain, sponsored by NGK. It's written all over the car. Anger management, they call this, the Camaro. And Andy, of course, is a renowned chassis builder, car builder. Running alongside, returning to us, Marcus Hill from Switzerland in the 63 split window Corvette. Let's see how we get on with these two. Fingers crossed for a great pair of runs.
Absolutely.
And Andy has run right down into the fives, hasn't he?
588 I think.
Yeah. Mark, do you know Marcus? I'm not certain
625.
about 620. Yep. Lovely. You're a font of all knowledge.
No drive from Marcus Hill.
That's a great run from Andy Robinson. He's going all the way through, shoots out, and it's a 6.27 at 234 miles per hour for Andy. And Marcus,
with a backfire.
It almost seemed like it jumped out of gear.
Sorry, fellas. Bruno was just about to run away, and I shoved the microphone in his face, which he's very happy about. Bruno, 592, that's a lot more like it after the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's fast, but I think it's not fast enough for the Swedish guys, and we hope you can do it better.
You can. You've done a little bit better before. But the thing is, you're normally really consistent.
Yeah, but not this season. I don't know why we don't get parts. I have tried another engine, the old engine at Door Slammers, and that will look.
Keep trying.
Okay, thanks a lot.
No problem at all. Bruno Barderelli, thank you very, very much indeed. As Andy Robinson gets pushed around the corner. What was Andy's time? 6.2 was that?
Let me just tell you, 6.27, 234 miles an hour, 1.10 to the 60 foot.
I think that's probably where most of that ET went, to be honest with you fellas. That car normally runs 0.95, 96.
Yeah, that was incredibly soft for Andy.
Yeah, I didn't even hear a shift in gear.
Yeah.
So probably something in the clutch or the ignition. That's what also explains the reigning European champion.
Yeah.
Up against Mats Eriksson.
It's very unusual to see Jan Eriksson out so early in a qualifying session, normally because the quicker cars run later on. So,
yeah, that's the advantage when you have during qualifying. If you qualify as the quickest, you can be the latest in the session. And if you have the slowest time, you have to go first.
But I'll tell you what, I'm just trying to think back a few years. That's a Crown Vicky, isn't it?
Crown Victoria.
Crown Victoria.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Mats
from the 440s.
It's just wonderful to see that shape.
Is that his third one as well?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is the third iteration of this car.
Yeah.
I think he's
at home he has the same one.
Yeah.
In this color.
Yes.
That's why he left it black and white now.
It was his tow car at Tia one year as well, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, with the Camaro, Jan Eriksson, as you say, currently the #1 plate holder in Pro Modify.
He's also the European record holder, 572.
Correct, yeah.
Well, let's see what happens this time. We know both of these guys can run into the 5s. I will not say any more.
No. Let's just see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Let them have fun.
Tyre shake for Jan Eriksson, but a lovely run for Mats Eriksson.
Yeah.
583, 246 miles an hour. That's much more like it. That's probably what they wanted to do on the first pass.
Yep, indeed. So, Daryl, a .96,
That
60
was
foot.
good. I'm just up at the top end with Andy Robinson. Andy, you said something quite interesting about why the car didn't really run like you expected that time.
Yeah, I think it ran. It didn't accelerate in first gear.
That was the main thing, because a 1.160 foot, you're normally at least a tenth and a half quicker than that.
Yeah, we last weekend we did a high 9.9, so.
That's really good. Well, I hope you and the team, you're never going to stop working, I know, but I hope it comes together for all us UK fans. Just go do it for us.
We'll try our best.
You always do. Thank you, sir, very much indeed.
And that was a personal best for Mats Eriksson.
That was superb for Mats. What was the speed, guys?
246 mile an hour.
246.
I'm going to have to cut you off because we've got John Webster underneath the tower, and in the other lane, oh no, Fast Freddy's car has cut off. They're going to get the tow car back. I'm sure they're going to get it refired. In fact, they've bump started the car before to get it fired up. Yes, there's John Webster doing his burnout now. Behind the tower, they are going to be working on Fast Freddy's car. I think they're going to let John have a solo pass and then give Freddy time to set the car up.
That is unusual in the FIA qualifying, to be honest.
What, to let them go again?
Yeah.
Well, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm a bit amazed by what's going on. The whole thing with Freddie's car and tow car, it should be the subject of a Hot Wheels presentation pack, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
The Model T Roadster there, blown, and that's blown as well.
Yeah.
Coupled with the truck, would make a perfect model, I think. I want one for Christmas, but only one I can get in my display cabinet at home. Anyway, let's have a look at John Webster.
Oops.
Whoa. Whoosh.
Misses the block by about that much.
That means he will get a time.
That is very true.
10,
oh, I don't know if he will, because his tire tracks look like they do cross the centre line. Yeah, 10:26, 106.
Someone else's decision, not ours.
Yes.
Thank goodness.
So Fast Freddy has fired back up.
Yeah.
Putting plenty of fuel into the engine to keep it running.
You want to see Fast Freddy, don't you, everybody out there? Yeah. Here he comes then. The Model T has moved away.
Here he comes.
Oh, yes, that's the same.
Look at that. Keeping it sideways on the burnout. Wow. Rolls it to the 8th mile. And he'll come back just as fast as he went forward.
It's funny with the name like Freddy. Everybody's always Fast Freddy, aren't they?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
We call him Sir Frederick because he needs to be knighted. Just for everything he does. We always have, but yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, issues for Freddie. He has stopped on track.
The truck's probably said, look, can we have a break, please? Seriously? You brought me all this way to the sunshine and look.
Or he's out of fuel.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm kidding. I am kidding.
It could be. If I could just borrow Mats Eriksson for a couple of moments. Mats, if you wouldn't mind, sorry. I have to get all the drivers in a specific place, just so they look beautiful. Mats always does anyway. Mats, fabulous. 583, 246.
Yeah, this is what we need. We are so happy. We are back in the Santa Pod. We love Santa Pod. We love the crowd. We love everybody here. The track crew and everything. They make a tremendous work. And my team. We are 3 people in our team.
Is that 3 this weekend? So you normally were tuned by Adam before. Is Adam tuning right, or is it you doing it all yourself now?
LG is making all the tune-up. They're done for the last years.
Well, he's doing a fabulous, fabulous job. He looks very, very happy over there, though. It must be nice, father and son racing together and doing so well.
And grandson is with us also, and grandsister.
Oh my goodness me. So basically you are the Swedish version of Andy Robinson, complete all the way down to chassis builder, everything, yeah?
Exactly.
Exactly that, but there we go.
And we are friends.
And you're very good friends too. Mats, well done. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, don't forget.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Daryl. And say well done to Mats for me as well. Towing off Fast Freddy. Hey, listen, Fast Freddy has got a lot of fans here. If you want to support Fast Freddy, get over in the pits. He's got a whole range of his T-shirts there for sale.
Yeah, and now the engine is off, so he can hear you now.
To the pod shop, not in the pits. All of his merchandise is in the pod shop. Sorry, my mistake. So if you want to support Fast Freddy, go and buy a T-shirt. In actual fact, you could buy one and give it to me. That would be nice. Save me buying it, wouldn't it? That's absolute. Well, you already told me you're not paying me this weekend, so I must start begging.
Well,
yeah, I'm going to be paid a Fast Freddy shirt. I'm not even worth that.
I was just going to say that's a bit overpriced, but there we are.
Daryl's being very rude to me.
No, it's only I'm a safe distance, as you can tell. You see that helicopter up there? That's how I'm leaving in a minute. Yeah. Oh no, that's yours, John. You just ordered it. Sorry. I just realised as well that mate's Max Ericsson, your current #1 qualifier.
It does indeed.
Yeah.
We now have Wayne Nicholson and Mickey Gilchrist coming around beneath us. Has Mickey run the 5.7?
No. Not yet. 583s.
So these are 2 5.8 second pro mods.
I tell you what, Wayne must get chills up his spine when he hears that, especially going up against Mickey Gilchrist. That is cool as. Especially for how long they get there.
Oh, that was big sideways burnout for Wayne.
Yeah.
He was heading towards the Christmas tree.
Well, with a crew man in between.
Yeah.
So
Wayne was really happy after the run from this morning that he could copy it again.
Did you tell him the crowd were happy too?
Yes, of course. Yes. And no issues at all. Everything looked fine. The engine is happy. That's the thing with these cars. If you go really fast, engines are really happy and they don't break anymore. If you're wrong in tuning, you have to pedal and stuff like that. That's what the engines don't like.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So both of these blown cars, Mickey Gilchrist, just having a look to see, not representative at all of the sort of times that we expect from him, but got a 9 this morning, and 5.98 was the time for the Lucky Devil and Wayne Nicholson.
Mickey Gilchrist is famous for struggling through qualifying and just pulling it out on the last one. So
yeah.
He pulls the rabbit out of the head, the magic head, and then he always runs good.
So Wayne Nicholson's already in stage. Mickey Gilchrist is going to move forwards.
Easy, Wayne.
Lovely runs a pair. Mickey Gilchrist is a long way out in front. 588 and 602.
Oh, brilliant stuff.
Mickey Gilchrist moves into your number 3 spot with a 588 at 242 miles an hour.
That's going to be worrying for the rest of the field because he managed to hit his backside with both hands on day 1. So that means throughout the weekend they're in trouble because he's going to only get quicker knowing that man. But well done. I guess he was 588. Wayne was 602.
Yep, correct.
Fantastic.
Now we have 8 cars in the 5 seconds in qualifying.
So far.
There's a black and orange car coming around the corner now. And Bobby Wallace. A certain Dutch car who ran pretty well last weekend. 575, 574.
Yeah, neither of these cars made representative passes in the last one. Bobby went, I think he lifted early or something like...
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it was a low speed as well. So.
Well, they are just chipping away at it. He did go 588 at the national finals last year in the gathering gloom. It wasn't very warm either. It was only about 10 degrees at that time of day.
Yeah.
But he flew down the racetrack and set his new personal best. So, what can he do this time round?
Well, Bobby Wallace went 5.95 in the first run, and that is saying something when we say that it wasn't a representative pass.
Sorry.
Yeah, Bobby's come on in leaps and bounds over the years.
Aylin is running after David to point him back in the right direction.
Yeah, interestingly, Bobby Wallace doesn't have a backup girl.
They do it by intercom, by the portaphone.
So all he's got is a voice in his ear going left a bit, right a bit.
Yep.
Sounds like a TV program called The Golden Shot that used to be on years ago, where remotely they had to fire a crossbow at a target to win a prize.
Okay.
So, sorry, just me. Old man.
So David has a very international crew. He has, Aylin is his future wife. They are going to be married in July. And Aylin's brother is now doing the wheelie bars, and Aylin's father is also crewing. He's on the right side. And then we have Holly Marshall, Ian Marshall's daughter. And then Willem, the Dutch guy, and David is Dutch.
Good grief. So it's a family affair.
Absolutely.
Almost. Yeah. Good. So Bobby Wallace, based in
Talking
Bedford.
about family affair?
Yeah. Same thing, same deal.
Yeah, that's his sister Annie bringing him up to the line. Father Bob behind. One nitrous Camaro of a modern vintage and a retro 67 Camaro with a supercharger coming your way very quickly. Hopefully. Bit wobbly for David Vector, but no such issues for Bobby Wallace. Goes through, shoots out early, still goes 591, 239 mile an hour, and the shoots came out early.
I think that was possibly planned. If I could have a quick word with still one of the best looking guys in Pro Modified, which says something about everyone else, doesn't it, Mickey? How are you doing? It's so good. First of all, welcome back. It's wonderful to have you again.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Since I was here last time, the weather has improved greatly. So
maybe that's what you needed. 3.5 years off, something like that. But 588, number 3 qualifier at the moment. I guess you'll take that for now.
yeah, we needed to get on the track, and we're happy with that run, so it's okay.
Do you think you've got enough for those guys running in the 70s all the time? I mean, the thing is, they've got to do it on race day. That's always the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, of course we're not happy with being second or running in the 8th. So we'll do what we can, and we can just maximize it a bit.
Just lastly, you've won so much, so many championships. What's your motivation these days?
Jan and Vector, of course. So that's a big motivator, actually.
So everybody all the time.
Yeah.
Pretty much that. Mickey Goldquist, thank you very much, sir. Back to you, chaps.
So I just heard from a man who was not happy running a 580 compared to two here who are very happy running 580s.
Yeah.
There's Mark Harvat with the Voodoo Hemi Superbird and Michelle Terren with the Cuda.
They're beautiful cars, aren't they? They're so pretty. I mean, the car in the left-hand lane, Mark Hartefeld, that's the car in the Cars cartoon program, isn't it? The King, the blue Richard Petty type car.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful design. There were quite a few of these actually on the street in the UK, and they just look so wonderful to me. But let's see what's going to happen this time with these two. So currently Mark is the number 4 qualifier, having run a 588, but Michelle, number 2 qualifier, having run a 587. So there's nothing between them on the last run. Any news from you in the pits?
No, they're just over the moon and everything.
All good.
Just happy, no broken parts.
Excellent.
So it's good time for tuning.
So we got a feast of Mopar out there.
You know, look at that injector head of Mark, how big it is. It's brand new style.
Oh, okay.
It's very common on the screw blowers in the States, that style.
Yeah, yeah. This comes from Darren Meyer from the US.
Right. So here we go then. Driving through tyre shake from Michel Touron. And a 593.
Wow.
Yeah, something flew off of Michel's car about 200 foot out. Not sure what that is, but he obviously saw something was wrong and he's backed off it. Only goes 688, 146, but a 593, 242 mile an hour for Mark Harvell. Only a one flat 60 foot.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you see Michel followed exactly the same tracks as David had.
Yes, I can see that,
He did
yeah.
exactly the same and also had to pedal.
Well,
right. The loud cars time.
I'll say bye-bye. Thank you very much for your help. I'm not here tomorrow, so don't send me back to the old folks' home and I sit in my rocking chair. And
well, thanks. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, you too. And thank you very much for all of your info.
And I'll see you later.
You'll hand over to Mr. Sheevels, who will be making his way back to us again to talk through everything. Daryl, do you need to speak to anybody at the top end of the track? Because we're just about to fire up the 2 top fuel cars. Obviously, the answer is no.
That's it. He's just ignoring you now out of spite.
Yeah. Right.
So the 2 drivers behind the start line is going to be Duncan Mikulev from Malta and India Erbacher from Switzerland. They've both just been given the thumbs up. There you go. There's India's car.
Here are your home, Barry. Top fuel time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it was Duncan's car didn't start at all, did it?
Yeah,
last time.
unfortunately, I didn't. Like I said before, I didn't have time to get around the pits to find out what had gone wrong. But yeah, Duncan over the years become a good friend of mine, Maltese guy. Actually, pretty much in charge of the Maltese drag races.
Is he?
Yeah. And he races one of the Runefield's old top fuel cars that's based down in Malta.
Really?
Yeah, and he's still run 3 seconds with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I just say that was perfectly timed from India Erbacher then. Just as he went, give me fuel, give me fire, she did a burnout and it sounded immense.
Yeah.
So of course India has not got a time on the board yet. And in fact, the car has stopped running, unfortunately, so she still won't have a time on the board. She did go 3.9, but she crossed the centre line, so that will not count. And this is done as the car did not start. Top Fuel Dragster qualifying round 2 will be coming at you very shortly.
Runa just doing the final tweaks like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Here we go.
So you're going to turn the fuel to the high side. You hear the note drop. There we go. There goes the note. Bring it to stage.
Oh.
Instantly into wheel spin. You can see it probably moved about 6 feet before the tyres lit.
But it's even more amazing. Look how they start off about 18 inches wide and then go right down to about, what is that, 4 inches or something like that?
Probably about the palm of your hand, that is.
And then back on it and then off it again.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. So.
Well, that's the whole reason for the tyre, isn't it? Is that it grows and gets thinner on the run, so the centrifugal force drives the slick outwards, and that's your overdrive for the speed, etc.
But you can see it there. If you had the chance to see that, I mean, it's quite amazing, really, to see.
Yeah, and unfortunately, issues for the Erbacher team. They are wheeling the car around the corner. They will be towing back to the pits.
You see, also Duncan was in the car. I mean, as a driver, and you hit the throttle, you would know instantly that the tyres had grown to a... So he'd be off that, but as soon as you come off the throttle, actually, the momentum keeps going.
Yeah.
And you could end up with it in bits.
Yeah.
But he was off it very quickly, yeah.
Yeah, expertly driven by Duncan.
Yeah, it was very good, yeah.
So our next pair just getting ready behind the tower to come through.
Yeah.
And I think all the drivers must be ignoring Darryl at the top end of the track.
Well,
I think
you would do, wouldn't you?
I expect they've driven by.
Driven straight past him.
Yeah, just quickly, can we please have FIM Pro Stock Bike into the pairing lanes, please? That's FIM Pro Stock Bike, along with Super Twin Top Fuel Bike and Top Fuel Bike, please. So Pro Stock Bike, Super Twin Bike, and Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please.
Okay, so we're firing up. Here we go with the next two top fuelers.
Will be Ida Zetterstrom racing for Edelbrock, and Stig Neergaard racing for Lucas Oil. And everyone out there, please give the Aerobatics team a huge round of applause. India is out of the car, so she can hear you. They will get that thing turned around and back out tomorrow for your entertainment. So interestingly from Ida, she did her burnout way over to the left, outside of the groove. Usually they do that just to keep, if the groove is good enough already, they don't want to make it any better. So they'll do it outside and back her up into the middle of the track.
You know, that's something new. I think in my day you would definitely go straight for the rubber. But yeah, I've seen it happen before, yeah. So Ida's car also tuned by Runa from the RFM stable, and obviously Stig Neergaard looks after the car himself and actually works on the car. He's a driver, but he also works on the car, which in my day was very unusual. I didn't like to do much work on the car. I was the driver, so...
Well, the Stig Neergaard has run an 875 and an 1165 for Ida.
Yeah,
so
Stig Neergaard
not representative at all.
No, not at all. Stig Neergaard already in pre-stage. Ida moves into pre-stage. Both these cars go onto the high side.
Oh.
Issues for Ida again, still spinning the tyres, and issues for Stig Neergaard. The chutes came out as well instantly. That usually means the burst panel's gone if the chutes come out like that.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint everybody. I'm back. I never really went away. Up the top end with Duncan Micallef. Well, some days are better than other days. Obviously, you're champ from previous year, but Top Fuel kind of like that, isn't it? Some days are great. The highs and lows are just unbelievable.
I know something about it.
I think every driver in the class does. I mean, everybody's run really quick, then run really slow, then broken lots of stuff. At least today, I guess the car's in one piece.
Yeah, actually, I think motorsports is 95% is not on your side, but when it comes to 5%, it will make up for everything.
It certainly does, and it's great to have you back. How come you decided to come back for this season?
I cannot stay doing nothing. No. Obviously, when I entered the gate yesterday, I got emotional because it was 5 years missing Santa Pod. And you know, I don't come and watch races because whenever I go to the racetrack, I want to compete only.
You do. Well, your kids race as well, don't they? And you run another one of Runa's cars in Malta as well, don't you?
Yes. The best time was 4.03, 303 miles per hour. We're trying our best, obviously, to be in the 3-second barrier. But obviously, I am a very patient guy. And so Rune and our team. So we believe that we'll make it
I certainly hope so, sir. It's so good to have you back, and from all the wonderful people from Malta. I think we had half of them here last weekend for the Door Slammers, just cheering on Gary Camilleri. It was wonderful, but it's great to have you back.
Thanks. I mean, I congratulate them because obviously I'm now the president of the Malta Motorsport Federation. So it's our task to improve and get to the next level in motorsport.
Well, we'll all look forward to that, and I really hope tomorrow is one of your really good days, and Monday as well, obviously.
I hope so, and obviously being here, it's already a plus for me, so the rest is bonus.
Good stuff. Thank you, sir. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's Duncan Micallef, everybody. Does sound much more like, how can I put it politely, an accountant or a financial advisor than he does a race car driver, if you know what I mean, but so quiet, so mild-mannered, unbelievably polite, and one hell of a top fuel car driver.
Thanks, Daryl. Yeah, it's a good interview.
Yeah.
So we're just doing a little bit of a clean-up on the track at the moment, and we have our, I guess, our final two, aren't they? In top fuel? Yeah, because we've got the Retro Funny Cars sitting out there behind us. So as soon as we get the thumbs up from the crew, we'll be back on with Top Fuel for you again. And don't forget, folks, if you're here for a day, hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. This goes on for another 2 days here at Santa Pod, the Sunday and the Monday. And if the weather stays as it's predicted to stay, it should be fantastic for the last couple of days as well. So if you're staying or if you're going home and coming back, I hope you have a great weekend. It's going to be absolutely fabbo. Once everybody gets all their problems ironed out, there'll be a whole crescendo of racing on Sunday and Monday. So just, as I said, doing a little bit of sledding, a little bit of cleaning up, and hopefully we'll then be okay to go.
Yeah, so we've got Dennis Nielsen round the back of the tower and Suzanne Kalin. Suzanne had quite a good run, but the car was pushing her over towards the wall, so she had to abandon the pass, lifted, still put in quite a good pass. Still went 5.04. Yeah, not where they want to be, but it was stout up to the point where she lifted. Dennis didn't make such a good pass, only an 11.65. I think we'll be running any second now. Yeah, so you can hear them turning the engines over. And as soon as they get the thumbs up, they'll be putting the fuel into the top of the blowers and firing them up on the methanol, switching them to the nitro, and they'll come forward, do their burnouts.
And there goes the thumbs up. So the engines will burst into life again.
Here we go. Dennis is going to fire up first. And then will Suzanne.
If my memory serves me correct, Suzanne was in junior drag racing and then went into ET bracket racing or super comp or something like that, and then moved up. Crikey, that must be about 10, 12 years ago.
Do you know who her first competitive run was against?
No.
It was me.
Was it?
Yeah.
What, in Top Fuel?
In Top Fuel. It was 2002. She got a license, and her first run in competition was against me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I beat her.
History. Yeah, and your visa.
Oh, yeah. I used to be on a roll then.
Well, so Suzanne coming in the Kestrel lane, and of course Dennis Nielsen out there in the Slick Tricks lane. So different lanes for them this time around.
Yeah. Let's just get off the line and we should have some real quick runs.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I do.
Hayes the tyre for Suzanne. She was out in front.
Dennis's run's pretty good though.
Yeah.
4:37, 258 mile an hour, and a lot of smoke from Suzanne's car going through the top end. Yeah, she hazed the tyres about 330 foot out. Still runs a 4:55, only 182 mile an hour.
Well, it is going to be Dennis picking up the bonus points for the quickest run in that session. Also, for number one qualifier so far this weekend.
Yeah.
That's pretty stout stuff. You know what you just said, Barry, about you were the first one to beat Suzanne. I was in the other lane when she got her licence too.
Oh,
we both finished our licensing on the same day that weekend.
Yeah.
You had you drew her in the first round.
Yeah,
by,
I did, yeah.
By virtue of setting of European record, I think that.
Oh, was it?
That's
Oh,
probably
I
helped.
didn't like to mention.
No. You wouldn't have done, but there we are. Anyway, so no, I just waiting up the top end, see if Dennis comes around the corner.
The right-hand lane with Dennis in.
Yeah.
Look at the tyre tracks there.
Yeah.
Absolutely spot on.
Yep.
Beautiful. And I think Suzanne was on it till you can just see where it started to haze the tyres,
Yes.
and then something happened.
Yeah.
Burst panel or something. Yeah. They were very, 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 very close. Both of those runs to being just right.
Yeah, well, look at Suzanne's short numbers: 0.84 to 60 foot.
Lovely, yeah.
2.15 to the 8th mile, to a 330 foot. Sorry, not the 8th mile.
No.
Still goes 3.30 to the 8th. She was doing 195 at the 8th, but she was already off the throttle. Dennis Nielsen 0.95 to 60 foot, 2.39 to 330. He did 3.45 to the 8th, and he was doing 235 miles an hour.
Yeah, it was close. And the thing is that they go away and look at the data and make a few tweaks, and hopefully if the weather's the same tomorrow and the conditions are the same, then they'll just get the tweaks just right. They're so close, both those cars, to running real quick.
Well, I think once the track is clear, I think we're on to Nostalgia Funny Car. So still more fuel action to come your way, ladies and gentlemen. So
there's a lot of action down the top end of the track, though, John.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of smoke was coming from Suzanne's car. They've got the fire trucks and the ambulance down there.
Right, John, I'm going to go. Look, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet up with you again, John. It's been great, and I hope it's not the last time we sit next to it here.
Yeah, me too, mate. Me too.
Absolutely brilliant, mate.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you.
So Barry Sheevels leaves us. I think while we've got that clean up, we'll hand to the radio station. So Nitro FM, over to you. Well, tire shake again, I think.
But seem to be. I would guess. I don't know. I've not got an insight into it, but I would guess that was planned.
Issues for Kevin Kent. Oh, yeah, issues for Kevin Kent right off the hit. Gladiator goes through a powered pass to 330 foot, still goes 568, 122 mile an hour.
Yeah, a one flat on the 60 foot for Jason.
No issues at
superb.
all the way through to the finish line. Shoots out early, still goes 553, 248 mile an hour.
Fabulous.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
as I
well
said,
done.
Yeah,
Well
the
done.
shoots came out early.
Now you see, there's a good crew chief.
And away they go. Whoa! Up in smoke for
well
Silvio.
held.
558, 255 mile an hour for Lynn Floysvik. She moves up. Oh no, she doesn't.
Well,
Stays.
I'm up the top end with Sandro Bellio. You've got some company in the 550s with a funny car.
And we will kick off qualifying round 2 for Pro Modified. Issues for Norbert Kuno. No such problems with Bruno.
This is the sort of run we expect from Bruno. There
Very
you go.
well. That's a lot better.
Absolutely wonderful.
Almost as straight as you like.
What did he run, fellas?
Well,
No drive for Marcus Hill.
that's a great run from Andy Robinson. He's going all the way through, shoots out, and it's a 6.27 at 234 miles per hour for Andy. And Marcus,
with the backfire.
Tire shake for Jan Eriksson, but a lovely run for Mats
superb.
Eriksson.
Yeah.
583, 246 miles an hour. That's much more like it. That's probably what they wanted to do on the first pass.
Yep, indeed. So Darrell, a 0.96. Let's have a look at John Webster.
Oops.
Whoa. Whoosh.
Misses the block by about that much.
That means you will get a time.
That is very true.
10,
oh, I
26.
don't know if he will, because his tire tracks look like they do cross the centre line.
You win.
Lovely runs a pair.
Hey,
Mickey Gilbert
this
is
is
a
gonna
long
be
way
good.
out in front.
Whoa.
588 and 602.
Oh, brilliant stuff.
Mickey Gilbert, hopefully. Bit wobbly for David Vector, but no such issues for Bobby Wallace. Goes through, shoots out early, still goes 591, 239 mile an hour, and the shoots came out.
So here we go then. Driving through tire shake for Michel Touron, and a 593.
Wow.
Yeah, something flew off of Michelle's car about. There we go, there goes the note, bring it to stage.
Oh.
Instantly into wheel spin. You can see it probably moved about 6 feet before the tyres lit.
But it's even more amazing. Look how they start off about 18 inches wide and then go right down to about, what is that, 4 inches or something like that?
Carl's going to the high side.
Oh.
Issues for Ida again, still spinning the tyres, and issues for Stig Nergard. The shoots came out as well instantly. That usually means the burst panel's gone if the shoots come out like that.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint everybody. I'm back. I never really went away. Up the top end with Duncan Micallef. Well, some days are better than other days. Obviously, you're champ from previous year, but...
Hayes the tyre for Suzanne. She was out in front.
Dennis's run's pretty good though.
Yeah.
437, 258 mile an hour, and a lot of smoke from Suzanne's car going through the top end. Yeah, she hazed the tyres about 330 foot out still. Mason Griffiths currently your number 1 qualifier. Here on an 899, on an 899.
The qualified time is very valuable.
It's basically, it's 10 points per place.
That's right, yeah.
Plus then an extra 40 for being number 1.
So the difference between number 1 and number 20 is 200 points, which is 2 rounds of racing. GD8 goes 9:48 now.
Going across the line to a 944 and a 10.08.
No change though, don't know. But a 2-litre Pinto engine is the starting point of Liz Malcolm's car in the Castrol lane. Looking for a 1089, breaks out 1084, and I'm still mesmerised by the way those shock absorbers
Yeah.
were absolutely incredible. Well, the 950 dial-in breaks
Those that was posting with regard to that, wasn't he? Up against Tom Watkins. With Doris the Dodge. 9 flat and a 10.10. Actually, it slowed up Nick a little bit more. Yeah, Nick was posting about... So 11:28 for Neil Watkins that time. No improvement. Just
watch it.
There you go. Look at that.
Whoa.
In fact, they did a wheelie as well.
Yeah. Just to add it into the mix.
Yeah, so you saw the rear end of the car separate as it goes up the line.
Well, this is the 280 CE Mercedes.
Look at that though, Andy Bond is just gone. He went 203 mile an hour in the last pass. Goes 202, 735. Yeah. Nick Hale goes 1069, 120. Lovely launch, hits the limiter before it goes to second gear.
Super smooth, isn't it? And here you go, well done. Another... Absolutely fantastic. Well done. Great stuff.
See the numbers on top of the boards? That's what they want to beat. And a red light from Dan Williams. Doesn't make any difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
look at that.
Huge wheel stand from the
wow.
Copo Camaro. That's a proper factory stock launch. He's going to get to the line, going to go low eights, 823, 166 mile an hour, and a 9.
And Matt Davison with a Civic, a 9.2.
Well, unfortunately, Matt rolled the beams there, so he's not actually going to get air. Oh, no,
he's going to get time.
A bit of time in data.
So a 10-0.
Getting door slammers yet.
Obviously, you can't do that this weekend in fear of breaking the chassis tag, but that is a lovely launch. 162 to 60 foot. Slightly slower than what we've seen before.
8.7. Ooh, 8.69. Yeah, no, he's been in the 1.4. Did this used to have like an American flag style wrap on?
I don't know if I'm completely honest, but another 780. No, it didn't.
Go on.
No, Simon Groves is saying it didn't.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh. Well, tire shake again, I think.
But seem to be. I would guess. I don't know. I've not got an insight into it, but I would guess that was planned.
Issues for Kevin Kent. Oh, yeah, issues for Kevin Kent right off the hit. Gladiator goes through a powered pass to 330 foot, still goes 568, 122 mile an hour.
Yeah, a one flat on the 60 foot for Jason.
No issues at
superb.
all. all the way through to the finish line. Shoots out early, still goes 5:53, 248 mile an hour.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
as I
well
said,
done.
Yeah,
Well
Shoots came out early.
Now you see, there's a good crew chief.
And away they go. Whoa! Up in smoke for
well
Silvio.
held.
5:58, 255 mile an hour for Lynn Floysvik. She moves up. Oh no, she doesn't.
Well,
Stays.
I'm up the top end with Sandro Bellio. You've got some company in the
Nice and smoothly now. So here we go.
We do have the Showdown Hustler coming round the corner.
Love the tow car.
That is, yeah.
That is absolutely superb, isn't it?
This, of course, is Paul Harris bringing the car round. He will be on a solo pass. Meaningful small burnout for him. This is his first run of the year, so they will be trying things out. I'm not sure how far down the track he's planning on going. However, usually when we say they're going to make a half pass, that doesn't actually mean they're going to make a half pass.
It would be great to have 4 of them on the go, though, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes.
That will be really superb.
In answer to your previous question, I just pedalled past Wendy Baker's car still in the pits, unfortunately.
Okay.
Covered up. So whatever the problem is, they're not going to be able to solve it in time for this session today.
Yeah, so the engine is obviously still out at the machine shop.
Well, the amazing thing about this funny car that Paul Harris drives, not only is it the Showdown Hustler, but also Paul's left-handed. And like almost every other race car on the planet, everyone's got a brake on their right hand.
Yeah.
Paul couldn't get used to it. He tried to, so he switched the brake to the left-hand side. He switched all the levers around.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's effectively a left-hand drive funny car.
Righty-ho. A left-hand braked funny car.
So here we go. Lovely launch, takes it all the way to the 8th mile. He's still under power, lifts at 1,000 foot, goes 665.
That's brilliant.
Well,
Well done.
he was
Absolutely
in
fabbo.
The 6.4s last year, that was going to be pretty close to that once again. Well done. Nothing like blowing the cobwebs out with a run like that, is there? My goodness.
Well, I mean, we've got the 3 funny cars down here with 6-second numbers, so that's really good. And Wendy, we hope you do make it out tomorrow. Fingers crossed for you. But now it's going to be Apache and Venom.
We were trying to work out last night what that car is. We're going to get it wrong. We're bound to get it wrong.
Yeah, I don't. The honesty is, I don't know. I was looking at it and I haven't got a clue.
It's obviously it's a Chrysler because it says it in big letters, unless they put that on there to fool us. But well done to the Chi-Town Hustler team. Congratulations!
Yeah, give them a huge round of applause. That was a great run. Well done, gang.
And next up will be side-by-side funny cars once again. Your number 1 qualifier, Tim Garlick with Apache, went 6:02 in the last round. And Venom, back on form, goes 6:52. He's coming round the corner now. Here we go. Rolls round in the sun. Coming down under the tower. Apache is running around the corner. He will be joining Tony in a second.
So I'm in no way allowed to refer to Tony's team as a bunch of pensioners anymore. I mistakenly said that.
Oh, they did mention that to me when we went into the pits yesterday. I didn't know they were talking about you.
Well, I said to Leslie earlier, so is anyone a pension? She went, oh yeah. Like, and then reeled off some names, and I went, okay, fine. But no, the majority of the team are not. So there we go. Anyway, if not in receipt of their pension anyway. So Tony Betts with Venom.
Yep.
Really nice run for Tony earlier, 6:52 after all the issues.
Well, fingers crossed he backs it up as well. Tim Garlick, of course, always on the cusp of a 5. So with the Transat, so Apache versus Venom, numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers, but now at least we got a number 3 qualifier in Retro Nostalgia Funny Car.
If you squint from here, it could be the 70s.
It could be.
The late 70s
Well,
anyway.
yeah, maybe 70s, 80s.
Well, then
yeah.
if I could see properly, it would be the 70s or the 80s. That's the other thing. So, Uncle John
making a few final adjustments there. So Tony goes up to the line, and Tim in the Apache. That's going to be interesting because Tony's now going to feel a little bit more confident with the Oh yeah, look at this! Oh, fantastic! Almost side by side, but Tim gets there first at a 6-3. For the Venom team. Yay!
And also, check out the speed for Tony Betts. 234 miles an hour. Bit more clutch off the start line. Wow, Les is getting more love than usual. That's lovely to see.
Yeah.
Not sorry, John, and from you too, obviously. So, but Tony, 637, 234. Another great run as well for the Apache, 604 at 229. The short numbers are pretty much where Tim Garlick makes hay on those runs. If you look at the 103 to 60 foot, a tenth of a second behind is Tony Betts, but that's absolutely brilliant for both of them, and strong runs too. Give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gents. Always good to see.
Well, we're going to be making tracks to the Pro Stock bike class in a moment. So it's Pro Stock bike, Super Twin bike, Top Fuel bike, Super Street bike, and then the juniors. A little bit of sledding going on at the moment.
Not of the cricketing variety.
No.
No. We couldn't do that. We're getting too much trouble. We welcome Dale Leaks back up into the town. We've got all the bikes ready to go. So Dale, I don't know whether you've actually had a chance to have a chat with anybody between rounds. I'm sure you have.
No, I've been lying on the bank, relaxing.
Oh, that is the way.
Huh?
Looking at the tan, that doesn't
Look how
surprise
clean
me.
my hands are. My job don't start till next week, when I go away.
Not even. So you're headed back to the States again next week?
Yeah,
Right,
I fly out on Thursday, and we go to Virginia this time. I've not been to Virginia Motorsports Park, so that'll be a new adventure for me. And we go into round 2 in second place. So
wow. So you actually, the plan is, we didn't get around to that before, obviously. So your plan for the season, are you now racing all the events, or just what you can?
I'll see if I can achieve it, work commitments and obviously financially. But at the moment, that's the plan. Take it one round at a time, see where we go. I didn't expect to place where I placed in the event last time.
Yeah.
And
which was, for everyone that doesn't know, you were runner-up, weren't you?
Yeah. And the only reason, unfortunately, I didn't get to run the final because I took a bye run. So I had a bye into the final, and I broke the bike in the bye. So everyone was like, "Why did you do
nightmare.
it?"
Yeah.
But I was out there to ride.
I was just going to say, at the same time, you go all that way to enjoy yourself, don't you? And you don't know
I wasn't
it's
going there to
break,
break any beams. I was going there to run. So yeah, we'll see how far we get when I get back out there.
Yeah, it's always fun. Doing it in another country must be very different as well. Somewhere you're
The time difference is probably the hardest thing, but the glue is the glue on the start line was making it really hard to put it into stage.
Right.
So
really?
yeah.
What? Just moving it
it's
forward?
so they prep it so much that so you put your first bulb up because you've got momentum to get to the first bulb, and then you load the motor up and you try and creep in onto the second bulb, and the glue has grabbed the tyre. It's like someone's got your back brake on. It's that hard.
Oh dear. So what? Just for those uninitiated, the difference between the prep, which is what you're just explaining.
Yeah.
So what we do here is we prep the racetrack for pretty much it's good for every car and bike all the way from start to finish line.
Yeah.
But they have a very specific way of doing it for those kind of events, don't they?
Mainly it's because of the Pro Street bike. So like we were talking earlier with the radial tyre and the street going tyre's only got such a small contact patch and they're pushing the boundaries so far, they want that prep. And because they're getting that prep, that's the reason why we're not running out the back door, because we're tearing the tyres to pieces on the extra traction. So it is heavily, heavily glued. Unbelievably.
So the reason for that is because the difference is that the big tyre bikes don't need quite as much glue grip. Like
We'd prefer less. We'd prefer it dragged off.
So basically, so that you can get the tyre moving,
Yeah.
so that it doesn't wad up and shake and like what you were saying before.
Yeah.
Whereas the other bikes do what we call dead hook, which means they have no slip, no spin, nothing whatsoever. So they can chuck as much in the tune as they want.
Yeah,
and
they want 100% traction, and that's what they get. I mean, it's big money. It's big money in Pro Street over there. The prize pots are big. The sponsorship's big for them. So it kind of is what Pro Street wants. Pro Street gets over there, you know. And you know.
So they really they are predominantly Pro Street events. Then is that it?
Well, it's called the Extreme Drag Bike Association. So you've got everything from bracket racing right the way out to pro extreme bikes, pro street bikes. I mean, if you look at the 460 class, so they run a 460 index to the 8th, and like the top 30 run a 460 with a something. It's unbelievably tight racing,
especially on bikes as well, with clutches and all the other variables and everything that goes into it. That's
it's where these brand new electronic ECUs come into it.
Yeah, just to control stuff. We are back on with Dan, the T-shirt man, as he will now forever be known, and he'll probably be forever grateful for that nickname as well. He's just never going to show me that he is. He's never, ever going to show his gratitude. I wouldn't mind being called that, but there we go. Anyway.
You was a T-shirt man once, wasn't you? I've seen you firing that.
Oh, Christ, I'm not allowed to do it now.
Yeah. 7 insurance claims.
I used to, the thing was, the thing that I used to do, come on, that's it, Dan's getting the hang of this, come on. You need to show him some love. Not from that distance, please, but you need to, give him some cheering. No, what I did was I used to get, on Sundays, I used to actually put it on my shoulder and use it like a cannon and fire at people.
Straight at 'em.
Straight at 'em. Because someone said, like, I want a T-shirt. And I'm like, okay, fine, you're having it then. And that's one reason I'm not allowed to do it anymore. Another one, like I think Dan did it earlier, where it went sailing over the back of there and it did land in someone's coffee. And I did it on the bank once as well. And the strength of the T-shirt cannon is such that when the gas bottle's full, it will send it sailing way over the back. So what you have to do is you have to do a whole bunch of stuff you don't even think you need to, which is where you have to work out sending it up and down, it's going to land roughly in the right place, right? But you also have to factor into the wind, and obviously the wind takes it that way or that whatever anyway. And
sounds more technical than racing.
It's not. It really isn't. But the funny thing is, the really funny part was, the one person that wasn't looking, I managed to land it right in her beer.
Oh no!
Like seriously, she was looking down at the ground, holding her drink, and she got a T-shirt in it for her pleasure. So
was she happy with her T-shirt?
Didn't look hugely overjoyed. No, it was covered in beer. It was a bit soggy. There we go. Anyway, so come on everybody, give Dan a cheer down there. That's the idea, yeah. Kids, please don't follow him too much. We'll get worried about you if you follow him too much. But yeah, please don't follow him too much, mainly because what happens is kids end up running in whatever direction and not looking where they're going. And I've had that load. It's really funny because I used to do it where I'd be looking on the grandstand and I'd turn around and the same bunch of people are behind me and I've walked like 50 yards. And I thought, how does that work? And they're all shifting down the grandstand like I wasn't moving. It's something out of a cartoon, but there we go. Anyway, so Dan, go on then. See if you can get it over the... No, don't do that. Oh, no, don't hit the tractor.
Yeah, straight through the window.
Yeah, open the windows and see if you can go in one side and out the other.
without parting Mr. Marshall's hair. Go on. There we go. I think everybody needs one of those. They really are great fun, though.
I'd be dangerous with one of them.
You're dangerous with teeth,
Yeah.
let alone with and clothes and yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
Have you still got your truck?
What, me Dodge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still got the obnoxiously loud, jacked up Dodge around.
I wouldn't call it that. I'd call it.
My neighbours do.
Your neighbours do.
Yeah.
The neighbours were showing you some love with that. It was really, really cool. Anyway, but we got just a few minutes to go, folks. Right down the end of the shutdown area is where the cleanup is going on. That's Angie in the sweeper right down there. They work their tails off. I've just been up there for a little while, and they never stop. They never stop moving. They never stop. You know, as soon as something happens, they all just spring into action. And obviously, you've been down there plenty of times. You know what they're like.
Yeah,
amazing.
it's something that spectators don't see is how hard everybody does work here, or if there's an incident, how quick they're with you and all things like that. It's quite reassuring when you're on these machines that they are on the ball like they are, and it is a world-class facility. And yeah, when you go down there, it just makes you feel more comfortable that they are there.
Yeah, if you're doing death-defying stuff,
Yeah.
obviously. Yeah, something like that. So going back to racing in the States, has Dan run out of t-shirts yet? He's nearly run out of t-shirts, isn't he? There's not too many left. Not too many left. But going back to racing in the States, is that something you always wanted to do, or is it really just completely accidental?
A little bit of both. Always planned to do it at some point. I think everybody would like to do it at some point, given the opportunity. But like I said earlier, it kind of all just fell into place. I was never planning to really ride it. I may have rode it at the back end of the year or something like that. But now I've ended up in a full-on competition, and
Well, sending your bike to the US is a good start.
Yeah,
is a good start.
It was a good excuse, wasn't it?
It was a good excuse. You know, oh, while I'm here, I might as well do it. Whatever. So, what was it like racing against a different bunch of racers as well? Because obviously, do you know a lot of the guys before you raced?
I know pretty much every single one of them.
Okay.
It's such a close knit community across the world, drag racing, and I've been out there a few times before. So, but you know, I would say I was racing against some of my heroes. That was one of the coolest things, and
they said the same about you.
Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, it was so welcoming. You know, I had one drag racer that I'd never met dragged my bike halfway across America to get it to the race meet, and another one bringing that, you know, because I sent just the bike. So I'm racing out of somebody else's trailer with somebody else's this, and actually they all came together. It was so welcoming, and it was actually an amazing experience to get that from them.
Well, one thing just before we start with more qualifying, I'd love to know, do they ever have any, and if they don't, give them a kick up the backside, do they have any inkling to come and race over here?
Yeah, a lot of them always say that they would love to come and race at Santa Pod. Santa Pod seems to be the holy grail for them, and it's just getting it all organised for it to actually happen, but they definitely would like to. They always mention it every single time, so maybe it is something that I could work with them and put something together and get a few of them over here, or even if I was to get somebody like Terry Schweigart to come here and ride my bike, that, you know,
that's probably the easiest way to do it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially once you've got it squared away as you want it to be, and he's ridden it in the States, then it wouldn't be too much different, would
That's
it?
something I'd definitely love to be involved in.
That would be cool to see.
Yeah.
So then, we are on with racing again. And quick ride by the...
Two-seater time.
I thought that's what you said. I just couldn't hear you.
Absolutely. It always helps if you switch your microphone on before engaging mouth.
Funny thing is, people say the opposite to me.
Really?
Yeah, they say turn it off before you start talking.
Yeah, right.
Every single time.
Yeah,
every single time.
Seriously, I believe you.
Thank you. It's reassuring to know. So, who's Paul got in there this time? Let's have a quick look. Doodly doodly doo. Oh, good. I've only got 85 messages that I haven't read. Right, where are we now? Paul Brown. Is this third run of the day, do you think? It's hard to keep up. I think then... no, it's not. It's got to be the fourth run of the day. This is... Channa from Cannock, birthday present for last year. This was, what a great birthday present, seeing your lunch again. There we go. What have we got? A slightly quiet moment as well. I want to say a very big hello to everybody watching at home, especially Evie, Kaya and Elodie, who I hope are making Nanny and Mummy behave impeccably. If you're not, make sure they are. I'm not going to say anything like get them to give you extra ice cream or anything like that, because my backside will be mowed when I get home, if I come home. But anyway, folks, two-seater dragster coming up next. Anyway, ladies, hope you're having a lovely time watching at home. And Mummy didn't wear you too much out taking you shopping. Will this be another 8.0 or will it dip into the 7s? I've just seen this 8.02 at 152. Yeah. I've got to ask you, Dan. Tack from Crazy Tack from Japan.
Yeah.
Right. Now I've got to mention this. Can you believe, John? There's a guy in Japan called Tak Shigematsu who has a super twin. He gives passenger rides on it. Look at his face drop. Did you see that?
God almighty.
Passenger rides.
Wow.
He has an extra part of the chassis, if you like, that he puts on top of it, and he gets somebody to hold the bleep on.
Okay. If there's one guy you wouldn't want a passenger ride with, it's Tack. He's great. They call him Crazy Tack.
For good reason.
I've seen him hit the wall and snap his handlebar off at about 1,000 foot and still go through the quarter under power. He's unbelievable.
You live in a different world.
Well, the good thing is, we have nice kart racers here, especially in Pro Stock Bike. Aswin Lenoble from the Netherlands, and Bertrand Maurice. Hopefully Bertrand gets past 60 foot. Oh, that's more like it. Don't go over the centre line, though, because the run won't count. Well,
out of it. Or both of them are out of it, are they?
Well, he's going to get a number on the board, that's right. 947, 93 miles an hour. Yeah, Tak Shigematsu is just flat out nuts, I think is the only way to describe it. The stuff he races jet fighters with the bike. He's raced jet fighters on airfields with the bike.
Yeah.
You've probably got more that you've seen that I haven't, but I mean, the passenger ride thing was just like, really?
I wouldn't even want to go on there as a passenger.
No. There's a guy gives passenger rides, or used to.
Steve Willett.
No,
that's the one.
Yeah, I remember that. I do remember that. But on Grand Prix bikes, these Randy Mamola would take you out on a Grand Prix bike with a pillion on it, which is like nuts.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, because they will so quickly.
Well, then again, it ain't a lot better on a Nitro Super. Is it really? Deary me. So, Martin Newbury, your #1 qualifier at the moment. 7.14.
The problem with giving a passenger ride on a bike like these, any of these big tired bikes, you steer the whole bike with your body weight. It's absolutely, the front wheel's in the air, so the handlebars have got nothing to do with it. You're steering by pushing on them. So anybody's weight moving around is going to make that bike dance around, you know.
Well, Martin Bishop is out there in the Slick Tricks lane with his all-new combination on there, as you was telling us, Dale. So up against long-time friend and opponent, Martin Newbury.
Well, Martin Newbury went 7.14. 112 to 60 foot, a little bit slower than earlier. Another 7.1. 7.24, 183. Martin Bishop, though, going in the right direction. 7.91, working out the setup. 173 miles an hour. Do you know what's really nice about having Dale here? Because when people screw my name up, I get called Dale all the time.
Do you?
I do.
That's not a bad thing.
It's a compliment.
Yeah,
I think
so.
You never get called Daryl, I'm sure, but you know.
Oh, no, I'd hit the
roof. So, Nitro Super Twins. What we were just talking about, passenger rides on one of these.
Yeah, it's great. That's craziness.
It's just, do you know, so I searched and searched on YouTube for the clip, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
But I've seen. It's one of those things I know I've seen, and I know it happened. He built like an extra frame over the back of it. Didn't he? Is that right? Yeah. For the passenger to literally hang on to with their arms round him as well. Anyway,
I always remember John Lorette being blown off the back of his Super Twin. Was that a Mantle?
That was a Mantle. Yeah.
God, dear.
These are man's bikes.
So, Martin de Haas and Chris van Nimmen, Netherlands taking on Belgium. First pair.
Well, these are currently our #2 and 3 qualifiers. Chris in the Kestrel lane has run a 7.34, and Martin de Haas has run a 7.95. So just 0.6 of a second between them.
You look, Martin's already leaning over to the left.
Yeah, he's preempting it. But he clearly knew what he was going to do, you see.
Oh,
wow.
Yes.
6.6.
That's a great run. 6.63 at 202, knocking on his quickest run ever. I think that is the quickest ever for Chris Van Nimmen as well. In the other lane, 7.16, 188 miles an hour. They look delighted with that, which is always good to see.
So they're now our numbers 1 and 3.
You see him preempt
qualifiers.
the start because sometimes you'll see a rider will lean over to the left because with those types of bikes, they wrap the throttle from the start and bring their elbow down, and that can send the bike hunting over to the right. So if your elbows don't come
pull
down
it to the right,
yeah,
You're compensating before you start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Well, they've done it enough to know. That obviously, that's the way forward. I have a feeling these two may be butting heads all FIM season long in 2023. Vesa Lipponen with the world's first 5-second super twin. You don't know how lucky you are, folks, to get to see this bike. I mean,
it's the first time I've seen it in the flesh.
It's mentally nice, isn't it? It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of them out there as well.
Oh, yeah. You want one, you can buy one.
Buy it, yeah. So, this bike, the Supercharged Super Twin in the Slick Tricks lane, when it's on one, nothing can touch it. And I don't mean that rudely to anyone else. It is just otherworldly amazing. Against Marcus Christensen, who is no slouch at all himself.
Well, he's run a 7.01, and in the right-hand lane, the bike you were talking about just now, 12.39. So,
well, if it goes to plan, new number 1 and 2 qualifier. However, it never normally goes to plan. We're about to find out. Just watch the two different riding styles as well. Marcus's bike, nice and flat and straight.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Marcus is going past him. What a race! That's amazing. 6:31 at 2:20 for Marcus Christensen with virtually no movement, motion or anything. Vesa Lipponen, 6:47 at 208 miles an hour.
They're now our numbers 1 and 2 qualifiers.
Funny
Didn't
enough,
I just say
go.
that about the last two?
I think so. I think so. But yeah, Vesa Lipponen, that was turned down quite a lot as well. He can go about half a second quicker than that.
Without a doubt. Stout pass, a pair of them straight down the middle. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's supposed to look like, folks, isn't it? Yeah. And when it comes to racing, green light racing, Marcus Christensen would have got there first by, well, just 7/100ths of a second. Somebody is smoking a lot down there, right down the top end.
I think there was a puff of smoke from Vesas as he went through the finish line, so...
May well be. The other thing, again, a lot of people don't get to see. Have you ever been up the top end when the Super Twins run? Because it's... all of the teams come and deposit big water bottles up there before
for
they
the
run.
clutch.
For the clutch, just to cool the clutch down. Now, stupidly, you're the man that would know. I would think spraying water on it to cool it down would crack it, or just it would screw it up.
If they don't, it'll weld itself together. They can't get it apart. So they're just trying to cool it so much they won't get it back apart.
So what they do is they all have their own individual water bottles, like spray bottles you use for gardening, and they just first thing the bike rider does when he gets off is stand there with a spray bottle, putting water on it just to cool it down.
Well,
So-
we're into top fuel bike now, and Mike Ollie is down there with the turbocharged Kawasaki ZX.
So Mike built this bike completely himself. I've been racing against Mike for a lot of years. We were racing back at Shakespeare County Raceway, so I mean that's a few years back as well. And but this is a new venture for him, and he's progressing very well.
He's doing well. 7:32 is his best. I don't think he's run a 6 just yet. I think he's been 7:0.
Yeah, I think he's on the edge of it, but not this time.
That won't be a 7-0. You'll know better than anyone. So you can come out and try and qualify.
Yep.
But unless you have run a 6 at some point...
You're sitting on the bank on Sunday.
That's the one. Yeah. So for you, obviously, I'm sure you showed up a number of times to try and do that.
I did it for a long time. You remember my first 6 was actually on a just jumping on the back of the pack. I didn't actually qualify for race day, so they let me do a run on the back, and I went and done my 6.
That was good.
On an exhibition run.
That was a good day. I'm sure there was a lot of celebration after
I was
that.
very happy.
I'm sure you were.
It was a lot of years and a lot of work went into that.
Well, also, the fact you did it at Hockenheim as well, it was Hockenheim, wasn't it?
I did it 3 weeks after a broken leg, didn't I? I had to go there with... I had to take the plaster
See, he is
cast
normal,
off.
honest. I had to take the plaster cast off to ride the bike.
Yeah.
You are joking.
No, we
Seriously?
we got the plaster cast off so that I could ride the bike, because otherwise it takes about 6 weeks to heal a bone, and I only had 3, so I was like, that'll have to do.
Oh, stuff it, I'll take it off.
Boy. Dale, you should write a book.
He also, hang on a minute, there's a number of these, and they're not all racing related.
A number of broken bones.
Yeah. What was the most recent one? Falling off the roof?
Out a tree.
Falling out a tree, there we go. Okay, drop your bike, Q2. Well, unbelievably, no one's been in the 5s yet. Now is the time, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Eric Richard from France earlier went 695, very, very close to the wall. He's been in the mid-6s on numerous occasions.
So that's a turbo booster, is it?
Turbo methanol, yeah. Booster. High booster.
Lovely,
platform,
thank you.
Now Smith with the rocket, 3-cylinder supercharged nitro. Oh, good looking run for Al. Keep it going, sir. Lovely. 620, 198. He was still off that before the finish line. 676 for Eric, 199 miles an hour. That only gets him number 4, that 620.
Yeah.
Tough crowd. Very tough crowd.
And number 6 for the 676 for Eric Richard.
Eric can lean on that a bit more. He's got a fairly new setup for, I think he got it last year. It's a Pete Brown chassis out of the USA with his own configuration from his old chassis in it. And Eric's fast, and I have never in a side-by-side race beat Eric Richard. He's my nemesis.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, he's had a number of moments over the years. I seem to remember him dropping the bike here. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
At the finals a few years back. That was a nasty one.
He used to ride the old bike without his feet on the foot pegs. They'd be wide out the
Flapping all
sides,
over the place.
but he'd go down the middle.
I think that's a French thing if you're called Eric.
He's
I
a
think
wild.
that
Yeah,
is. It's got to be.
They're all wild.
So Thomas Pedersen from Sweden had some really, really good-looking short numbers earlier on.
Yeah, Thomas can do the business. He's more than capable of it, and his machine. So hopefully he gets down there mid-6s.
What's this then, Dale? Tell me, is this a
same
booster?
again? EFI. No, that's a GSX 1100,
Right.
which will probably be around about 1400 cc now.
Yeah,
the
you're
sport
spot
out.
on. Yeah.
And methanol turbo EFI.
Yeah, okay.
He's actually facing the wall at about the 8th
Yeah,
mile
he
at
is,
the
isn't
moment.
he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe again they know more than we do. Maybe
Some
that's
of them
deliberate.
prefer it. So basically, what we do, we often cock the back wheel in the bike, and the reason being is the chain is on the.
Nope.
No, you were right. He was facing in the wrong direction. So the chain is on the left-hand side of the bike. So as the horsepower increases, it bends the chassis round.
Oh, nice.
So
that sounds safe.
If it's going right, we'll cock the wheel right. If it's going left, we'll
Okay.
cock the wheel left.
Goodness me.
And you have to do it to compensate for the horsepower.
So, because I know a lot of bike riders, quite a few. I'm only thinking of one bloke in specifically, but they point at the wall a lot of the time.
Some of them
just
do.
The arc, if you will. Yeah.
It just means that the horsepower is overcoming the strength of the chassis.
That's always encouraging too. The horsepower overcoming the strength of the chassis.
Yeah.
Sounds safe.
But if you made it too rigid, then you've got a too rigid chassis and it's not going to do its job the other way in flexing.
Okay.
So
That does make sense.
yeah,
too.
it's a fine art to get them to go straight down the track.
Top speed of the event so far, and top fuel bike goes to this man. Rikard Gustafsson, multi-time European champion. Do you know something? I was at the top end. I was fortunate to be at the top end way back in like 2006, I think it was, when Rikard ran his first 6 on the funny bike.
Yeah.
And he won the event in Finland. And honestly, if I'd have handed him a cup of tea, he would have been happier. I think,
Yeah, just
really.
a blank
just
expression.
So
he's
calm
a great
about
bloke,
everything.
but he's just got no expression on his face whatsoever.
Yeah.
But he's done both sides of the coin. You see, funny bike. He's won top fuel with the funny bike, and also won top fuel with the top fuel bike. So he's a seasoned pro.
Yeah, we have to say out loud as well, there are not many of these bikes anywhere in the world, are there? There's very few.
There's not many platforms for them to run in America anymore, actually. The Man Cup has just stopped having them there, so they're racing exhibition in NHRA, and that's it.
And that's it again?
It seems to be at the moment that just Dave Vantine and Larry McBride are running exhibition.
So, Rikard Gustafsson, currently number 3 with a 619, 250 miles an hour. Oh, that won't be any good. Dropped a cylinder almost straight away. You could see the raw fuel coming out the back, and the parachute too. Dale, just explain what happened, or more than likely happened there. I know you don't have insight into that, but
it just put a cylinder out immediately. It's probably something with the fuel in, and that's it. That runs over.
When you've only got 4 cylinders, if you drop one, you've dropped a quarter of the horsepower straight away. So it's, I mean, he's not going to improve.
Everything that is set up to work with the horsepower you're expecting is not going to work, because everything's a ratio. So your clutch is a ratio. Absolutely everything that's timed to come in is just wrong, because you don't have no power to do it.
Well, that was a shame. We've still got one more top fuel bike to go, Neil Midgley. The reason we have a couple of bye runs is because René van der Berg did not make this qualifying session, and someone else didn't as well. I'm not sure who it wasn't, but we just got a slightly odd number. Also, very good afternoon out there in Sweden. I'm sure he's tuned in. A couple of people. Pippi, very good afternoon to you, sir. I hope you're watching in and enjoying the coverage online. Also to Lawrence, who does a lot of good work with Schula Dragway out there in Sweden, resting up at home and recuperating this weekend. So I'm going to make a wild stab at what they're doing, which is Neil Midgley has been getting more and more comfortable with the bike. Now he's comfy with it, and he took it all the way through on the last run. I'm guessing they're going to start sneaking up on
Without doubt. I do believe it is, if not the best fuel bike in the world.
One of the most consistent and reliable.
It's the second fastest, but like you just said, it is so reliable.
Oh no, we just said that, didn't we? I just realised what we just said. Anyway, sorry, go on, yeah.
But I do believe it could be a contender to be the fastest bike in the world. And Neil's so dedicated to the programme and everything like that. He's got the right people around him. I think once they've got a handle on it, and they're a serious thing to get a handle on, you know. Well, it's easy to say, why didn't you hold it on going out the back door? You weren't sitting on it.
No. I would never ever say that. Deary me. So can Neil Midgley run a 5-second run? Last run of the day for Top Fuel Bike. And it's the defending ACU champion. Wow, what a bit of riding.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It won't be a 5, but very close. Wow. He still takes the #1 spot though.
And look at the mile an hour. You can see how far off it he was to go a 6.0.
Now that was loaded. 0.96 to 60 foot for a heavy old Top Fuel bike. That's hauling axe, that is. He's still got to the 8th mile in 3.96, 197, and that was with the tyre shake. What he expertly did was he plugged it in second gear and it just cleared up and went.
Yeah. And that's when you see him ride through that wiggle and carry on out the other side.
Very impressive indeed. Very impressive. Okay, we're on to Super Street Bike.
This has always been a class that I've liked, you know, throughout the years. It's when they started extending the swing arms and putting the gaily coloured bodywork on it. And to what they're like now, they're absolutely phenomenal.
The progression in the class has been amazing.
Yeah, you did say that earlier on, but you know, I've been following it right from when I used to do Ultimate Street Bike and stuff like this, you know, and it's always been in my head a really great class.
It's very much it's moved on a lot, like you said though, Joe. It's progressed so much from what it was even in the last 10 years. I mean, it was about 15 years ago. I don't think we had any bikes in the 8s, let alone the 7s. And then we got one bike in the 7s and the gates opened.
Exactly. I don't think there's another class that has pushed on that hard. We run different rules to what they run in the States. So they have different weight brakes for different wheelbases and everything like that. We're on a 68-inch wheelbase here. The guys have got methanol. Over in the States, they have to run a front light, but they can have extra wheelbase, different combinations for nitrous and stuff like that. And they're knocking on the doors in America with the 6.3s. But it's not comparative. You can't look at Super Street bikes, and people always do. But these guys are top of their game over it.
Mogens Lund from Denmark taking on Jake Michel. Both these two didn't have the greatest runs earlier on. That's more like it for both of them. If they get off the line, the rest of it is normally, comparatively, straightforward. 6.88, your new #1 qualifier is Jake Michel. Look at the speed out the back door as well. 217 miles an hour. Mogens Lund goes 7.30, 193. I always have to make sure I read these out clearly because Andy's up the top end, jotting them all down to give to everybody as they come out.
Just watching Jake's dad climb out there, getting very excited. It's nice to see.
So yeah, his lad is #1 qualifier at the moment.
Oh, it's the first thing you want to know when you get up the other end. What
It's
a run.
run. Exactly that. Steve Mead. I've had numerous times where, stupidly before, one of my favourite ones was Ronnie Asson years ago with the Super Twin. And he ran 6.37, and I waited and waited. I didn't tell him before I was live on the PA. That was my biggest mistake. You can guess what happened.
He said, blow me. So blow me, he said.
In another language, maybe.
I think if you always used to collar me up the top end, you'd have a 5-minute conversation with me first to tame me down.
In case, I know. I learnt my lesson. 808 at 177 for Steve Mead. He's number 11. Oh, definitely, yeah. If someone's run really quick, you don't... It's nice to surprise them with it. It really is. Yeah. But, yeah, anyway, there we go. It's always good, though, to get people's instant reactions. I do like that. But that's what it's about, isn't it? You know?
Oh, without doubt. It's there's only that one moment in time where you feel on top of the world, and that's when
and you want to know what it was that got you there.
Yeah.
I think if the one thing is as well is that there is no drug in the world. If you could bottle that feeling, just if you bottle that feeling and sell it, that'd be that. Yeah. It would put every single other form of hallucinogenic or enhancer completely out of business. Christian Zatz from Hungary in the Slick Tricks lane taking on Peter Austin. Peter ran a great 7.28 earlier in the Kestrel lane. Peter with a good launch. It's all about the elapsed times though, folks. Not necessarily start line advantage. That was really good. 7.27, what he ran earlier pretty much. 7.55 at 208 for Christian. That was 7.27 for Peter Austin. At 189 miles an hour.
I think if we see Margot hook up now, I think we may see a PB. They've been doing a lot of work to the bike, and yeah. So if it goes and it hooks, it could be a good pass.
She's been in the 7s many times, but so much has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think she'll be dipping down low in the 7s if she gets it right.
Against Ross Morrison. Ross put in a great run earlier, a 7.24.
It's not going to be this time.
Yeah, definitely not. Ross on a real good one in the Kestrel lane. 7.06 for Ross Morrison. 191 miles an hour. A 10.60 at 133 for Margot Schmidt. Just blew the tyre away instantly.
Them Morrison boys are becoming a problem in this class.
Well, they might be the solution. You never know. You never know.
It's good to see.
This is going to be fun. Steve Venables in the Kestrel lane. Scaling back on racing a little bit for this season, Steve.
Yeah, I think he picked up a bit of damage and he wants to work out where it is, but he's also got a street Eliminator car now.
Of all things, yeah. How does that work? Street tyres, there we go. Yeah. Is that it?
He sent me a picture of it and I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. And then I could see it was
as well.
Yeah.
Against Matthias Bolin. Well, that's not going to be a quick run for Steve.
Yeah.
Matthias Bolin goes 6.98, 213 miles an hour
He goes to the number 3 spot.
See, it doesn't seem that many years these guys were knocking on the door of who was going to break the 200-mile-an-hour barrier first. And now they're putting up 213, 214 miles an hour.
226.
Well, that's nuts.
So that's Daniel Lentz who's been 226.
Yeah.
I think Ven has as well. Daniel Lentz from Hungary in the Kestrel Lane. I'm sure all of our friends from Hungary are tuned in. They've got a great racetrack over there where a lot of these racers cut their teeth and still race on a regular basis very quickly too. Against Al Morrison Jr., one of our 6.7 second runners on a super street bike. Problems for Daniel Lentz. Goodness me, not a clockwork day for the team from Hungary. Al Morrison with a 681. Look at that
goes to the top of the pile.
681 going a long way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, going to the number 1 spot, John. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Daniel Lentz really had a great season last year. They've had a horrible start this year. Came over back at Easter, and I think they left with a whole bunch of broken stuff.
It hurts. It hurts travelling abroad and doing it. It hurts being at home doing it, let alone travelling abroad.
I'm just going to read something out very, very quickly, okay, which is a text I've just been sent. Hi, I'm here with my dad, Terry Kimber Smith. He's 89, and in his day he held track records here. He was one of the first people in the early 70s to use nitrous oxide. He originally did sprinting and set up the NSA, the National Sprint Association in the North. His 3-wheeler Rover V8 was called Moneybox because it took all his money. Please, could you arrange to say hello sometime over the weekend? That's his daughter, Marie. Marie, we say hello to Terry. I don't say I
He's the one
Terry.
responsible for nitrous oxide then.
Yeah.
So Jackson King and Leah Morrison out there on junior drag bike. Nobody improves their racing on their dial-ins. That's a lovely story, John.
Well, that's just been sent through, so I do it while I remember it. That's the thing with somebody like me. Right, okay.
I think I've said all the happy birthday. Yeah, pretty much. I've got one more to go. Someone sent me this afternoon.
Okay.
So, Anouk Bergering and Aelia Lester, your next pair.
So we're back to running on dial-ins here. 13:48 for Anouk and 13:15 for Aelia. Currently, these are our number 6 and 7 qualifiers, or 7 and 6. Anouk, 6, Aelia. What amazes me is I don't think I've ever met any young ladies who would want to do this at the age that these young ladies are.
You never met my lot then.
Do they all want to race?
Oh, pester me like mad.
Really?
Yeah, thanks to the Collier family. Scott, if you're listening out there, yes, I appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much. Number 3, up to number 3 for Aelia Lester that time with a 13.15. Well done. Yeah, they were up here a few weeks ago. 5-year-old twins and an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
And the first question out of Evie's mouth, who's 8, was, how old do you have to be to ride one of those? And I just went, oh, God.
Yeah, that's the money pit, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Brad Morrison is out there in the Kestrel lane, dialing in 15.15, and Holly King 9.46 in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. So 50cc Gilera, there's a lovely old name from the past, and a 125cc Suzuki, hence the difference in the times and the speeds. So Holly King stays at number 4, Brad Morrison stays at number 5.
So the last pair for the junior drags bike, that man doing the 2 double classing down there, that is so really, especially in juniors as well. Obviously, I don't think we've ever had, I know John Webster has been in 2 classes, he's ridden a bike, I don't know if he drove a car the same weekend. We get double classing with cars all the time, but 1 car, 1 bike.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's really good. Richard Wilcox.
Yeah, I want a funny car and a funny bike. That would be ideal for me.
Well, there we go. The word is out, folks. That's what Dale Fancy's doing.
Oh, I've been tapping Mark Hawkins up for years. He's just not letting me get in it.
Is that right? So, Richard's number 8 qualifier here. So far, anyway.
Starts in a 9.45 and runs at 9.26. Goes right underneath it. So, no change for him then. And Harry stays at number 1, running a 13.50 on a that sort of index.
You've got it. So we're about to go with jet cars. Dale, it's been an absolute pleasure,
Yeah,
mate. Any
super.
time you're not racing, you're hopefully back tomorrow.
I'm going to be back Monday.
Monday?
I've got to do some work tomorrow. I need to earn some money.
Oh, soft work. I mean, it's the race season. We don't do that.
But yeah, I'll be back with you
absolute
Monday. I'll come up and see you
pleasure, mate.
Monday.
It's
So, yeah,
been,
it's been
really,
good.
really good. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, Dale, lovely to meet
Cheers,
you.
and
So,
you.
and stay safe, son.
Oh, fat chance.
That's something
No
I'll
chance.
never do. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dale. Oh boy.
Stay safe. You've never met. You don't know him, do you? Deary me.
Oh dear. Well, there you go. Right, now then, the jets are underneath.
Dale Safe Leaks is what I'm going to call him from now on. Thanks to that.
Dale Safe Leaks, yeah. Yeah. But get ready for a bit more drag jet action. And we've got the two funny cars under here.
Got both of them again, yeah?
Yeah, it's Roger and Mr. Hill, Mr. Martin Hill. In his car. So
after this, we're going to go back into sportsman qualifying to finish out the day. Let's have a quick look what we got left to run.
Super Gas, Super Pro ET, and Super Com.
And that is a wrap for
that's
Saturday.
a wrap, yeah.
And your commentating weekend as well.
Yeah, I come. Yeah, back to the old folks' home. You know.
I'm sure Deb could arrange to drop you off there,
Oh,
but I'm
sure
sure
she would love to.
prefer to take you home with her, I think, really.
But it's been. I've thoroughly enjoyed the weekend. I hope Colin comes back refreshed and happy after his daughter's wedding.
With a hangover, I'm sure he will.
Well,
before we go, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for Mr. John Price. Put your hands together. It's so good to have him back. There we go. See, look.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been lovely.
A lot of love going on, John.
Yeah, there has been.
Have we got both cars down here? I think. Oh, we have. I beg your pardon. Yes. The Mustang. And we have Tom.
I'm also a Mustang.
That's good. That is good. I love the way that all of you waited till I was right out the way before you said everything you wanted to say. That was exactly what I would have done.
I don't know what you're talking about, sorry.
No, I know. No, when I was right up the top end, everyone was being very kind about me up here, weren't you?
No.
No, I know.
I wouldn't lie to you.
I could hear. I just couldn't talk. But that was good. Let's do that. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
So Martin Hill and Roger Goring, both with the bodies down, both fired up.
And now we start this rhythmic banging of the afterburner, which shake, rattles and rolls the tower a little bit. So a little lot. Smell of kerosene drifting up as opposed to nitro.
I'll tell you what, was it a bit of a shock? Because you were one of the first people probably to be up here when jet cars actually ran.
Yeah.
Did you know what was coming before it happened?
I think we had an idea. I can't remember exactly, but because they used to have a playpen over there.
That's right.
And used to try the vehicles out, you know.
And the first jet car proper in this country, the Santa Pod one at least, was the Scorpion. Remember the Scorpion?
Well, Malcolm Ollie had the Pink Panther before that. So, and that was an old Diablo Goblin engine or something like that, I think.
They're a lot more vicious these days,
Yeah.
aren't they?
God, yeah. And of course, this is where they get even kinder. They wind up the turbines.
That's the good thing about being up here. You don't need to clear your desk, they do it for you. Yeah, we've just lost a number of items from our desk.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. I think we're used to it by now.
So, give Richard a wave. The more you wave, the faster these cars will go. Both of the drivers trying on the line. Both go red. Roger Goring goes through 504 and a 504 as in the other lane as well for Fire Force.
I doubt that mile per hour is correct. 121. Add at least 100 and a bit.
No, I think Roger sent the blocks flying is what's
that will be why. That will be why. So they both went 504. Still a fantastic show. Please put your hands together for all of them. Right, we've just got a little sweep of the start line to do. We're back on with the last 3 classes of the day. We're going to hand back up to Nitro FM. My learning friend, Mr. Price, is leaving us for the day.
I'll say au revoir. Thanks for it. Yep, I'll see you at Dragstalgia. Thanks for a great weekend, guys. My 2 days of the weekend. So I'll say bye-bye to Rob. I'll see you at home soon, mate. And see you later, Alligator.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Thank you. So we're back with Supergas. Thank you very much indeed. I do apologise. I did think we were going to have a bit of track prep, but we were straight into our last 3 classes of the day. Well, it's certainly been a lot of fun. So, Supergas is the 990 class. You can see the number on the board up there. So, yeah, we have Supergas, Super Pro ET, and Super Comp.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, they've decided they've had enough of Daryl speaking because... oh, it's back.
Perfectly normal. Thank you very much. It's all right.
Yeah, so this is Jasmine Tunstall with the Jamie Dodger Roadster and Andy Dibley, the reigning champion of Supergas. Now, qualifying in Supergas at the minute is so close. Andy Dibley... But he goes 992 and another 991. So, if you want to get in the top 10, you need to beat a 991. And to get in the top 16, you have to be a 993.
Top 12. No, yeah, in the top 13 it's 991.
Yeah.
How mental is that? So Jasmine, with that run there, I think that put her around about number 12. That did. Unbelievable. Okay, Stuart Morris, Mark White, guess what they ran? Have a guess.
Is it 991?
Lucky guess, mate. Lucky guess.
Characteristic wheel stand from Mark White.
Just kind of dangles in the air, doesn't it?
Stuart Morris, 990 with a 6. Only good enough for number 3.
Yeah, number 3 spot. In the other lane, 998. That's as good as half an hour off with this lot, isn't it?
Yeah,
really is. Unbelievable. Tim Moore with Tim's Toy from Basingstoke, the 55 Chevy in the Slick Tricks lane. Taking on Simon Fortin. Guess what they ran?
Have they run 991s?
Both of them. Yes. There we go.
So they're
quite amazing after 6 qualifying sessions.
Yeah. They currently sit at the number 10 and number 12 spot. Both run 991 with a 9. Ooh, red light.
That was close. That was really close.
003.
Yeah. When the timing system thinks about it, you know it's a close one. 89 with a 5. No improvement for Simon Fortin. Tim Moore goes 10.10. A little bit further off than he probably would have liked. So don't lift Dave Fortin down there in the slick tricks, taking on Wayne Hiscock, who is... That's the most amazing thing about this with Wayne Hiscock. He's one of those that doesn't have a throttle stop.
No,
he
so
guesses.
he just guesses, yeah.
Well, I say guesses. It's scientifically worked out. However, he has to stop and brake at exactly the right moment to do it.
Yeah, so he did a 990 with a 1 at only 99 miles an hour. So you'll see Wayne run away in the distance before Dave's throttle stop comes off. And he'll slow down at the finish line, goes 987 and a 997.
Well, they stay 1 and 13.
Yeah, 40 mile an hour at the finish line.
Yeah, he went 98 mile an hour again. It's unbelievable, that is, isn't it? Stu Downey with the Roadster, number 14. Oh, wow, he hasn't run a 991. What is he doing? Against Ronald House, who has.
He's run a 992, though. And that's only good enough for 14th.
Yeah, we're chuckling just because it's just so... It's so difficult to do. And he went 008 red.
So Ronald House from the Netherlands currently sits at the number 8 spot.
991's a pair.
A pair.
However, if you look, we can't look down the numbers, but Stu Downey with that one got number 5. Ronald got number 7. So the extra 10 thousandths are what's separating, well, everybody pretty much. Okay, Stefan Raffletrath, who hasn't run 991, he's number 17. Andy Harrison has.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, so Stefan's currently in the number 17 spot. It is an all-run field, so there is no. He will still race on race day, even if he stays number 17. But yeah, he's not really made a representative pass as of yet. O2 red and an O2 green. Look at that! Another one!
Another one of the 991 club. 991 with an 8 gets him number... Hang on a minute, I'm still looking. Number 10, that was. We have 991s now, down to number 14.
Hang on a minute, can you just go and see, because I think, oh, so Mark Huxley's in last place at the minute, number 17, and he's run a 993.
That is the most mental Supergas field you'll ever see. Now, the last qualified spot, 993 with a 7. Number 1 is 990 with a 1. Wow.
So Pete Creswell was on the number 1 spot for a long old time before he got bumped down. Mark Huxley still trying to run a 992 or better.
Oh, he's done a pretty good job with a 93.
Right, bets on a 991. 992!
And a 991! Well, do you know what? Do you want to know the funny part? Mark Huxley just went 992 and he's still dead last. Yeah, 992 with a 9 and he's still dead last in the order. Blinking believable.
So Dan Page is the best of the 991s. He went 9.9100 and it's only 4th. Dave Cherritt currently sits at the number 16 spot with a 992.2.
Yeah, Dan Page off the trailer was your number 1 qualifier with, you've guessed it, a 991. That is some top draw stuff, that, isn't it?
Yeah, just to get in the top 16, you need to be in a 992.
Well, Dan Page actually rolled through stage, unfortunately, so won't get any laps time that run.
So Dave Cherritt's going to have to guess. Lifts around about now, crosses the line to a 993.
Well, he's already run 992, not 991. But, well, yeah, that's one of the most insanely tight Supergas fields you'll ever see. Well done, everybody in Supergas. Tony Morris Carburettor's Supergas, I beg your pardon. Fabulous effort. So, Super Pro Q7 coming up right now. 2 more classes to go. We have Super Pro and Super Comp, and we are come for the day.
As we welcome back Chris into the commentary. You all right?
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, I'm doing well. It's been a lovely day out on the back.
Yeah. I haven't had a chance to speak to you over the tunnel yet.
No, we keep swapping. No,
Yeah,
it's not. It's not been a thing. I'll change.
It's fun. It means I get to go down on the start line and watch from a different perspective. So, Joe Kellett and Paul Marston with 2 rear-engine dragsters. I'm surprised Joe's committed to the 890 all weekend. I'm surprised he hasn't switched it.
I did wonder if they would switch it up, but asking the car to do the same thing all the time, and that advantage of being the slower car but being the faster car,
yeah,
it's quite worth doing.
Yes. Because throttle stops have only recently been allowed into Super Pro.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't been long in the rule book they're allowed.
005 light from Paul Marston and an 01 red from Joe.
$8.42 and $8.92. They look absolutely delighted with that. So, Paul Marston, let's have a quick look where he ended up with that. Ended up at the number 15 spot with 200s off. And Joe Kellett, though, his earlier run, 8.90 with the 4, stays exactly where he was. Okay. We have Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang, 877, against this fabulous-looking Pontiac GXP of Patrick Dubois.
Yeah, I know they've all come over, so I know Fabian is out there somewhere as well. I've seen him posting on Facebook on the bank.
That's good.
Because he races the Milwaukee Dragster.
Yeah, the other Dragster that they are, yeah.
Okay, 877 for Lee. Only this year stepped up into... He's tried Super Pro a couple of times, hasn't he, Chris, I think?
Yeah, but they have to change the combination in the car now, specifically to move up.
Well, a much bigger engine on board these days. Patrick with the door car running 7.3s. That's hard to dial in, and he got it perfectly. Look at that. 7.36 and Lee Huxley. Well, Patrick Dubois moves up to 14 with a 36 on the 34. Lee Huxley goes all the way up to number 7 with an 8.777. On an 877. Did I say 7 too many times? Don't think I did. Okay. Jens Konecki with the Olds in the Kestrel lane, 822. Taking on Ashley Bell with the Teenage Dream. For sale, 893. Yeah, I know what you mean, Tom. He's just saying that the car's for sale, but it's only just arrived on the scene. However, maybe they have something else lined up.
Whoa, very squiggly for Ashley Bell. No such issues for Jens Konecki. He's going to go through to an 824 and an 822.
That'll help.
Yeah, moves up to number 18.
Yep, 200ths of a second off. So Andy Thetford with the Black Pearl in the Slick Tricks lane. One hell of a difficult car, I'm sure, Chris, to dial in, especially with turbos and everything else. And
you would,
door car.
Door car difficult. Well, for me, I know nothing when it comes to door cars. You know.
Other than how to beat them previously.
Well, yeah, try to beat them a lot.
Against Tom Atkinson with possibly the only 5-door car in existence in Super Pro. Over there in the Kestrel lane. Tom's picked up the performance a bit. What do you think the reason for that is? I know that... go on.
It's gotten bigger, the engine.
The engine's got bigger.
It is bigger,
yeah. It's just where... Did they actually need to do that, though, do you think? Or, I mean, it was always running well as it was before.
Sandy Thetford's already on the 2-step forward.
He's going to get an elapsed time. It doesn't matter if he left before the tree was activated. He kind of needed to go by then. 7.26. Another good-looking run. Tom Atkinson, though, 8.40 with a 9 on an 8.40.
And yet he doesn't improve.
Yeah, he got up on the 2-step there very early.
So Simon Barlow with the orange pop in the Kestrel lane. Going to be dialing, I'm sure, a 750, trying to get a little bit further down the racetrack with each run. Against AC Bell. With that really cool looking Trans Am. 885 for AC, 750 for Simon Barlow. And like you said earlier, Chris, it's always difficult when you get interlopers in the class coming in for a bit of testing and going quick because you don't know what they do.
No, I mean, from a racing point of view,
yeah,
that becomes really difficult. But even in qualifying, it's things like, you know, just trying to work out your procedure against theirs so that you get staged when you want to and all those things. It does matter.
So up into stage, I would say two, well they are two door cars, one's just a bit different. In a good way.
That's a lovely looking run from Simon Barlow. That's what he's been looking for this whole time. Going to go through the finish line with 7:49 with an 8.
2 thousandths of a second away from a perfect run. He's number 30 qualifier. AC Bell goes 8.78, breaks out as well. However, most importantly, I'm sure for Simon Barlow and the gang, that was a nice, strong, straight, clean run. Well done.
It's nice to see Kiasley back out as well. He missed a run this morning as he had some engine damage. All of his lifters had seized.
Ew.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds nasty.
It does sound something. Doesn't sound like something you can recover from at the track, though.
Well, you wouldn't have thought so,
yeah.
but they have. Just want to say a massive happy birthday to Mick Checkett as well. It's his birthday today. He's out front. And in the other lane, Alan Didwell, who has been killer this year.
Yeah, Alan is number 10 at the moment. This time dials are 763. The dialings have wound back a little bit. Kieran Ashley with a 7.93 with a turbo LS in the dragster. Just realised who we didn't see in that Pro Mod session as well. No Andre Arnover.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I don't know why I just thought of that. It's turbo cars. That's what that was all about.
Yeah. I did notice Alan Didwell's 60 foot on the last run wasn't quite where it had been.
No, the track's that sticky now. It's actually slowing all the cars down. Kieran struggling to build boost, but he's gone away eventually. Alan Didwell's going to go through to a 7.62 with a 9!
Yeah.
1,000.
Ooh.
Interestingly, he's 60 foot picked up.
One measly thousandths of a second off of the perfect ET.
Yeah, if you look at his 60 foot, it picked up about 1,000, about 100th on last time.
And that was where that came from,
And that's
probably.
where the breakout came from.
1,001 ways to lose and only one to win.
Yeah.
You got it. Al Schofield with the altered 8.10 is his dial in this time. He would dearly love to put it in the 7s. Sharon out front, directing you happy. Her birthday today as well. Happy birthday to Sharon. Against Bob Doyle. Now Bob's one of those that he's not all that consistent in qualifying normally because he's working stuff out. But when it comes to racing,
he's lethal.
He's on it all the time. So 8.99 for the door car. Not sure I saw nitrous being purged this time actually. Alan Schofield, no, all motor in that altered.
So the altered's doing altered things and using all of the lane.
And staying number 23 with an 8.16 at 161. You can just tell it's him, can't you? Bob Doyle, though, with a 10.09. I did say to him last night, I didn't realise they were giving away free slicks. And he said, funny you should say that, because I've got to go and find some. I've just wrecked the last set I've got.
I wonder why.
Well, crowd pleaser indeed. John Tevenham with a crew killer Ford Pop. In the Kestrel lane. And the amazing Thomas Hass, who is still number 1.
Yeah, I popped by to see Thomas and Natalie earlier. And Natalie's English is always better than Thomas's.
Okay.
But Thomas very much was wanted to say perfect a lot. So
it's nice of him to talk about his wife like that. We all do,
absolutely.
don't we? Yeah, there we go. No, he's been bang on it every single run. Dials an 806 again. JT dials an 890. Number 1 and 8, but there's not a lot between them. What's Thomas Goss this time? 812. 899. I thought I said 49 then. JT falls off a little bit as well. 148 miles an hour. Still a very, very good run, but no help for either. So both Nick Good cars coming round at this time. That doesn't happen a lot in qualifying, does it, Chris?
We actually tried not to do it in qualifying. It's just that thing, if anything does go wrong, if it went wrong together, that'd be really bad.
It wouldn't be ideal, would it?
So we always try in qualifying not to do it. In racing, there's nothing you can do. And as we know, in racing, it used to happen far too many times.
So both these cars owned by Nick Good. Has Nick Good ever driven a carburetted car? I think he has a couple of times, hasn't he?
He's driven the car in the other lane a number of times.
Yep.
Usually with... You see, I'm letting everybody into a secret here. When the car comes out that's got a black body on,
right,
it's actually the car in the left-hand lane, just with a different body on.
Okay.
So he's driven that car, and he's driven the car that I drove
Yeah.
with that motor.
Well,
in it.
interestingly,
and
not,
he's driven other cars.
the car in the left-hand lane, that's not a carburetted car. It's got mechanical
actually
fluid
an injected
injection,
car, yeah.
but it's I think it was someone in I'm trying to think, Jens Abo, was that his name, who developed the vertical.
Jens Nybo.
Jens Nybo, that's
that
the
was
one.
Peter Lance, but yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, he developed the vertical mechanical fuel injection, and that's what that car on the left hand was.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has quite a big injection system on it.
It's effectively a big and ugly.
Yeah, well, it's like having, if you know what Ron's Terminator's like, it's like having 3 of those.
Yeah.
So Nick Good with a 676 on the board. Matt Peters watching the boss disappear in the distance. 680 and a 755. Breakout by 1/100th of a second for Matt Peters. And just that little tick off for
Really nice light from Nick as well. It's the difficulty in Nick's car is always trying to keep it on the right side of a red light. It tends to go up out of the lights rather than going through them. Trying to keep the nose down just enough to let it trip the beams properly.
So Dave Russell, the van with no name at number 6. Scott Hauser with the Bang Tidy Dragster in the Sliptrix name, currently number 2. There ain't a lot of wriggle room at the top, is there? Let's face it.
No.
1 thou. Scott with a bit of shake off the line.
Yeah, the 001 red light.
734 and 877. No help for either.
We always say that it's qualifying, red lights don't matter. And red lights don't matter in qualifying when it comes to it. But the problem is, as racers, we all know that everybody's watching what you're doing with your lights all day in qualifying.
Well, there are also extra prizes sometimes for best average lighting qualifying as well. In Super. That scheme is really, really good. Who's the?
It's the Walters family thing is organising the scheme, and it's amazing.
Yeah, they do such a good job of it, and it really does help with like if racers win that, it helps with the cost, the entry cost, travel cost, whatever it might be. It's definitely a welcome addition. Unfortunately, they are out themselves this weekend. Daniel Giles in the Kestrel lane, 7.30 for Daniel.
And taking on Mark Coulsell with the ball breaker, the low funds team from Tamworth.
And a lovely new backup girl as well. Have you noticed her? She's beautiful.
Like there's ever a choice.
That, of course, is not a girl, it's Harley. But
oh, you mean out front?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was playing silly then, or dumb. I don't normally play it, I just am. It's easier.
Yeah, Daniel Giles got a bit wayward yesterday on one of his runs, like properly moving around to the point where he actually lifted. And Mark's been on form as well, running deep into the 8.0s as well.
We were talking earlier about the Giles and Hartley car being around for a long time, and obviously Barry been around for a long time, even though he's driving Sid's car this weekend.
Yeah,
they are the biggest point scorers.
They are,
thanks to Euro Dragster. Yeah. They are the biggest point scorers in the Supercharged. They have the biggest aggregation of points of anyone.
Well, they have a 7:30. Nope, too quick. 8:29, falling off a bit for Mark Coulsell. Still goes. Nice speed of 163 miles an hour. And an 8:29, neither will improve. Do you know what's really nice about sitting up here that I really like? I don't have Josie following me around with a camera all the time. never cut. No, don't do that, please. She never makes it up the stairs to film me in real life, but walks around like having a little.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but anyway, yes. It's nice being here. Stuart Morris with the Camaro taking on Brian Pateman with the Firebirds. I did try and make a run for it a couple of times, didn't work. Much younger and fitter than me.
Did you run a long way?
No, I just tried to make a break for it, but
it's hard, isn't it, when you've got tiny legs?
Exactly.
Has Brian Pateman turned the nitrous on?
Yes. He has. Not all of it, some of it. As you said earlier, Chris, it's just amazing. He knows what to do and what it will run.
Oh yeah, I mean he's got 3 very definite.
There you go.
Yeah.
600s off stage 5. Stu Morris, 868. No improvement.
Brian has 3 definite setups.
Okay.
And he knows how to dial all of them.
Wow.
Oh, is that like a turtle?
That's why he's one of my heroes.
So it's basically one is just all motor, one is a bit of nitrous, one is all of it.
All of the nitrous.
But he very rarely uses the lot.
And speaking of nitrous, both cars, both nitrous.
Look at the numbers on the board.
789. I think that they've decided
break out. Yeah.
They were happy where they are.
Yeah.
They came down at the end of qualifying, and they're just out there to see what happens when they put the nitrous on.
Well, hopefully it's quick. Hopefully it's not melted stuff, because a lot of the time with nitrous is great stuff. There we go, Billy venting the nitrous.
There we go, both of them.
I've never seen that before from both cars. That's fabulous. Well, I know that Billy is due to be, or wants to run in the new 760 index class.
And so does Ron.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ron's obviously got a bit of a bee in his bonnet about Paul Dale running faster than him.
Well,
so I think that's one of the reasons why he's decided to switch the nitrous on again.
He did run quicker. He's never been in the 7s. I think Billy has.
It may turn the bigger tyre harder with the nitrous, which will
depends where they put the nitrous
problem.
in. I mean, would you suggest that they sort of stick it in a bit further out? We'll wait and see anyway.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed for both.
Look at that, lovely straight runs a pair.
Yeah.
No, Ron's getting a bit out of shape. He backs out of it. Billy goes through with a 7.89 with a 7. Up to number 8 qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. That is greatness.
And Billy found the wiggle that they had last weekend.
Yes.
They found it.
Okay.
They know exactly what it was, and yes, they've cured it.
So it was something on the car
It
then?
was a suspension issue, yeah, and they found it and cured it.
Wow.
Thanks to Jeff as well.
At least they found it.
Yeah.
Ron Bartlett wasn't quite matching him stride for stride numbers wise there. But well done to Billy and the team. I thought they were just going to go for it and try and break out, but no. Right on the money. Unreal. Especially considering they've never done that before. That makes it even more
very impressive. Yeah.
Very. So Jack Brewster with the Just Mustard Firebird. We've got the last car, and then we got Supercomp, and we are wrapped for the Saturday.
We do still have Supercomp as well.
Yes, we got Supercomp behind him. So good luck to Jack Brewster. Dials a 7.90. Again, that car can go way, way, way quicker than that. The trouble with this car as well is that because of the way it's built, well, still with the wiggle before 3:30. Jack very sensibly backs out of it and pulls the chutes. Very nice 016 light as well. Yeah, the thing is the wheelie bars leave nice and flat. Everything looks good. It just wanders left every time.
The 60 foot was still really soft for you know.
Well, that's what I was going to say about
type.
a car like that. You do need to hit it hard for the suspension and everything to load properly.
It won't look.
Otherwise, it turns into sort of like a big wobbly blob of mustard. Supercom, last session. Chris, thank you very much for your help again.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure having you up here again. Thank you for lending to us, Becky, and good luck with that sunburn later.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, glowing. No, back of your neck, mate. Whoa, that's good. That is. Yeah, you may burn the pillow. Don't sit. Don't lie on it too long. Okay, Steve Field with the Black Pig. 2 nostalgia dragsters. By that we mean this is the way it used to be. See Mark Coulsell a little bit earlier with the ball breaker. Very similar kind of setup on both of these. Small block Chevy for Pete Field in the Kestrel lane. They both run similar numbers actually, didn't they? I think his best is an 8.1. The ball breaker's an 8.0.
Yes, yeah.
It's obviously kind of the limit of a small block. And Andy Clifford creeping up on the 8s. Went 9.05. They went to the 9.0s a couple of times. Steve Field going for a wander round. 008 light as well in the Kestrel lane. 8.76 and a 9.09 for Andy Clifford. Well, am I seeing things or is this right? Wonderful. John Turner has got it repaired. I'm not entirely sure who did it. I'm not entirely sure how they did it, but I don't care because JT is back with a greenfish Cuda. He did say, I did say, no, it's no problem, you're qualified. Just fix it for tomorrow. And he said, I can't. I'm not in Pro ET. And I think he has put a run in Supercomp, so he'd be okay here, but not in Pro ET. So just hope everything works, Johnny. Taking on Steve Hudson, who's the #1 qualifier.
Well, that looks a lot better than the runs he's made previously.
$9.21 for John Turner, 144. I'm sure he'd take that. And 8.96 for Steve Hudson. Oh, just a couple more pairs to go before it's barbecue, beer, and band time. The 3Bs make for a great evening as always.
So a little bit of track check in the left-hand lane.
It's always good when they wander back quickly.
So Richard Tunstall with the Jammer Dodger Roadster in the Kestrel beer lane, taking on Marcus Oshner with Oxenator, the Dodge Ram, in the Slictrix lane. He's staged well over to the right-hand side of his lane.
Yeah, with the right-hand side wheel almost out of the groove. We'll see though. He's number 5, doing well so far. 8.94. There you go, cues it with a bit of left hand down. $8.98 and a 9.04 for Marcus with the Ram. So we have another nostalgia dragster behind the tower now. Going to be taking on Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg.
So Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon, taking on our friend from France whose birthday it is today. Happy birthday to Clement Dubois. Also, Elodie, who's racing this weekend, asked me to say a big happy birthday as well to their crew chief, her dad, Bruno Dubois, as well. So it's a big family outing and a big family birthday celebration today for the Dubois family. Sorry, Elodie, I couldn't say it when your car was running because you didn't come round in that session of Super Pro, unfortunately.
So Clement the man who's been doing his own thing all weekend.
That's a good way of putting it. He has been trying though. He's been lifting.
Well, he's shadowing Simon Fulton. He's lifted something you can hear him.
Not enough. Oh, wow. Look at that. The birthday boy goes to the number 3 spot with an 8.91, only 128 miles an hour. 892 at 149 for Simon Fulton in the other lane. It's a pretty good race, that one. If it was a race, Clement would have won it by a mere 0.03 of a second. So, Dragster against Roadster. Those Roadsters do look like fun to drive, apart from the fact that you have to sit with your right foot the other side of the transmission tunnel. Yeah.
Yes.
Basically like that.
I think there is one of them that isn't like that, but
Really?
I can't remember which one it is.
Okay. There's not enough room in front, because where the driver sits in a much more central position to where the engine is than they would in a normal door car, and there isn't enough room for their feet. That's what it's all about. Martin Kirbishley, great to see Martin back. He's been some way off. 9.24 has been his best run the right side of the number. Still not the right side of the number. 8.71 and an 8.86 for Stu Doiney. Right, the lanes are empty. This is the last run of the day. Leah Kellett with the family dragster. Dolly Daydream or Drumming Man, depending on who's in the car. Drumming Daydream. Drumming Dolly.
Dolly Man.
That's the one. I knew it was there somewhere. Actually, it is just Dolly Daydream, isn't it? On the side of the car. Maybe the name for Joe's on the other side.
No, it's not. So Joe's been running this car in Super Pro, dialing in 8.90. So they've been running the throttle stop in 2 classes. In fact, you saw this car not that long ago.
Very recently.
Yeah, and it ran an 891. So should do the same thing again. It's a little bit warmer now, of course, so it might go a little bit faster, but they can just adjust that on the throttle stop.
That's a long throttle stop. That is nearly to half track.
Goes 888 with a 166 mile an hour. Yeah.
That's still pretty damn close. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, before you go, please could you put your hands together for the fabulous Santa Pod Racers Club, all of the track crew, the marshals from down here on the start line, up here in the tower, in the pits, and all the way up the shutdown area. Then they're going to continue working. You're going for a beer and a barbecue. They are on the start line ready to scrape the racetrack in preparation for tomorrow's qualifying. They do never stop. They are wonderful, and we love them to bits. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here on the Saturday of the main event. We're only halfway through the event. How does that work, eh?
Feels brilliant.
Just too much fun, isn't it, really? But thank you all for joining us. If you're staying on site tonight, have a wonderful time. Don't forget the band are on tonight as well. There's loads of other stuff to do. Also, please go around the pits, check out your favourite riders and drivers. I'm sure they'll be delighted to see you in a lovely, relaxed setting. It's a great thing to do in an evening, isn't it? Wander around, have a chat with everybody, and see how their day's gone. Tom, thank you very much for your help as always. And Christian, everybody else, John Price, who's been up here helping us, Dale Leakes, Dick Costa as well. It's been a pleasure having everybody here today. It's been really, really good. We will see you all again bright and early in the morning, and guess what? We're going to do it all again from 9:30 in the morning. Back to Nitro FM. See you tomorrow.